I wonder if I record one of these, if anyone will listen to it. It's kind of like the old saying, if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there, is it really heard? We'll see. Yo, dog, I wonder if these actually will record. I don't know. Is this recording? Well, if it is, I'm going to make a ton of them. And I'm going to flood the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new chat with them to the point where it's just Rabbi Overload. Going back and forth. Yo, Pimps, let's give you a room tour. How many different devices? On how many devices? Yo, dog, here's a quick room tour. You're live on YouTube here. You're live on Instagram here. You're live on YouTube there. You're live on Telegram and Telegram and Telegram. You're live on Space, Twitter. You're live on YouTube there. You're live on YouTube there. You're live on Instagram there. You're live on Telegram there. You're live on YouTube there. Biggest event in world history.
All right, so let me ask you a couple of things. One, when you're talking about so the house has no heating, they built into it. So, how committed are you to heating the first floor? In other words, are you? Well, do you want my full Monty, your favorite dream scenario suggestion, or just sort of a temporary stopgap? Because I got both. I got both ready to go. Okay, full Monty would be for you to have installed in your first floor, or at least in the rooms that are most important to you, radiant floor heating. Okay, right underneath the floors themselves, radiant heating. That is number one, safe. Okay, we're just talking about. Well, you can use electric mat heating that saves you a little bit of space, but hydronic heating, in other words, it's tubes of fluid running underneath your floor material. This is a game changer, and you will never notice another problem ever again. I'll tell you why, because as you know, heat rises. First of all, the floor is warm. You walk on the floor. You, in that 20-foot ceiling, you exist in the first, I'm going to guess 5.5 feet of this. I don't know your exact height, but generally speaking, you're in the first 5.5 feet of it. Okay, that's even better. You're in the first less than 5 feet of it. So the heat is coming up through the floor, hitting you where you live. And who cares about the air above you? Because the heat is there where you are. Safe heat, gentle heat, unforced air heat. Also, this heat is warming your furniture, warming tables, warming everything that is sitting on the floor. That is why your friend Dave here is nothing but a massive proponent of radiant heating for all houses everywhere, by the way. It's just that, it's just starting to catch on in some areas that, most houses don't already have it, don't already have radiant heating, blah, 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 blah. But the point is, if you had the choice to do this in a home, there is nothing as great as radiant floor heating. So now that's not going to, that's not cheap to do an entire first floor in that, but it does completely solve your problem, and you would love it. You never have to worry about it. Apart from that, to fly to the other end of the spectrum is to keep everything as it is and simply get yourself a really nice, localized, freestanding, portable infrared heater. Infrared. Okay? An infrared heater that has first of all, there's no open flame. Secondly, you get one that has a tip control, so a little button on the bottom that if it gets knocked over, it just turns itself off. So safe, nothing but safe. Okay. The cool thing about an infrared heater is this: infrared rays heat you, not the air around you. So it doesn't have to be super big and powerful, because we're not actually trying to heat up all the airspace, which, let's face it, heating the airspace around you just rises up out of your zone anyway. But an infrared heater actually heats you. Gets underneath your skin and warms you up. And that's what you need. And regardless of how warm the room is, you want to be warmed up. Tina and I have one sitting under our studio, our office studio desk. And when the rest of the house is just cold, which sometimes we leave it that way because we're going to be working in the studio all day long. All we do is turn on the infrared heater under our desk, and the legs, our torso, we're warm as can be, and everything else is just what it is. So there you go. No, there are a lot of different. So just start doing your research on the internet, and you'll find them. They're out there. They're beautiful. You go down to a big box store, look for an infrared heater, have somebody plug one in for you, feel the effects. You've already felt these effects before, Margaret. Like when you go out to a restaurant on an outdoor patio, those are TikTok, and we haven't passed data privacy. We haven't passed laws ran for interference. The app where actually was for interference in my district, or near my district, was Facebook. That's Democratic Congressman Rob Khanna. He voted against the TikTok bill because he says it does little to actually address Americans' concerns. TikTok is owned by a Chinese parent company, ByteDance, and supporters of bill say it should protect the data. Michael, is this the shoe? Of course, you can't show what kind of shoe this is. I mean, that's the biggest comment there. But is this the shoe that the NBA players wear? Now, why would the little wear this?
What up, Bob Dobbs, you little slut? What's new?
Not much. What are you doing?
Living like a peasant all day, every day. Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, we're doing trivia on the main account. I'll be co-hosting. Do you know what March Madness is?
Yeah.
Did you register for a team yet?
No.
Okay, I'm going to send you the link right now. You can register for a team. In about 8 hours, you can fill out your bracket. Fill out a men's and women's bracket. And we're going to make sure that you have a good time. All right. I'm gonna send this shit to you, and you're gonna blow. It's gonna blow your goddamn mind, dog. Also, I'm sending you a calendar that I made, just because the current calendar that we have sucks. I want you to look at it, and I want you to love it. This calendar, you're gonna be looking at an at-a-glance calendar. The red days are work days. The green days are days off. You get a 3-day weekend every weekend. Every week is 10 days. And you get a day off during the week, midweek, in addition to your 3-day weekend. So you get 4 days off the week. You work 6 days. You're off 4 days. And every month is 10 months, except for the last month, which is just a holiday month. And each month has 4 weeks to it. So
What the fuck is this?
yeah, it's amazing. So basically, every month has 40 days, except for the last month. It avoids a leap year. So you don't need a leap year anymore.
Right.
And that's really important. Pardon me?
Who made that calendar?
The one that I just sent you,
Yeah.
it came to me in a dream.
Shit. So we get 4 days off every week?
Yep,
How long is a week?
10 days.
Oh, what?
Yeah, so every week is 10 days. There are 4 weeks in every month. So it's never like, oh, is it January with 31 days and February does it have 28 days or 29 days? That gets really complicated, especially for accounting, but even more so for deep space travel. When you're trying to figure out, like, is it a leap year or is it a regular year? It's confusing. The year needs to be aligned to be just 1 year. There aren't any more leap years and there aren't any more extra days, leap days. And so this avoids that. Additionally, most places in the Western world, but even now globally, basically at the end of the year, give their employees at least 5 days off anyway. And so you could get the corporate world on it. I call it Festivus, the last 5 days, but you can call it whatever you want. So it's there are 10 months in a year, 10 days in each week, 4 weeks in each month. What up, Jay? How are you, baby? We got Bitcoin Robin Williams here. To what do I owe the pleasure? What up, Tim? How are you? Jay, how you living, baby? Jay, we do this thing in here where someone speaks and then another person sometimes answers. But it's cool if you don't want to do that. What up, Bitcoin Robin Williams? How you living, baby? I hope you're doing well. I just shared a calendar that I think could help the world a lot. Jay doesn't give a shit about that. That's okay. Oh, Jay's back. They're interested in the calendar. Jay, how you doing, baby? You know how this works? You can unmute yourself. Jay Money. Maybe I didn't refer to you correctly. You're not just Jay. You're Jay Money. What up, Jay Money? How are you, baby? Jay Money, what's new with you? Jay Money. Jay Money. Jay Money. Jay Money. Living like a peasant. Living like a peasant. Yo, dog. Ready for this shit? I bet no one is. No one's ever been ready for this shit. Look at this, Tim. Here you go, Tim. Bob Dobbs, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You ready for the SEC championship, Tim? It's Florida versus Auburn. And we have Bitcoin Robin Williams in this bitch. It just don't get no better, baby. It just don't get no better. It just doesn't get any better, baby. It does not get any better. Oh yeah, it does. Just think the logo out better. That's how you do something. We have Florida, who is 9. That is 6 seed. Auburn is the 4 seed. Tennessee was the 1 seed. We have Bitcoin Robin Williams in our telegram, and I'm singing his name because I enjoy his company. Dude, finally, Robin Williams, how are you? Well, do you know what basketball is?
No.
You don't know what basketball is? It's a sport?
I would love to know.
Oh, hell yeah. All right, well, I'm putting in the chat an invite to join our Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu March Madness discussion. So feel free to join that if you wish. Bob Dobbs is going to do it. He's going to whoop everybody's ass, probably.
because now is the time to take your plans, assuming, of course, you've got your architecture and your engineering plans, and those are the two components that you need in order to get bids. Okay? Now, I will tell you this, honestly. I usually recommend that once you get your engineering done, before you submit your plans to the city, that you get at least a couple of rough estimates on the plans that you draw, unless you're absolutely confident. The reason I say that is because I, as a designer, I never submit plans to the city that my clients have not at least gotten one or two rough estimates. Rough. They don't have to be detailed. These aren't the estimates that you're going to hold the contractor's feet to the fire on. But the point is this.
Fuck out.
Somebody to design something for you that you
Yeah.
can't afford to.
Are you a
That is the
South Carolina Gamecock fan?
Not really. I don't. Not really in sports.
Okay. Well, they'd be a really good pick in a women's basketball championship. Just give me a heads up. They haven't lost this year, though. They are very good.
So once you got your plan and some engineering knowledge, you don't even have to have the formal official construction document engineering, just the necessary calculations and what we call markup drawings from the engineer, kind of first draft drawings. That's all you need to be able to hand to a contractor and say, hey, I'm thinking about doing this. Give me a shoot from the hip estimate from your perspective. What is this going to cost? You know, and you're not going to hold them to the dollar. But the point is, if you were planning on spending $50,000, three contractors look at your plans and say, yeah, I think we can do that for about $250. Guess what? Back to the drawing board. Literally, back to the drawing board. Don't waste your time in the city for stuff that might have to be refined. That's all I'm saying. Okay? If you find out you have a company, you're like, hey, we're going to spend $200,000 on this, and all the contractors, I had two contractors say 180, 190, and one said 220. Well, guess what? You're in the ballpark. You can make that work, right? Okay, move. That's what I'm saying. All right. The point is this: when it comes to the general project, you are looking for not the contractor first. You are looking for three contractors. Okay, unless of course you already have a contractor, at which point this whole conversation is moot for you because it's done, right? But if you are looking for a contractor, you are looking to find three golden choices out there, okay? Because for a couple of reasons. One, you never know timing-wise. You got to set a contract. You found the contractor of your dreams, and they're not available for 18 months. Well, that doesn't do it. So you want options on the table. You want to be able to easily choose between two or three contractors. You also want the best and most comprehensive price for your project. So you want two or three, I would say, three or four contractors bidding against each other, apples to apples, in order to obtain for yourself, number one, a really, really accurate estimate of what this project really should cost. And what you're going to find is you're going to find the more bids that you take in, you will find the classic Venn diagram, the spheres, the circles of bids. You will find the overlaps, and where they overlap, you will find that is the most realistic cost estimate of your project. So let's say you take 4 or 5 bids from contractors if you're really doing your due diligence. 3 of them come within $5,000 of each other, and it's assuming it's a big project, like $100,000 project. 3 contractors come within $5,000. Another one is either extremely low or quite a bit higher. Don't dismiss the outlier immediately. Especially the higher priced outlier. What you want to do is go back to them, number one, and say, you know, you're kind of the outlier here. Number two, you want to take a serious look at what they're talking about and basically ask them, listen, why are you $50,000 more expensive than my other 3 bids? Now, you're not going to show them the other 3 bids, but what you are going to do is hear back from them. They just may be more expensive. They may just have bid the project too high, at which point maybe they come down Is it this then that we have to dig a trench all the way around your property and to the moon in order to make, and no one included in their list? Sometimes the outlier is just the expensive guy. Sometimes the outlier saw what nobody else saw. Don't dismiss them out of hand. This is the usefulness of gathering together a group of contractors bidding. Not only do you get pricing, but you'll learn things about your own project. All right, I've got more to talk about. Where do we find these guys? How do we find them? What are we looking for? Talk about that right on the other side of the news. Your home, sharp, the House Whisperer, Sandy Wells. That's the latest. Dominic Nigetto from Kenya has won the 2024 LA Marathon for the men. Stacy Diwa from Kenya has just won her second consecutive LA Marathon. A 4-year-old colt has been euthanized after suffering bad injury immediately after winning a race in Santa Anita. Kansas Creek finished first in yesterday's sixth race. The White House says President Biden will continue to work with Israel's prime minister, and he's not pushing Israel to hold elections to get rid of Benjamin Netanyahu. We'll check the 405 will be coming up right after this. Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tidy Cats simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do a finicky feline like mine? Eat your heard me. Try Tidy Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel, or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple? Not everyone can upload an entire image library while trying to photo shoot or managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls up front. The perfect lighting and capture perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business General terms. Tax Act could open a million things more fun than filing taxes. Tax Act is going to need something. Sitting in traffic, folding a fitted bed sheet, listening to your coworker talk about his fantasy team, digging a hole, digging an even larger hole next to that original hole. Unfortunately, Tax Act's filing software can't make taxes fun. But Tax Act can help make it done. Tax Act, let's get them over with. Not everyone can upload an entire image library while trying to photo shoot or managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls up front. The perfect lighting and capture perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business General terms. I need directions for paying down debt. Starting route. Apply for a SoFi personal loan and consolidate your debt into one fixed payment. Turn right into a positive outlook and get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign, with no fees required. Debt. You could get a high interest credit card debt with SoFi personal loan. You can rate SoFi.com/debt in 60 seconds. Then you tap your credit score. Go to Virginia Russell for looking at your FDIC conditions. SoFi.com/debt. NMLS 6960. Hey, Hotels.com here. Tired of living luxury? We know a hotel where you can enjoy the open ocean. Book hotels with ocean views on the Hotels.com app. Find your something that's bothering you until it's gone. That's how you're going to feel after we work on Magic Paper your house. We make junk disappear. All you have to do is wait. Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com. When a disaster strikes, there's no time to panic. You and your family should be ready to evacuate your home in 5 minutes. Sign up for alerts. Make a plan for how you will evacuate and notify family or caregivers. Put together an emergency supply kit and any prescriptions or medical equipment you need. Have a plan for pets, service animals, and livestock. Your California firefighters are on your side. For more tips for everyone in your family, visit firefightersonyourside.org or call 833-PREP-4CA. It's complicated. These days, that's how people even describe their relationship status. When it comes to the latest complexities in your home, it's getting really complicated. The experts at Info undergo post-rigorous training to stay on top of the latest car technologies, so there's nothing we can't fix. Well, except for that complicated relationship. When it comes to that, you're on the road. Double A, MC. Check engine light on, we'll check it for free. My wife and I were able to get it up. While we were sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was one of the worst part. This nasal drip just super congested all the time. We were taking everything possible good, and nothing really worked. Kyrie was miserable until Fred recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away. The biggest thing Navage has done is completely cleaned out my nasal passages. And it was from the first use, I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life. Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy and really don't have holes. That damn thing. When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy. I know that's his face. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good. I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge your love to bonds. That's why I talk about science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I learned and believe all day long. I'm not Dr. Wendy. After Dark. Dr. Wendy Walsh. Tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The House Whisperer, welcome home. Thanks for joining us on the program. It is a privilege to spend a gorgeous spring-like Sunday morning with you. I'm glad that we're here. I'm glad that I'm here. I'm glad that we can talk about your home. We are having a conversation about getting the rubber to hit the road. That means not just having a great plan for your home, but finding the right builder. I know all sorts of stuff, so we're going to continue that talk right now. Guess what's happening, by the way, right after the next news report. I will tell you, right here in Southern California, they are, I don't even have to tell you whether it's the majority, the minority, it doesn't matter. But the fact is, you should expect, just like any industry, let's just talk restaurants. Are there bad restaurants? Yeah. Are there restaurants all designed to slap it together fast food, get you in and out, and if you were to actually, not to put bad press word in and out, I don't mean to say in and out is a bad fast food restaurant, not at all. The point is, ultra custom, you really want somebody to
Josh, were you here for that discussion last night? Like on agricultural drones and biospheres.
Yeah, just like there are predatory businesses who are most concerned about just making money. Now, businesses.
Yeah, some of it.
I would like to think.
Did it jive with your boogie?
Correct.
Excellent.
Business with myself and who enjoy doing business themselves are in it because it's part of their life and they enjoy it. It's not just about collecting money and money. But there are contractors out there who sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. Again,
It definitely got together. Same time,
I don't know.
they're good, bad, they're ugly, they're benevolent, and there are predatory contractors. So the big question is, how
Oh,
do we
you
tell the
phone
difference?
call, you know?
How do we find referrals that we can trust? How do we vet? Well, that's what we're going to do, okay, in this conversation. But literally, right after Sandy gives us the news, he's back to the phones. We'll take a couple more calls. Then I'll tell you how to vet a general contractor for your project. Your home, make sure the house is on KF. If it doesn't affect you, we're not interested. KOST HD2 live from everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Crossing the finish line. I'm Sandy Wells live from KFI 24 Main Street. The top women and men have earned their places in history as winners of LA Marathon number 39. Dominic Nicano and Elise from Kenya finished in at 2 hours, 11 minutes, and Stacey and Diwa from Kenya has won her second consecutive LA Marathon, coming in at 2 hours, 24 minutes, 29 seconds. A deputy with the LA County Sheriff's Department has shot and killed a man in East LA. Deputies responded to a call about a man with a gun causing a disturbance in a business at around 9:30 last night. Sheriff's Department says the man produced a handgun. The deputies got there at the business.
Hey, good afternoon, God bless. I'm West Kentucky.
What up, JH? How you living, baby?
Two people were arrested at the Pipe shopping area in Long Beach.
Same old, same old. Appreciate it, man. What do you guys up to?
We are watching the SEC championship.
Oh, sweet.
We're watching there.
Long Beach businesses at the Pike closed early because of the activity of crowds. Officials for the LA
One try, he was
disagree
here.
with recent stories about the use of less lethal force. LA Police Commission Vice President Rothschild has asked Chief Charlie if he agreed with the characterization by the LA Times that less lethal weapons lead to deadly shooting.
I absolutely disagree. I think our less lethal munitions, I know our less lethal munitions is a de-escalation tool.
A recent report looked at how effective less lethal weapons are in civilian people. The Police Commission requested a report after the fatal shooting of a man last month who was holding a plastic phone. The officers were told he had a deadly weapon. Curtis told Chief Joy she
Do you guys know about the phantom time hypothesis?
No, never heard of it.
Okay, it's like my favorite one of these theories. It's the idea that it's not the year 2024, it's the year 1776. And before you poo-poo this, there's actually more evidence for it than you think. So basically, it's the idea that three prominent people in history polluted. So it was Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and potentially Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII to fabricate the year system retroactively in order to place them at this special year of thousands of the year 1000 and to rewrite history to legitimize Otto's claim to the Holy Roman Empire. So here's a podcast about it. And you don't hear a lot about this theory because it came up like the 90s and it was written in German. And so it didn't get that much press. And also, if you're wondering, like, well, what happened to the years? It's the Dark Ages. There's a reason why they're called the Dark Ages. We call them the Dark Ages because we don't have a lot of information from them, and they don't have the like illuminated manuscripts that you get more into the medieval period and into the Renaissance. Well, the Dark Ages, if you actually study the architecture and carbon date it, it turns out to not be 1,300 years ago, but closer to 1,000 years ago. Basically, there's a period of 300 years. And also, if you look at the architecture, especially in Europe, it much more reflects Rome. And if there were 300 years under Gothic rule, there wouldn't be any Roman architecture remaining, or it would be very, perhaps either reused for a Gothic purpose or completely destroyed. And we don't have that. What we have are essentially constant architectural what's the word for it? Patterns, essentially, that show a period of something like that having been done not as long ago as we once had thought. So this is a fascinating theory, and it is.
But did you, the carbon dating and archaeological research match the theory as well?
Yeah, it does. So here's what it says. Definitely. So the phantom time theory, first asserted by Herbert in 1991. It hypothesizes an agreement between Holy Roman Empire Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and possibly Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII to fabricate the dating system retroactively in order to place them as a special year of 1000 and to rewrite history to legitimize Otto's claim to the Holy Roman Empire. They later believed that this was achieved through the alteration, misrepresentation, and forgery of documentary and physical evidence. According to the scenario, the entire Carolingian period, including the figure of Charlemagne, is a fabrication, with a phantom time of 297 years added to the early Middle Ages. So they're saying like the years 614 to 911 were fabricated. There's a lot of evidence for this. I mean, at least in Judaism, I can tell you when it comes to rabbis of that period, we have a huge amount during the Roman period and a little thereafter. Then there's this dead period where at points we can only name one rabbi for an entire century of the people. And that is rare because then it increases after 3 years, 3 centuries there to dozens and then hundreds and then thousands in the middle in the modern era. But back then, if we have like, I mean, I've spent a lot of time studying some rabbis, and at least the rabbis of the dark ages. I mean, I have a chart that I made one time, and it was something like, I remember one century and I had one rabbi, and then there were 2 or 3 centuries that we had 3 or 4, but it wasn't that many. So pretty easy. This could have been fabricated at least in Judaism, and also there's a period within Judaism where there is it's a theory even within Judaism, like a lost period of time within our calendar.
And this theory explains that.
Not perfect. Not perfect. But basically, the missing years in the Hebrew calendar refer to a chronological discrepancy between the rabbinic dating for the destruction of the first temple in 422 BCE and the academic dating of it in 587. So even we Jews who are very specific in our times and such have missing years that people don't really know or reference. I mean, if you ask an average Jew, they have no idea about this. So what it is, it's in a larger sense, it refers to the discrepancy between a conventional chronology versus the Seder Olam, what concerns the Persian period during which time it exercised hegemony over Israel, a period which spanned 207 years according to conventional chronology, but only 34 years according to Seder Olam. Invariably, the resulting time frame affects also the number of years in which stood the Second Temple, said by a rabbinic tradition to have stood 420 years, but by conventional chronology, 589 years. So without going into that too much more, just know, at least I can tell you from a Jewish perspective, our calendar's off. And let's talk about the British calendar and the Russian calendar. People don't know this, but like, I mean, you guys are pretty well versed, but like, people don't know that we haven't always been on the same calendar. And even Russians still technically don't consider themselves on the same calendar, or some don't. It goes back to early 20th century. So there were there's a month. So here's what I know, and I can tell you this with things. There are things in my mind. I know a lot about a lot of different subjects, but not all that in depth on them. And I use like word association or kind of just to remember a little bit about something, but I might be off a little bit here or there. So there was something about that I read the British calendar in the late 19th century, or no, late 18th century, early 19th century, where they had a September that only had like 12 days on it. It's like, why would they have such a lack of time? It's okay. So why 11 days are missing in September 1752? Okay, so it was the mid 18th century. Okay, the missing 11 days in September 1752 occurred due to a delayed adoption of the Gregorian calendar by Great Britain and its colonies. They made the adjustments to align their calendar with the rest of Europe, skipping the 11 days to synchronize with the Gregorian calendar. So that's okay. We've got the Jewish calendar that we're admitting isn't like 100% accurate, or let's say it could be 100% accurate, but we can't really explain why. If it is, the chances are it's not. But if it is, to my very Orthodox friends out there, then, we can't explain why, because we do have this missing time. And to the British out there, they have 11 days that were missing in September of 1752. Okay, so that's 2. Then we have another calendar, the Russian calendar. Russian calendar difference. So the Russian Federation, they now use the Gregorian calendar, the same calendar that most nations worldwide. But before 1918, the Russian Empire used the Julian calendar for several centuries, and the Russian Orthodox Church still uses the Julian calendar today. So Russians, for centuries, particularly when these calendars were being aligned, had a different calendar. They were using the Julian calendar and not the Gregorian calendar. It was only until the Russian Revolution in 1918 that they would use it, and then it was modified again in 1940. And they lost 13 days when they did this. So now we're talking about 3 major groups of people: the Jews, the British, and the Russians, or the Soviets, Russians, who all lost some time. So 100 years ago, the Russian people irrevocably had half a month wiped off their lives. 13 days of February in 1918. Here's one. As you have guessed, Russians switching to the Gregorian calendar from the old Julian is to blame. This happened 3 months after the Bolshevik Revolution, in accordance with the new decree on the introduction of the Western calendar. So right after January 31st, 1980 came February 14th. 2 weeks of the year simply written off. That's wild. Okay, so that's 3 major groups. So whenever anybody's out there like, motherfucker, today is March 17th, 2024. It's like, well, yeah, I guess your computer says that, and like we all align on that as the world. But if you actually go back in history, we might be off a few days or years, depending on whose calendar at which you're looking. So, you get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Yes, sir. So with that, let's listen to this theory, this podcast, as we watch the SEC championship. There was also something else about it. If you're wondering, hey, Rabbi, why don't you just play the sound for the SEC championship? It can. There's too much feedback. So with that, we've got. I wanted to see if there's anything else about this theory. There was something else important about it. Well, okay. Here's the thing. Why don't we know about this theory? Why isn't it embraced? It changes a lot of people's conventions. Like, you mean we've been like, if you can lie to someone about what day it is, like, they'll start doubting a whole lot of things. But it does make sense in some ways that we're not that far from the Roman Empire. Even if you look at our architecture and stuff. Okay. Is that it? There's something else to it. There's something else to that theory. Here we go. This is the podcast called Two Folks at a Podcast. Here we go.
I'd like to take this time to welcome my guest tonight, Andrew. Andrew, thanks for coming out and talking to me.
Thank you, Brandon. Yes, I am Andrew Michaels. I am the host of...
Hold on a second. And before I continue, so while I do consider myself an Orthodox rabbi, and I keep Shabbat as best I can, the timers and all the other things, and I don't drive on Shabbat, I know that there is only a 1 in 7 chance and I've said this before, but I'm saying it again, that Shabbat is on Friday. That there is a 86% chance, basically 6 out of 7 chance, that it is not on Friday, and that we are celebrating it on the wrong day. And when you talk about these calendars, there's a very good chance that that's true.
That just adds proof and evidence to it.
Exactly. It absolutely does. Because even still, the Jewish calendar had to align with these other calendars as well. So there could be even more days in it. Basically, we've just talked about the Russian one, the British one, the Jewish one, but then there's this one as well. So basically what I'm saying is you might have the Jewish one that links up with the British one, but it never links up with the continental one officially. Or maybe it linked up with the continental one, but the continental one is off, which it very well could be. JH, you weren't here for this, but I created my own calendar years ago. It came to me in a dream. I'm going to put it in the chat right now, and you can take a look at it. It's a calendar of 40 days per month. There are 10 months except for the last month. Okay, so take a look at it and I'll explain it. Go to the chat and look. You should see like a pink and green document, a screenshot.
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, so we start off with the pink. There are, each day of the year is numbered on this. And the pink are work days, the green are days off. So you work 3 days, you get a day off. You work 3 days, then you get 3 days off. That's every week, except for the last week of the year. There are...
I think you told me this before, but I never seen a chart or a map of it.
Right, I couldn't find it at the time. So there are 10 months total, and the last month is like 5 1/4 days. But this means that we don't need leap years anymore. And it means every week is 10 days, which works off the decimal system, which is more accurate and also easier for accounting. And then additionally, you don't have to worry about leap years, leap days, or months being different. That, from a corporate perspective, causes a lot of issues, whether you're budgeting. Like, imagine you're just a family of 4 and you're on food stamps, and in February you get 28 days worth of food, but in January you have to make that go 31 days. Well, that may not seem like that big of a deal, but when you have children who you have to feed and you have to figure out 3 more days out of it, it's huge. And that's at the real perspective, that's at the ground level. When you're looking at budgeting things, and so let's say whatever it may be, you're running the Department of Defense. Well, when you're budgeting each month, should your month of January be the same as your month of February? No. Okay. Well, when you're comparing them year to year, there's a difference when you have 1 year that has an extra day in it. Every 4 years, basically. That causes differences in statistics. It causes differences in finance. It causes many different issues. But particularly it causes issues when you do deep space travel and you start to do extremely accurate calculations. Because now you have to integrate a leap year every so often. And when I say every so often, people are like, well, it's just every 4 years. It's not. The rules of a leap year are different than that. it is a little more specific here. To be a leap year,
calendar pretty much solves that problem.
oh yeah, you never have leap years anymore. You don't have leap days anymore. You have one consistent year. The current system, to be a leap year, the year number must be divisible by 4, except for end of the century years, which must be divisible by 400. This means that the year 2000 was a leap year, although 1900 was not, 1800 was not, 1700 was not, but 1600 was. That's very confusing. And even still, you still have to do slight adjustments even to that calendar. Within this calendar, you don't have to do those adjustments anymore. So I think it's a good idea. Anyway, so now you see what it looks like. And then the last 5 days of the year are a holiday period, which most corporations give to their employees anyway. Here we go.
Not only the whole calendar should be not added, measure our time, but it doesn't really account for the Earth speeding up ever so slightly every single day. And it's big like more out of access, that affects how much stuff we get per hour, all that.
It does. Let's look this one up. Because you said something. I don't know how what you said to be true.
Why the Earth is essentially slowing down and still doesn't equate with the amount of time that we're using.
Yeah, that's exactly the point, and it's great of you to catch that. Because I was wondering, like, how could we be speeding up? Where are we getting more energy? You know what I mean? So we are slowing down.
Decrease, sure.
But even still, I don't hear about this becoming an issue. And I think it's because the size of the sun eventually expands. But Earth's rotation is slightly slowing with time. Thus, a day was shorter in the past. This is due to the tidal effects of the moon has on Earth's rotation, which is another issue. Well, what you're saying, is the rotation, but yeah. If something affects the moon, then that's going to affect us. Atomic clocks show that the modern day is longer by about 1.7 milliseconds than a century ago, slowly increasing the rate at which UTC is adjusted by leap seconds. So we even have leap seconds. With this new calendar, you don't need that. And also, with this new calendar, what's important about it is let me think if this is true. Well, it's just better scientifically, so that every month is the same. It's really better financially, and I think that's why it went down. So, with that, here we go. Phantom time hypothesis.
Underworld News Tonight, one of the hosts of Underworld News Tonight. We do a bit of a weird and wacky and wild look at the news of the week, looking at a bit of the supernatural, a bit of the conspiracy theory stuff. So if you're a fan of morning zoo radio, that sort of thing, and want to kind of capture the spirit of it, we would highly recommend you check that out. But you know what? I'm not here to talk about my own show today, Brandon.
What do you got for us?
Well, Brandon, I guess before I start with a statement, I'm going to start with a question. What year is it?
Last I'm aware of was 2023, but I'm probably wrong.
Oh, you say bad? You said bad? This is like a podcast for sheep. A real impressive farm achievement, maybe?
I'm sure you're doing all this.
Well, let's find out, because you, my friend, revealed yourself as an Octotian puppet. It is time to talk about the conspiracy theory known as the Phantom Time Conspiracy, which I'm going to be getting into along with one other conspiracy theory of temporal wackiness. Now, this theory claims that the years 613 to 911 AD, 911 AD, were fabrications of the future Pope Sylvester II, back when he's a cardinal whose name I definitely wrote down, and you can test me on it, and I would be able to name it, so I don't even know why you'd ask. The Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, and possibly the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII. This theory is known as the Phantom Time Hypothesis. It holds not only were these years fabricated, but along with them, such historical events, the entire life of Charlemagne, the Carolingian Pyramid, the life of the Prophet Muhammad, along with the Muslim conquest of Iberia, Viking raids on England. Basically, the first half of any Crusader takes two-hand plane and play with the real years. That's all fake, according to this theory. Now, I'm going to get a bit into the how and why of it. But to do that, we're going to need to talk about the Phantom Time Hypothesis creator, the German historian is his job title. I thought I could talk about like histories and things that happen to be a historian, but I guess not. Definitionally, if you're talking about this didn't happen, does that make you a historian? I don't know if that's the case. There was no War of 1812. But that's not what this is about. This is about Herbert Illig, the quote-unquote historian who created the Phantom Time Hypothesis. Now, he was born in a small town in northeastern Bavaria, just 2 years, after the end of World War II. What's interesting about Herbert Illig is well before he creates the Phantom Time Hypothesis, he's kind of interested in these weird, wacky, wild looks of time. Excuse me, I got to brush up on my German. The class I took in college, because it was the only language requirement class was after 9 a.m. Sorry, it was called the Gesellschaft zur Rekonstruktion der Menschheit und Naturgeschichte, or in English, the Society for the Reconstruction of Human and Natural History. Now, this association ends up being dedicated to Immanuel Velikovsky, a writer who holds to a school of thought known as catastrophism. Now, fans of my life might know catastrophism as that thing my therapist says I need to stop doing, but that's not all it is. Because in addition, catastrophism is also a school of thought that holds the history of Earth is shaped by a series of short and violent catastrophes, and this is something that transcends culture. It has a lot to do with syncretism, so Brandon, I'm sure you've heard people talk about, this idea that every culture has a flood myth, and that this, must point to some great historical event. Have you heard something like this? Now, it could be, and correct me if I'm overstepping here, that in any culture with water, you're either going to have a problem with there being too much or too little of it at some point. Is that fair to say? It's kind of a counter-argument?
Yeah, I've always thought the flood story was more or less from when the Ice Age ended, but that's just my own theory.
I think everywhere has floods for a variety of reasons. I've experienced floods in New Jersey. I grew up in New Jersey, if you can't tell from the accent. I live in Illinois. I experienced a flood here once. I think sometimes shit just gets wet. But in Velikovsky's case, his sort of syncretism of these various disaster narratives in history took the form of his 1950 U.S. bestseller, Worlds in Collision. Now, in Worlds in Collision, Velikovsky essentially posits that in the 15th century BCE, the planet Venus was ejected from Jupiter as what he describes as either a comet or a comet-like object. I don't know what a comet-like object is. I know what a comet is. But this in turn changed the orbit and axis of the Earth, leading to the widespread ubiquity of catastrophic events in ancient biblical literature. These theories have mostly been rejected by the scientific community because apparently, quote-unquote, can't just make shit up and call it things that happen. But I do think it's important to note this, not because Velikovsky's theories are particularly important, but because it highlights his propensity to search for different weird and wacky parallels when he looks at history, and how that then informs what he comes up with later on. In the case of Velikovsky, this can be found with an obsession between similarities between the biblical flood, the Gilgamesh, the drowning of Atlantis, and imagined planet-sized meteorites that are heading towards the Earth causing axial change. In the formation of the Phantom Time Hypothesis, you can kind of find this obsession haunting his analysis of medieval history and architecture. So the other thing to note here is that Herbert Ealing didn't even really start with the Middle Ages as his theory of a period of time that either didn't happen or happened drastically different than we thought. Before he did this, he was rejected for two other publications, one alleging similar theories about ancient Egypt and another alleging similar theories about prehistory. These books just didn't really make a splash. You can see he's kind of pivoting, trying to find his market. It would be kind of a cynical analysis of what he's doing. This all changes in the 1990s when Ealing begins to draw attention in the German media, particularly for his 1996 book, Das Erfunde Mittelalter, or the Invented Middle Ages. Historically, Germany has kind of been a rallying point for Ealing's ideas, because while he's been slammed by the historical and academic establishment, his work just happens to draw a lot of media and popular fascination. Now, as I mentioned, Herbert Ealing and believers in the phantom time hypothesis believe that 297 years were added to history by the Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, the future Pope Sylvester II, and possibly the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII. So the question that comes to mind then is why? Well, apparently this starts with Otto III's understanding of something called Christian millenarianism. This is a strand of thought obsessed with the fulfillment of God's kingdom on earth with the 1000th anniversary of the life of Christ. Definitionally, this is sort of something that's died out because, the year 1000 came and went regardless of whether or not you accept this hypothesis is true. But if you believe this to be the case, and this was very, very popular in his time, to be the Holy Roman Emperor in the year 1000 would make you a quasi-messianic political figure. And so, he fabricated history to make it the case with the help of an ambitious cardinal of the church, who would end up becoming the Pope, whose name before becoming the Pope I did not write down, but I promise it's not that important. You guys can look it up. Doing this doesn't just involve inventing a few years, because there can't be a possibility that God's new mathematically anointed ruler on earth is thereby mere coincidence. A historical ruler must be created to serve as a mythical predecessor to Otto and his dynasty, simultaneously mirroring the emperor and modeling the type of ruler he wished to be. And that ruler was Charlemagne. Now, for the uninitiated on the history of the Holy Roman Empire, Charlemagne was king of the Franks and a member of the Carolingian dynasty, crowned emperor of the Romans by Pope Leo III in the year 800. Over the course of an accomplished reign, Charlemagne united most of Western and Central Europe, from as far west as Barcelona to as far east as Croatia, and from as far north as Saxony to as far south as Rome itself. I'm not going to talk too much about the history of the Holy Roman Empire, both because it's not necessarily that relevant to what we're talking about, and because my wife is a literal historian who's in the other room who wants to blow her brains out every time I try to talk about history. But suffice to say that Charlemagne is perhaps one of the most impressive political leaders of his time. He is far from just a skilled military tactician. He built and maintained his empire through a combination of the aforementioned military power, depth diplomacy, and modernizing reforms to the financial, educational, record-keeping, and political practices of his realm. If there was a modern person alive in the year 800, it was him. But Otto III was not a part of that dynasty. The last Carolingian to rule over the Holy Roman Empire was the disputed Arnold of Carinthia in 887, a bastard duke who overthrew his uncle Charles the Fat to become disputed emperor for about 6 years. By all accounts, the story of the bastard duke overthrowing his fat and widely disliked uncle. If you want to know more about it, you can watch a great documentary that airs. It's called The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I highly recommend checking it out. Charles the Fat gets overthrown by Arnold of Carinthia. By all accounts, Arnold is a sickly and incompetent moron. He himself was overthrown in a coup, and he dies a few weeks into a quiet, cushy retirement. After some of her typical Middle Ages swapping and switching, Otto's grandfather, Otto the Great, becomes Holy Roman Emperor in 962, having already been coronated as King of Italy 2 decades prior, and having served as King of East Francia for nearly 30 years. So you can see some of those titles that were originally held by Charlemagne starting to come together once again in the form of Otto. Now that Otto I, along with his son Otto and his grandson Otto, were all a part of the Ottotian dynasty. But that didn't stop them from consciously obsessing with and seeking to emulate the legacy of the first Holy Roman Emperor. And this is particularly true of grandfather and grandson. Most notable is the fact that Otto III took the step Charlemagne did of having himself formally coronated as Holy Roman Emperor by the Pope in Rome itself, reviving the title After a decades-long vacancy and a history plagued by disputes, the title's proper replacement. And 3 decades prior to this, when Otto was crowned king of Germany, the coronation would be held at the Aachen Cathedral, where Charlemagne himself took the same title. Because of this, one could say that the life of Otto I was in part an attempt to emulate the life of Charlemagne. He was crowned king in the same place as his forebearer, implemented many of his military victories, and reclaimed his previously held title by nearly the same means. And like Charlemagne, Otto was essential to the cultural, educational, and political identity that dominated the legacy of his empire and his dynasty. Perhaps the most notable was the development of the imperial church system. By strategically placing celibate clerics in necessary administrative positions, particularly loyal clerics consisting of his own relatives and loyal clerks, avoiding conflict with other dynasties and lines within key positions, he was able to have the de facto effect of sublimating the church hierarchy to the power of the emperor and avoid a significant number of title disputes, particularly for the positions he appoints somebody to. Because if you put a priest in an important administrative position, he's not having any fucking kids that you got to deal with down the line. Without a divinely chosen legacy and some auspicious timing, this has come off as somewhat sacrilegious and delegitimized. If you look at this conspiracy theory, I think this is kind of the piece that I find most interesting about it. Because if you accept this conspiracy theory is true, and if you can't tell from the way I'm talking, I don't find it particularly convincing. Appointing himself as making it the year 1000 when you're emperor makes you a messianic figure. But on virtue of having made it up, it recontextualizes what would have happened were that not true, from something that doesn't necessarily matter to something that, you know, and I'm Jewish, so maybe I'm analyzing this incorrectly, but something that almost an antichrist would do, if that makes sense. Which I find super interesting when you look at this theory. Luckily, they didn't need to deal with that because Charlemagne's legacy was there to call back on. Now, perhaps Charlemagne's nature as both the predecessor to and legitimizer of the Ottonian dynasty has led Otto III to visit Charlemagne's tomb in Aachen in the very year 1000, removing relics from both the tomb and transporting them back to Rome. You may have even seen a brief sidebar about the Catholic Church preparing for this from the perspective of a world in which this theory, along with pretty much every other conspiracy theory, is true, and the fucking fantastic conspiracy science fiction comic Department of Truth by James Tynion IV. But, as amazing as that comic is, it's also not what you brought me on to talk about today. Because now we have a solid understanding, or at least as solid as we can, of why the Holy Roman Emperor would want to fake hundreds of years of history, including the existence of Charlemagne. It's going to be important to explore the evidence that so much of European history was fake. Now, most of the work of Herman Newley has only been published in German, so I'm taking a lot of this from the translated papers of Dr. Hans Ulrich Niemann, and I have to tell you, they are boring. Now, Brandon, I know you talk about conspiracy theories in the show a lot. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, we dabble into it here and there.
Do you encounter this with a lot of conspiracy theorists, this idea of, if I make this really boring, people will think it has to be true?
I don't know about that, but I think my conspiracy episodes are what usually turn people off to my podcast, to be honest.
Well, I'm sure this one will be the exception, and people are going to fucking love this shit, I'm sure. We're not watching that bar, you know, get flying down like the double black diamond slope at a ski lodge or anything. In general, I think that the reason for this, that a lot of conspiracy theorists, they're trying to imitate what they think a government document is like. And that stuff is genuinely really boring. But they're also trying to build this massive web of connections and dense content and ideas that you kind of can get into a hypnotic rhythm. Both of these kind of require an artifice of boredom that can put you into kind of an adaptable mental melody, if that makes sense. And the works of Dr. Hans Ulrich Niemann are no exception. And because of that, I don't think it's going to be particularly helpful to you, your audience, the quest of not losing half of your listeners every time you do a conspiracy episode, for me to go into every single proof he provides. So instead, I'm just going to go over a few of the most interesting, starting with, and brace yourself, buckle on, and I don't mean to be crass your show, but I hope your audience is buckling on to their dicks, tits, and bits, so we can talk about the history of the calendar and the nature of solar cycles. Because we all know that every 4 years on the Gregorian calendar, the one we use, we add a leap year. This is because we calculate the rotation of the Earth around the Sun as 365.25 days. A quarter day is added every year. We can't have a quarter of a day, so every 4 years it adds up to a full day. We do that, the whole thing doesn't fall into chaos. It makes sense. Other than the fact that this is an estimation and not entirely accurate. The rotation is actually 0.00781 days longer than the actual rotation of the Earth, which adds up to about 1 day every 128 years. Now, because of this, we actually skip our leap day 3 times every 400 years on the 1 century mark. And that's something that very few people alive today know about, because we did that in the year 1700, 1800, and 1900. We did not do that in the year 2000. We will do it again in the year 2100. So somebody who's born today is going to be an old man when they do this again. But to anybody else, I'm born in 1995, you're born in 1980, whatever the fuck, not particularly relevant, unless you're planning on living particularly long, which, I've got a podcaster's body, so probably not. Now, like I said, we observe the year that we're supposed to skip on the intermediate leap year. So in this case, the year 2000, to correct the estimations of our correction from having the opposite effect. So, just to kind of sum this up, we have a leap year every 4 years, except for 3 out of every 400 years on the 100-year mark, which we didn't do in 2000, which is why you don't know about it, because you're never going to have the fucking gate full of it. Now, the Julian calendar, which came before the Gregorian calendar, it did not account for any of this. What this essentially means, we can do all sorts of math here and there, is that when the Gregorian calendar was introduced, the Julian calendar should have been behind by 13 days, just based on the amount of time that has passed between the implementation of the two calendars. But instead, it was only behind by 10, a mathematical impossibility unless about 3 centuries were fabricated. But it's not just in the calendars where it would seem that about 300 years had disappeared. Now, proponents of the phantom time hypothesis also argue that a trained eye looking at architecture from the Carolingian dynasty set up by the alleged quote-unquote Charlemagne reveals the simple fact that the entire time period may not be exactly what it seems. You see, 10th century Western Europe was filled with what's called Romanesque architecture, which should have been impossible if the Roman Empire had truly fallen over 400 years prior. After all, how would all of these disconnected barbarian kingdoms have the same pan-European architectural style? And yet, buildings such as Versailles Abbey in France, Maria-Laach Abbey in Germany, Charlemagne's own Palatine Chapel in Aachen demonstrate the reverberation of Romanesque architecture hundreds of years after the fall of Rome. Creating a pan-European style at a time when these lands should have been connected, at least if you trust so-called historians who are secretly puppets of the Ottotian dynasty. Now, I know what you guys are thinking about. You're pointing at these architectural trends, you're pointing at solar eclipse patterns, get into real fucking science, get into something legit, get into something you can argue with. After all, shouldn't we be able to use reliable methods such as dendrochronology, aka tree dating? Hans Ulrich Niemitz, translating the works of Herbert Ealing, has a response to that. Now, you see, dendrochronology, and you heard it here first, is fake. I'm not going to explain why, because even I have too much dignity to explain why a German weirdo's explanation of another German weirdo's thoughts on oak trees is particularly relevant on someone else's podcast. So I'm not going to do that, but essentially what you should know is the phantom time hypothesis. A large part of it is just pointing to the well-established science of dendrochronology, saying it's fake, and saying every other academic field is desperately tied to dendrochronology in a way that is truly inescapable. Take from that as you will. Now, these are far from the only proofs that the esteemed Dr. Niemitz provides for the existence of phantom time. I could tell you more about exciting things like inconsistent patterns in the development of Western European ceramics, the stratigraphies under Frankfurt am Main, or the 3-century stall in the development of new farming techniques. I think now may be a good time to talk about the why and how of some of these things. And to do that, we're going to talk about what Dr. Niemitz writes about the nature of faiths produced by the Catholic Church and their correspondence to history. Because the Church was always fabricating tales about saints and miracles for both political and theological reasons. And the fact that the Catholic Church lied for political reasons in the Middle Ages is not a particularly controversial or conspiratorial fact. This is welcome to history. This is something that's pretty well established. All sorts of tales of saints and miracles were fabricated, but pointing to a lecture by, of course, the informant, president of the Monumenta Germanae Historica, Dr. Niemitz claims that Furman argued that the medieval Catholic Church's most successful faith had a sort of anticipatory character, that they came at a time that would allow them to wait for their own time to come. In other words, it wouldn't necessarily work to produce a fully fabricated fake history of Charlemagne to justify the political changes of the Holy Roman Emperor. But having a figure like Charlemagne to point back to, but the existence of the Holy Roman Empire under the Ottoman dynasty allowed for fake histories about Charlemagne to thrive, exist, spread around. It's almost a sort of symbiotic relationship, is what Niemitz is arguing. And he argues the faiths associated with the Phantom Time period could not have on their own created the emerging doctrine of papal centralism. Now, I'm not going to go too heavily into the history of the Catholic Church and the doctrine of papal supremacy, but what your listeners would want to know is this. The Pope has always been understood as the head of the Western Roman Catholic Church, at least since the East-West Schism. But the level of authority granted by that position has increased drastically and changed drastically over the centuries. During the so-called Phantom Time, the papacy granted a drastic amount of civil authority, and perhaps the most notable figure associated with this transition came prior to that in Gregory I. Now, the son of a Roman senator who himself served as the prefect of Rome in 300 AD, Gregory's political background made him a force to be reckoned with in the world of bureaucracy and administration. He came to medieval Europe by aligning with barbarian kingdoms of the former Western Roman Empire with the papacy, creating a political counterweight to the Byzantine Empire that ended with the appointment of Charlemagne 300 years after Pope Leo III. 300 years after Pope Gregory I passed away. By Pope Leo III, almost exactly 200 years after Gregory's papacy ended, taking the kingdoms built up around the supporting Charlemagne and forming a genuine political body built around the papacy, in which the Pope was simultaneously protected by an emperor who could only rule by papal consent. So 300 years prior to Charlemagne, the sort of political transition to put the Catholic Church in the political power that it needed to create what we kind of think of as Catholic Europe during the Middle Ages. That starts with Gregory III, and the story of Charlemagne kind of creates a historical three-act structure around that to make what's happening with Otto seem fully justified. And this is saying nothing of the Crusades. You have the rise of Islam throughout the Arabian Peninsula, the Muslim conquest of Iberia, and this demanding a strong, militant, and centralized church in response. That is, if all of these things are totally true. In fact, people who believe in the Phantom Time hypothesis argue that it is almost too hard to say these events occurred organically and symbiotically over the course of several hundred years through a series of complex causes. Could the answer not actually be that these stories were created over the centuries and inserted into Emperor Otto's newly created Phantom Time hole to further cement present material realities? Now, I probably have you guys pretty convinced, but some haters and sheeps do continue to doubt the veracity of the Phantom Time theory. So I guess I should go into a few objections to the concept of free thought before we continue. Let's start the argument that we opened us up with, that the Julian and Gregorian calendars were far too in sync for the supposed Phantom Time to have occurred. Now, as noted, the Julian calendar being off by 10 days instead of 13 should account for about 300 years, but unfortunately, what end-of-time believers aren't taking into account is the Council of Nicaea. Because while Christian listeners of the show might think of the First Council of Nicaea as simply the source of modern Christian belief, aka the Nicene Creed, that is far from the only innovation introduced at the Council. And perhaps the more societally significant one was the decision to calculate the date of Easter independently of the Hebrew calendar. Now, this became somewhat of a huge controversy within the church. For the sake of this podcast, the main thing to note is that this involves a significant amount of calculation around eclipses. This was 325 AD, aka 300 years since the death of Jesus. That actually accounts for the missing 3 days. Similarly, the argument against Romanesque architecture also doesn't really hold water. This was a simple style. It was aesthetically pleasing, easy to make, and it was part of the shared cultural heritage. Because if you remember about the Holy Roman Empire, their thing was kind of taking over half the fucking world. So it makes sense that this would unite vast swaths of Europe after the fall of the Roman Empire. Now, the argument about dendrochronology being fake doesn't hold water, mainly for the fact that dendrochronology isn't the only way to date something, and I don't think that the tree lobby holds that much water. Now, when I initially researched for this, which we talked about on our conspiracy special, this is where I was going to end it. But, believe it or not, this is not the only abjectly fucking insane calendar conspiracy theory that I've found over the course of the last few months. Now, I don't know if this is something that, Brandon, you find yourself talking about on this show a lot. It's something that I call STEM brain. Do you ever talk about this?
No, we haven't.
STEM brain is, it takes people who are good at math. And personally, I don't trust people who are good at math. Because you see the gif of the guy, they're doing those fucking equations in their head, they think they're so fucking smart, but they're almost always doing math in their head to find some way to tell you that some historical atrocity or another didn't happen. So, usually it's nothing good. STEM brain, though, essentially is the fact that when people are good at math, people tell them they're very smart, and then eventually they start getting fucking ideas, and those ideas are almost always incredibly fucking stupid, but you can't argue with them because they just know how to yell numbers at you until you shut up. So, what are you going to do? Now, this comes in the form of a Russian conspiracy theory that I'm going to talk about now, called the new chronology. Now, if you think Ilick's missing 300 years or a bit much, this comes from a mathematician called Anatol Timofeyevich Fomenko. And it's genuinely one of the most fucking insane things I've ever heard of. Within the new chronology, it's less about a missing gap in time, so much as time acting as a sort of weird fucking accordion, where in Greek, Roman, and Egyptian history all fold into the Middle Ages, like using time Papa John's zone, the so-called Dark Ages being entirely eliminated. So in this model, all of human history goes back to the year 800 AD. The years 800 to 1000 are a zone that we know almost nothing about, and the history that we do know takes place between the years 1000 and 1500. Now, Fomenko explains this by noting parallels between various historical figures and events, suggesting that perhaps they may be the same. For instance, Jesus is also the same person as the prophet Elisha. Elisha, Elisha from the Bible, not in use of Elijah, the prophet that precedes him in the Bible. Pope Gregory VII, Jesus also equated with St. Basil of Caesarea, and the Chinese Emperor Li Guanhao, also known as the Emperor Xinjiang, or the Son of Heaven. Meanwhile, the city of Rome itself actually refers to a variety of cities. The first Rome is Mizraim, the biblical Egyptian city around the Nile. Then there's the third Rome, which we know as Rome. This is actually the least important Rome, founded in 1380 by the mythical Trojan hero Aeneas. The second Rome, known as the New Rome, is actually Constantinople. This is also the city that we know as Jerusalem from the Bible, where Jesus taught, with the actual Jerusalem that we talk about having been a nondescript Palestinian village prior to what we call the 15th century. Because Solomon's temple, the temple from the Bible, don't you know, that is actually still around as the Hagia Sophia Mosque, which I think is just great that there is a conspiracy theory that says our temple is still around, but it's still a fucking mosque in this world either way. Now, Fomenko believes that all of history has been fabricated to cover up that comes from the Catholic Church, the Holy Rome, the House of Romanov, the Holy Roman Empire, and a few other groups to keep us from discovering the history of the actual greatest empire in history, which he refers to as the Great Russian Horde. Now, according to Fomenko, historical people such as the Huns, Goths, Burghers, Cossacks, Belarusians, Ukrainians, and Poles, and more have all been elements of this solitary Russian Empire, which is in fact the greatest empire ever to exist in history. Its accomplishments, myths, and culture now totally obfuscated by detractors who look to get us to buy into a false narrative of history. Needless to say, this has made these theories really popular with weird Russian imperialists on the internet, but they aren't the only people who believe them. Because perhaps the most notable believer in the theory who played a tremendous role in spreading it to more mainstream audiences in Russia, although he has since denounced it, is the Russian chess grandmaster Garry Kasparov. In the past, Kasparov has said new chronology is a great area for investing my intellect. My analytical abilities are well placed to figure out what was right and what was wrong. He even at one point went as far as to say that he may focus on promoting new chronology and then he retires from chess. Anyway, I would tell you guys more about this, but you would have to read about it in Fomenko's breezy 7-volume series, History, Fact, or Science, which I love the title, History, Fiction, or Science, which I love the title of, because I'm pretty sure, and I'm not an expert here, but I'm pretty sure it's fucking neither.
Well, the whole thing to me, it basically sounds like it's something that was, they're saying there's time that was missing or whatever, but at the end of the day, I don't think it really affects anything, does it?
Well, I think that's what I find interesting about this stuff, is that you have the two versions of the theory. You have the fan of time, the first version about the Holy Roman Empire, and I consider that fairly harmless. It's a fairly typical anti-Catholic conspiracy theory, but it's against like the medieval Catholic Church, which I don't think is particularly relevant. I don't think anybody's committing any acts of violence or like fucking harming a priest over this, right? The Great Russian Horde one, the new chronology, I would say it's actually a lot more dangerous, because if you look at a lot of the narratives that you would associate with modern Russian imperialism, narratives, that, I would say are actively fueling a lot of the war in Ukraine, conspiracy theory like this of essentially all of this huge swath of Europe is actually Russia, and it is not even because of Soviet history, but because of, our inherent sort of ethno-national history. That's a lot more dangerous and politically relevant.
I was just referring to like with the whole time concept and everything else. So
yeah, I guess if you're a medieval peasant in the year 800, that's the weird fucking thing, right? You can just tell me whatever, my life sucks either way.
I think the concept of what year is something that basically doesn't really matter what we said in year is. It's all based on what some jackass decided to say whatever year it was. So at the end of the day, like if it's 23, 45, actually 18, 22, like it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, like we're only drawing on what someone else deemed it to be anyways.
I just thought I come by and speak with
the years of yards, literally just a device made by, I thought it was a major.
You remember I was here in the morning?
The current calendar, the
I saw you
it's actually after Emperado, sort of the Julian calendar is by the Romans. Obviously, the Jewish calendar, we have some calendar for what are we on now? 57.
I drank my first and I
the Chinese calendar, you have Persia, the Imperial calendar. So I mean, it's not like there's difference between every single calendar.
I support that.
I think that I think that one believers in the theory is different kind of theory. It's a question of what are you using the gap for?
Yeah, I smoke about 2 packages a day.
When you claim something that didn't happen, you can kind of fill in the blanks to what you want to have happen there.
Yeah,
So I could say that this theory becomes very malleable. It's kind of like, why did they do it? What did they make up? What actually happened? You can kind of choose your own. I think that's kind of the most successful conspiracy theory branding. It's all about letting people fill the red flags and put in their own flavor of choice.
Take something to, unfortunately, I quit it sometime and then I began again to smoke. Sleeping has been very much to sleep, just sleep when you want to sleep without. Like, first 3 days I did like this, and then after a couple of hours I want to sleep anymore. And you can try it with some gum, maybe you take gum all day with you.
University provides accessible education for everyone.
I've tried everything pretty much to try to quit, and I found the only thing that's going to help me is eating. Like compensated with food. Like, you want a cigarette? Bite into a fucking lemon.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Professors who are experts in their field of study and deeply care for
I've tried
success,
all the
academics, and spiritual formation.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the most hardest things to quit ever. I mean, even kind of strong heroin or cocaine in my personal opinion.
Conspiracies, and that's where the podcast was derived from. Obviously, tinfoil hat.
What's up with Robbie, bro? You sleeping?
I've never looked down as the
I don't know,
looking at conspiracies to see
the
conspiracies.
theory,
Like sound something that I actually
I don't know.
pursue
Fall asleep.
behind. And then usually if there's a conspiracy,
Yeah. Oh, no, he's
there's
sleeping.
usually basically saying that there's smoke, there's fire.
Wake up, Robbie.
I feel like all the conspiracies, for the most part, not all, but a lot of the ones that are
Bro,
more
what's your
mainstream,
name, bro?
I
Jay,
think that a lot of
what's your, how should I call you? Jerry H?
conspiracies that they're all detractors, that they're all people.
My name's Jacob. You can call me JH. That works too. Either way.
Okay, nice to meet you, my bro.
We're literally
You as well. Nice to meet you as well.
the infamous they
Thanks.
want us to see where the hell they are. I don't know. The stuff like this.
Bro, how late, my country now, it's night time.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, well, I mean,
You're the Armenian, right?
in that era,
Yeah.
they was as far as right? He lived up
Yeah,
there,
that's
king
fuck Russia.
was under the
Fuck Russia.
So like any conspiracy theory
Drinks
kind
and
of
now
comes
I'm
and they
drinking
have,
my
you know,
breath. I wanted to get
technically
to sleep, but I just
conspiracy theory
wanted
about
to
the
stop by and say good
So
night.
it's not like they, you know, I think now we look at a democracy.
Good night to you.
and we're
What's
looking
that?
at
Like, middle of the day for me, so I gotta walk my dog in a little bit, run some errands.
Point this idea of
Yeah, what
I hope
kind
you
of
have a great
dog
night.
do you have out there?
I've got a German Shepherd Australian cattle mixed dog.
If you want to know,
I got the German short hair
you're not allowed to
concept.
criticize.
Oh, that's even cool.
I fucking hate that.
Yeah.
It's number one. Voltaire
It's on the hunting dogs, you know?
Read everything Voltaire wrote. Said a lot of shit.
Very,
A lot of
very
shit.
true.
That was not
So is mine, for sure.
Number two.
Oh, like a tribal
if that
dog
was
type
true,
deal.
it was like, you know, and I'm speaking as a comedian and a host of comedy podcasts.
How much you take him out of
They
it?
take away the most powerful people on earth, and I just don't think
Oh,
that's
I would say about at least 5 times a day.
Well, that's
Voltaire
good,
didn't
bro.
need to wonder.
He needs very much exercise.
They think they're a fucking absolute monster.
Yeah, but she's a little old. She's about 8 years old.
Oh, he's cool,
And
man.
a lot of modern
Yeah, so she can't be running too much because she got a little arthritis developing, so so it goes with age.
theories, in my opinion, was
Mine is a boy.
it tends the focus tends to be much more
Oh,
on
nice.
finding it
How old is your boy?
than whether or not the claim itself is true. If that makes sense.
Oh, so he's kind of like a spring chicken almost compared to mine.
Yeah.
Everything
He's
else
like
the bigger dogs are-
he has never changed. You know, he always wants to do something. He goes crazy. Like for throwing things for him like a ball, you know. But he got messed up. He like him all over my place. There are very many stones. Everything he's taking the stones and bringing it to me and says, throw the stones, so he couldn't bring it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
My dog had a reservation of golf balls, too.
and it's not good for his teeth, but I don't know what I have to do, but I can't,
I wanted to talk about
he's crazy for stones, like, really
You
crazy.
gotta give this thing a ball, a rubber ball or something other than that, and just kind of like favor that one so he knows that this is the one that we go outside and play with. You gotta familiarize yourself with that ball, and he'll take notice of it. Want that one in particular.
follow.
Yeah, I have some couple of notes, but he's always around the stones, and I don't know. He has his favorite stone.
Ukraine and whatever else.
Oh wow, he picked out his own stone. He's kind of surprising with another
He's
other.
crazy guy. He's like,
Like, it doesn't make any
he's
sense.
really nice.
I started
If you want, I can send a picture.
check all these random people on their Twitter.
That'd be cool. I mean, I don't know all. I don't know how else would feel. It's moderator. I don't know how the Japanese.
I'll do it like slash green, yes, and then his picture.
This guy had a YouTube channel and he was leaking government information about
Yeah,
and they had all these videos. The last one was like 2 days ago.
You're older,
He was leaking all these documents that he'd been scanning or whatever.
of our big price.
Is this really the same guy or something?
No, I'm just waiting for the rabbi.
Oh, nice.
Saying the guy was having to stay on the that's 0 cents. Like if you actually see the explosion, it was like the entire house blew up. Like it
There
was
we
like a
go.
bomb.
I'm now sending the picture. You're looking in the chat, yes?
And yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
I
I'm
can't
waiting on your
see
picture.
the legal names that I haven't seen. Just because I'm literally
So
just
you,
looking at it now, so I
you are
can't
a
just see
streamer
that.
for business, yes?
Obviously, this doesn't look like that from my knowledge.
No,
but
I'm just
also,
an associate of
like you said,
rabbis.
you don't trust anyone.
It's a no secret what you want to do.
I don't
Right now,
trust
I'm looking
the cops.
to get into Judaism.
I don't even really
Understand a lot
trust
more.
individual cops, but I
Understand
especially
truth.
don't trust a statement that comes from like a
Nice,
trustful
that's
source
a
saying,
Oh, what are you
I don't believe it was a
Living
flare. I don't
check to check.
Okay.
Someone shared the video.
I don't really like talk about that too much because you feel like
Like, how you know about the and how you came here, and it's interesting. It's nice to meet you, my brother.
you know, and this is kind of
Thank you. It's
where
nice to meet you as well.
you know, so on my show, like we're a comedy podcast. We take a look at, you know, we talked about this on our conspiracy special because we were traveling. We couldn't do what we do, which is cryptid UFO, ghosts, you know, wacky stories, meetings, taking a phone. But when we look at conspiracy theories, you know, what I find really frustrating is like what you're talking about. You know, we have the police in this country. I mean, I'm assuming, you know,
In my
right,
life,
so we have two very different types of American accent, voices, and energy here. I think it's fair to say you're an indica and I'm a sativa a little bit. But, you know, as far as like in this country goes, in the U.S., like, we have the police extrajudicially killing people.
But why it's
You know, enough of a military to overthrow Luxembourg in an hour, you know, your fucking local sheriff's department in Missouri. We've made just dread public reality in this country. And conspiracy theorists today want to make shit up about, like,
and the other one too.
Tom Hanks molesting a 12-year-old on top of them. And not focus on very real and very violent, like, marching authoritarian armies that could just blow a guy up in his
That's
house.
very cool.
Right?
Very
They
capable,
just blow
reliable
a guy
dogs.
up in his house and say, no, he shot a flare. Which, yeah, like, you know, I wouldn't
Yeah, sometimes I like
necessarily...
animals more than people.
I need to know more about the story. And, you know, I'm not going to publicly say what happened about something I don't know much about. But, like I said, I don't believe a statement by the police was coming from the police that are passing it.
The only thing I saw was.
I mean, personally, I think they're just more easier to understand.
Just frustrated that the police are having to stand up where they try to reason with it.
Good need for ones with a lot more basic.
Another one that blew up the house. So it's like that makes no sense. Okay.
But this is exactly, I mean, this is
Exactly.
the fucking
Beautiful animals. I
problem
love
with the modern
Very cool
conspiracy
dogs,
culture,
yeah.
right? Is
Yeah, thank you, bro.
I normally, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't get political, but, you know, modern conspiracy culture, you've got this shit going on, but then conspiracy theorists are like marketing to guys fucking blue line punishment skulls on their Ford F-1, or their fucking Ford pickup trucks or whatever the fuck, right? Like,
Why you want to
I
buy
don't know.
Bitcoin,
It's
bro?
just,
There's two things right now. My friend actually sent it to me a little bit ago.
Yeah, Bitcoin right now, I think is selling for $60,000. So I mean, that's like more than my last loss.
And it keeps having these countdowns. So every time it gets to the end of the countdown, another
The
countdown
shit
starts
you
over.
Grammys are real big for now.
I keep saying, like, you're literally giving them the traffic.
That's definitely an interesting
Like,
fact. It's probably
like buying fucking World Series
Like
tickets.
now it's on sale,
I
bro.
think you being Jewish, obviously,
If you have a
will understand that everyone says
$1,000
Jesus is coming back.
You're like sitting for nothing. Take the
It's the same thing I've
$1,000
done
and
with
now
these Q
invest.
people is,
Look, we are now
oh,
at
it's coming, that's the happening, it's coming, oh, it's happening, well, it's still coming, it's
We
still
are
coming,
going
it's
to
just like
$10,
you're waiting for
bro.
Jesus to come back. He's like, oh, he's coming back next year,
$1,000.
he's coming back soon.
Go and forget it for a year.
It's not gonna happen.
And 1 year later come back and see you have a fat
because
on the back.
really buying into this stuff and looking into
Very
this stuff. You know, it's
If
like,
not more, because who knows what
it's
this
going back there, so there's literally
it's
just
been like a website.
like a countdown on it.
This is the shit,
You know
bro.
what the most fucking empathy I ever felt for Q people was? It's when I saw them having these fucking, like, it's this time, it's this time, it's this time.
Okay, my
That's the same
brother, I
fucking
wish you the
conversations I
best.
have every year as a Mets fan. And that's not
You
even
can
fucking
Didn't the Mets
I
win
actually
the
go
race?
tomorrow early.
They just went recently, whenever I'm
This
not,
week,
whenever I'm
next time with
not
each
watching.
other, I just thought I would
I
take a
thought they
moment.
won a World Series a few years back.
No, they were in the World Series. In
All right, man, have a good night. It was nice
They
talking.
won the, they last won the World
Yeah,
Series in
Close
1986.
to, bro. Thank you
I
for your
know
time.
that much.
No problem, man. I'll show you my dogs next time.
Baseball fan, so it's hard to
Okay.
I never been Cubs a lot around this area. Literally, that's all everyone in my neck of the woods is all Cub fans.
Are you you're a Chicago guy?
No, I'm from Indiana, but we don't have a team.
Oh no, I was gonna, maybe we should talk about this in the show. I was gonna say, I'm actually in Central Illinois, that's funny. You know, I'm a Mets guy. The other team that I root for is the New Jersey Devils because I grew up in Jersey. Every other team, you know, the football teams, they play in New Jersey. They say they're New York. The Nets, they fucking left Brooklyn. They were seduced by the wildly magic and seductive curves of Jay-Z and his money. But the Devils hold the goddamn line. So that's where I'm at. But yeah, no, I mean, I think that, you know, getting back to the serious topic, I do think that with Q people, I think you kind of have that classic example of it's happening. You can just put out the countdown indefinitely, and it is whatever you want it to be.
I just never understood of all people why they thought Agent Orange was the savior. They still do. Like, I won't say the name because I don't like being flagged, but I've always referred to him as
You're referring to Rutherford B. Hayes, right? Their president.
Agent Orange with tiny hands, that guy.
Yeah. I mean, I think there are a few reasons for it. I think first, they wanted to justify. Like, I mean, I think you have different groups of it, but let's just look at like the sort of, because you drew the Jesus comparison, and I do think there's a huge sort of evangelical portion, or people who were evangelical, or would probably would align with evangelical culture. And I think that during the 2016 election, and I'm going to try to avoid using any flag words, so maybe you'll have to bleep me. During the 2016 election, the thing you would say to somebody like that, at least the thing that I said to people like that who were voting for my life, who were kind of in that evangelical or more conservative Catholic or Orthodox Jewish worldview, was like, you know, you have these values of decency and civility and, you know, as much as it's good to talk shit about and condemn a lot of the right, in particular, I think a lot of what's become social conservatism. Prior to 2016, I do think it was broadly fair to say that there was a certain type of communitarian value and a certain type of, approach to decency that if it was not entirely good, was at least broadly beneficial. That kind of came along with that and would be opposed to somebody like Rutherford B. Hayes. Well, when you kind of lay that out for people who are still going to vote for him because he still is, going after all of their grievances, they need a response that's so extreme that it, can kind of move people into the other direction. And the way to do that is to say, no, he's actually the savior. Yes, he's flawed, but he needs to be flawed because he's not who we want to be, is who we want to fight for us. And I'll say the other thing too, both Judaism and Christianity. And again, I'm not defending any of this, but this is just kind of what the types of reasoning you'll hear. Is I do think that there is a very real invocation of this image of the quote-unquote Davidic Messiah. A figure like King David. I guess I should, number one, I'm going to clarify for your audience kind of where I'm coming from with this. I'm Jewish, my religious tradition and my cultural heritage are important to me. But when I talk about something like the Bible, when I talk about something like the Talmud, I'm looking at it as a piece of art and poetry that's reflective of a cultural tradition, not as something that's not in reference to factual, historical, or even really theological significance. With that in mind, I guess just asking, how familiar are you with the biblical King David?
I wouldn't say I know a whole lot about David. I know a little bit, but I try not to. I'm not religious at all.
Yeah. Well, look, religious or not religious, I think everyone should read at least the Jewish Bible. I think we did it best, personally. But the reason I think that people should is that I do genuinely think, it made a big splash for a reason. It's a very, there's a lot of beautiful poetry. It'll teach you a lot about, how a culture will tell its own mytho-poetic history and stuff like that. You just need to read it like you would read another culture's national epic and not read it like a work of history. But the thing to know about David is that David is historically, he is in the Jewish tradition, the Messiah will come from the line of David. In the Christian tradition, Jesus is considered to be somewhat of the Davidic line, although it gets a bit complicated with Dad's God. But essentially, they make the argument that he's from the Davidic line. And David is considered the greatest king in the history of the Israelites, and the history of, the Jewish people / the biblical peoples by far. And he's also a deeply flawed individual. He's paranoid. He kills people. He is a tyrant. He's incredibly fucking horny. All of which is to say that these things, if you are taking a very specific type of Christian nationalist view, it's very easy to tie somebody like Rutherford B. Hayes, let's say, with this idea of the Davidic Messiah.
I think with mine, this goes back to the original thing with Q. The whole cabal story, right? Basically, the elites are all part of this evil satanic cabal or whatever, and that's what Q was all about. They thought he was going to come and expose all that, drain the swamp, and Pizzagate with all the, you mentioned there about Tom Hanks earlier, Pizzagate and all the children being shipped off to that creepy little island out there with the guy that didn't kill himself was, the thing that always struck me as straight up unbelievably stupid, and yet they all went for it, was they thought it was JFK Jr., who's been dead for 25 years at this point, if not longer, I think maybe even longer.
Yeah.
But he was the mastermind that was coming back for his good friend. Agent Orange was doing all this because he was such good friends with that family. I was like, what? None of this makes any freaking sense. And
that's also weird because, there was the Kennedy is still alive theory for a while, right? That theory was floated around for a long time. But at least Kennedy was a president And you can't really do Ted Kennedy is still alive because, we watched him die a cancer-ridden drunk, and it was mostly pretty sad. RFK Jr. still alive. Like JFK Jr., let's say he is still alive, and he died before I was born, I think. When he died, 1990?
No, he died flying out of here, I think in like 1982.
So he died when I was in preschool then. Let's say he is still alive. What did he do besides, start a fashion magazine that failed and crash a plane? And I don't want to insult him. But, if JFK Jr. is still alive, do you want him to be your president?
What did he ever do?
That's what I'm saying.
That's where I scratch my head with the whole thing. I think, and this is not me being a sympathizer, I think the people that fall for this type of stuff, I think they have good intentions.
Oh yeah, 100%. No, if you actually, everyone wants to be the good guy, everyone wants to be the main character. People do see that there's actual corruption happening in front of our faces. And you can't blame them for buying the Hollywood version.
I just feel like with these people that are, I don't want to say gullible, but there's really no other way of saying it. If you're going to buy into something like this, what else would you buy into? You know what I mean? And I think the whole thing is like a psyop, to be honest.
Well, that's why I don't even know about psyop. I think it's very easy to say things are psyop when oftentimes the solution is just people make shit up and it's not necessarily organized. But regardless, Q works because it becomes a sort of Rosetta Stone for conspiracy theories, where everything you believe in, if you're not happy with what's going on in that community, there's something there. But then you look, Q is a very I guess all I would say that I think you're. Well, I'm trying to think of a way to put this. I think that with Q, it becomes a lot more dangerous because it adds a moral imperative to a lot of that stuff. Where if you actually believe that every single elite in the country, everybody, whoever, is actually trafficking kids en masse to an island to do, any sort of horrible thing that I can't say on YouTube or Spotify. If you believe that, then it becomes an imperative to do something, and usually, because we're living in reality, it just becomes people doing something horrible.
I feel like this is more. I think it's something that people should actually understand and be willing to talk about, but no one really wants to beat the dead horse at this point. But again, if someone is willing to do what supposedly happened and goes on like, oh, we're going to take back the country, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to riot because our Legion of Orange is said to. It's very hypocritical, and I said the same thing during 2020 with all the stuff going on. I thought it was actually ironic and funny that during the summer of 2020 it was burn it down, stand for justice, blah, 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 riot this, riot that, and the moment it happened on the other side of the coin in January later that year, January 6 months later, now all the same people were they flip-flopped. And they're oh, it's one side.
Well, that's because I don't know, man. This gets into not. I think that the equivalency only exists if you believe that two things are the same. Fighting, protesting against, people being killed by the police versus trying to overturn a democratic election to install your reactionary dictator, particularly when we already have undemocratic systems in place in this country to install a reactionary dictator that didn't work. Like, I just don't think there's an equivalency. You have to look at what people are protesting about and make an evaluation on whether or not they're good or bad.
No, I understand that. What I'm just pointing out is basically like all the people that were so against what was going on during the summer were the ones that were turning around and doing it in the winter.
Yeah, no, on the flip side, I think it's more true because their argument against it in the summer, for the most part, because a lot of these people aren't just going to say, they're talking about the gay market right, aren't just going to say, like, you know, we're against this protesting because we think it's good when the police kill black people, so they're going to make some shit up about decorum or rule of law or whatever the fuck. Because of that, like, it does become more transparent and hypocritical.
I think the whole two-party system is fucked in general, but that's just me.
Oh no, we totally, I mean, our two-party system is completely fucked. And it's not fucked necessarily for the reasons people think, because people present it as, you know, just people being drawn to either extreme, and you do have, I mean, particularly in the right, you have extremism. But I would say as well, like, we don't really have, you know, kind of famously in the U.S., we don't really have, like, what would be considered a left wing in the way that there is around the world. We don't really, you know, we kind of have a centrist party and a right-wing party, whereas we have a centrist party, a left-wing party, a center-left party, a center-right, and a right-wing party. We probably have a very different politics. But, you know, I think that, you know, in the broader sense, system's fucked, two-party system's fucked, capitalism's fucked, our economic system's fucked. But at least you can listen to our podcasts.
At this point, my podcast is probably fucked too.
Well, I'm glad I lubed up before coming on to fuck you further.
No, it's actually been doing decent, but yeah, one of the last times I had a conspiracy podcast, the show swap, and I got so much hate for people for that. That episode's awful. I don't agree with that. I lost listeners. I was like, okay, sorry.
It's got to be hard to do what you like. I don't envy it because we don't really have guests. When we have guests, it's usually people that I. Actually, we haven't had any guests yet, but the guests that we're planning is people that I know, like comedians and stuff like that. But it's got to be not great to be having guests on to talk because you know, like the UFO world, the cryptid world, the conspiracy world. You know, various types of people want to talk about it, and you don't always know what they're going to say.
The hardest thing for me is having guests and actually sticking to a period.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
I had last night, ghosted. I had one Friday night, ghosted. I've even talked to the people that confirm, like I sent you a message to confirm. I do this with everyone. And they'll confirm. And if they don't confirm, I'm like, well, it's not going to happen. But I'll still try and see if it does. I get ghosted all the time by people that'll message me, oh, I want to come on the show, I got this to talk about. I set everything up and then never hear from them again. I was like, why the fuck are you wasting my time?
Number one, let me email you because we almost certainly got ghosted by the same person recently, but I don't want to say it on the air. Number two, but no, it's a fucking, at least I now have a policy, and this is something that we started after recently when we got ghosted. I will no longer announce a guest until I have them. Like, we do week by week usually. I will no longer announce a guest until they show up.
Yeah, I don't ever announce future episodes. I just record. I have them on backlogs and they come out when they come out. I learned real quickly that I can't say I'm having guests come on because those guests continue to flake out. So it's more or less just people reach out to me, they send me an email, they message me on Facebook, whatever it is they got to do, and then they get something set up. I've been hit up by people through Reddit, I've been hit up by people through my email accounts, and I'm trying to be picky. I know that's kind of shitty if the listeners out there think I'm not going to listen to what they have to say, but sometimes I get emails and stuff that people are telling me, and I'm not here to say it's wrong or true or just like whatever, but sometimes I feel like they're so fantastical, fabricated, that it could possibly be true. You could have, you deal with cryptids or whatever, you could live in a haunted house, and then you're also abducted by aliens, and then you also went out in the woods and saw Bigfoot, and then while Bigfoot was out there, he was mating with a friggin' dog man. My dog man was sitting up in the tree watching, like, all these straight up ludicrous.
Any of this happened to me story, I don't really do. I mean, like, at least to me, it's a question. Either you're gonna get someone. Number one, when I talk about this stuff, I tend to be more interested in, like, what is whether it's the ghost hunting community or the Bigfoot hunting community, like, what are they saying, where are they saying it? And when you have people who put themselves out there in a level of public profile, I think that's one thing. But as far as somebody approaching you two and being like, I saw this, I saw that, I always try to be cognizant of, we're in this world, you either have people with an agenda or people who are lying, or you might have people who are, maybe experiencing hallucinations for any number of reasons. So it's always something I try to be sensitive to, and I know, I think it's just something that can come up in this world, I think.
So I always want to give a platform to people, so I had some weird shit happen to me. And
Totally.
That's the reason. What happened to you? You had all these experiences and all this happening to you. I tend to not necessarily think that it's true. It might be 100% true to the person, but I don't necessarily know if it's true in reality. Like, they could have, like you just said, they could have some sort of issue, like psychological issue, delusions. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to be the type of person that just, I'm so here, whatever out there, I need content, I'm not going to bet, I guess. That's not what I'm about. Like,
You want to take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's not what I'm trying to do. Like, I don't want to come off here and be like, well, that's a new episode. There's people out there from other podcasts that literally will air some straight up out there stuff, and you can even tell the people telling the story.
Bro, I'm a Jewish guy coming on to a conspiracy podcast. It's like, I know the type of shit that you got to vet for.
Right? You can tell if they're 100% bullshitting just by the way they're talking and everything. And if they just air it out there, it's like, that is not what I'm about. So if someone comes on here and gives me some straight up craziness stuff, like, I've had some stuff out there in the past, and again, that was when I first started out. So I'm more lenient these days on accepting things, but at the same time, I'm going to be a little bit more picky on certain topics, because there's some things that, not that I don't believe it, but it's just kind of best that I don't continue to go down that path, because sometimes I feel like there's something else going on with these people, and it seems like I'm taking advantage, and that's not what I'm here to try to do.
No, totally. I totally get it. I think we're on the same page with it, and I think, what we do is a little bit different. That we'd have to have fewer guests, but it is very scary. It is scary is the wrong word, a bit dramatic, but it is. It's always an area of concern in this book, I guess, to not be taking advantage of people, to not be airing lies, and to not be, airing people who want to use their platform to spread hate or misinformation or whatever. But also to create entertaining content,
I said I've had guests on here that I'm pretty sure weren't being honest, but at the end of the day, who am I to say that they're not? You know what I mean? I'm not here to say someone's lying straight. Obviously, you can tell if someone's lying, but I'm not going to sit there and argue with someone that, this isn't true. Because then you're literally going to scare off every single person that would ever want to come on your show, and you start arguing with a guest about their story not making any sense.
Yeah, well, and until somebody's achieved a level of profile, it's not necessary, right? Like, you're not, once you've gone on to a bunch of different shows and, like, your story spreads out there, then if somebody wants to have you on and argue with you and pick holes in what you're doing, that's one thing. But if somebody's coming onto your show, and they're trying to tell, what they're saying is their story, and you're the first release they've told it, if you think it's bullshit, don't have them on.
Yeah.
And not even bullshit they're lying, bullshit they're, whatever.
I haven't been very. I used to tell people I don't want to know much about their stories. I like to listen to it, hear it, and react without knowing about it. But anymore, I'm asking for more detail just because, like I said, these past episodes I've had, I wish I would have vetted them a little more. And I'm not the type of, like, I spent time recording, I set up the interview, and I'm going to release it at this point. But at the same time, if I think some stuff's straight up bullshit, I'm not going to bother trying to do an interview.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. I know, like you said, you have to release it now either way. It'll take the time. So that's good. When you say this coming out in a few months, right?
This will probably come out. It should be out in about 2 months.
Great. So, I just wanted to say to your audience, look, I know things are really hard right now. We've known the British are coming back for a long time. So Charles can't have us. Grab the guns, stick with it. War of 1812, 3 this time it's personal. Let's go. And to our British soldier listeners, I will say I will quarter you. I will give up my American rights right away. I'm waving my neutral flag as a Jutali, so gotta play both sides here.
I am. My numbers are pretty good in the UK.
We have one UK listener. I think I know him.
I've got. I don't know globally. Like I just know from the things that I see or whatever. Like the UK is the second highest downloaded region where my downloads come from.
That's cool. Well,
UK listeners, appreciate you guys.
And I am sorry for what I did in the Princess Louise pub bathroom. I was not used to the mashed beans.
Well, do you want to plug your podcast one more time? Let everyone know where they find you guys.
Oh yeah, totally. So we are Underworld News Tonight. We are probably everywhere you get your podcast. Some people get their podcast from like weird fucking places. So we're not on like Baby or whatever the fuck. We're most normal places that you get your podcast. You can look us up, Underworld News Tonight. We are also on Facebook and Instagram as Underworld News Tonight. We just do a fun look at the weird, wacky, wild, supernatural news of the week. It's a ton of fun. Listen in. We would love to have you. And keep listening to Tinfoil Tales, too. It's a great fucking show with a great fucking host.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Well, I think we can wrap this one up. Again, I want to say thanks. It's been fun. I like to have some change of pace. Like I said, most of the interviews I have is personal experiences or people like to do some studies and dive into things. So it's good to have some lighthearted ones. I had one recently that was different tone, joke around, banter. So it's nice to lighten it up every now and then.
Well, that is me. I am just everyone I know will say all the time, you're a ray of sunshine in my day, you're so happy, you're so positive, you're so bright, consistently, all the time. The secret is, if I stop talking, there's a deep abyss inside of me that I just feel will swallow me entirely.
I think that's everybody. Well, I think we're good for this one, so we're going to roll on out. So again, thanks to Andrew, and thanks for listening.
Thanks, guys.
Remember, truth lies in the stories we share, the connections we make. Stay curious, stay open-minded. Thank you all for joining us on this journey, and until next time, keep questioning, keep seeking, and keep exploring the unknown. Good night, everyone.
Get year-round comfort knowing your home is backed by industry-leading Lennox equipment and expert technicians Savings at Great Lakes Heating and Air Conditioning. Special savings opportunities and federal tax credits are available. So call 574-287-5046 or visit us online at greatlakeseheating-ac.com/coupons to learn more.
Indiana Wesleyan University provides accessible education for every chapter of life. Traditional students learn, live, and lead the way into a rich community on IWU's beautiful 350-acre campus in Marion, Indiana. Adult learners choose the flexibility of 100% online classes in over 150 programs with support from professors who are experts in their field of study and deeply care for student success in academics and spiritual formation. Discover the way ahead at IWU. Visit discovertheway.com to learn how.
The quickest flavors unite in all new savory chili McDonald's sauce to make your 10-piece quick nuggets, fries, and Sprite ultra powerful. Unlock manga comics with every meal and sit down for a new anime short every week only at McDonald's. Go! Participating levels for other time supplies and this.
Excellence is stopping.
Have you ever wanted to give back to your community to make a difference? Help the next generation. You can have all of this and make a great paycheck too. EduStaff is hiring substitute teachers and paraprofessionals in your local school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute at edustaff.org.
Excellence is stopping.
And I just turned around and I asked out of there. I was done. All I did was that.
The hypocrisy of the cult is one of the things that turns me away the quickest.
When I turned my headlights on, it turned and looked at us. And one of the things I remember the most were the eyes were going red. I see an orb of light. It is circling these steps like it is waiting for me. And he begins to tell them that he saw a UFO. They're basically like, what are you talking about? That's 7 foot up on a tree, peeking around it. And that's where I saw the top of the muzzle, nose, and the eyes. As soon as I made eye contact with this thing, it felt like death.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first ever 10-foot Tells live stream. I'm Brandon. Got a few people that are wanting to wander tonight. Talk about some topics. Looking forward to that. Glad you guys were able to log in here. Join me tonight. It's been a last minute kind of thing here. I've got kicked off. It's not really anything that I had planned. It's more or less something I just wanted to see how it goes. Does well. How you doing, Tom? I'm Cheerio Canada.
Makes sense. Put in a reservation.
Anyone out there listening? Want to be on an episode of 10 Foot Tells? It isn't the live stream. You know, podcast.com or you go to tells.com contact section. Whichever it is, reach out to me.
And I have been obsessed with those things since day one. They're nice. They're beautiful. And the R2 is way cheaper
Now,
than
I do have someone in the waiting. He's from. Tell me more about it. I bring him on here so you can kind of and Jessica was supposed to be really nice. So I'm not just sitting here flying solo talking to myself while I'm waiting on another guest to hop on. He does want to welcome to the show. Bring him on.
Yes, it's just important to know that this is happening. To be aware of it, and there's actually a website you can check out, vehicleprimacyreport.com.
Hi, everybody.
This is a fun little thing you get. You can check
As a little bit of a last minute thing.
West Coast, that can be helpful. At least going in here, the ice wide open. So no, you got your pretty nice rank. We'll talk on here. Check that out.
Oh yeah, so it's shit, it's fun. I know I'm looking forward to it, especially when I think you mentioned some possible guests that are showing up. Like you said something about it,
maybe seen a UFO encounter or two, something like that. Yeah, there's a couple different people there. I know I'm looking forward to it. We don't do a lot of movies from our show. We mostly just do stories and BS amongst ourselves. Then occasionally we'll have some people on, so it's fun. I like the idea of having guests.
For anyone listening, I was a guest on their podcast several months ago. Rich just recently did an episode with me. I'm out here after a while.
Yeah, and you can find us. So it's the I'm 1/3 of the founding lore fathers. We talk about cryptids. We'll talk about some interesting history, and we'll talk about some current topics and stuff like that. We're more in humor than anything else. We at least try to be funny. That's a lot harder than it sounds. So we do our best, though. We've got find us on Amazon, Spotify, Apple. For anyone else who's on the non-major, the big three, sorry. We're there somewhere.
Yeah. So when we talked the last time, I mentioned that I didn't see anything pop up on Apple. Most of my podcasts.
Oh man, I've had to stay on top of Apple. So Apple is one of those. So we don't have a hosted site, but we do everything annually. And there's some glitch that's going on with Apple where I would schedule publication, and what was happening is it was getting saved as draft. So I don't know if I'm saying I'm blaming it on Apple, but it's probably user error. So, but hopefully I got it all fixed out. I know we just dropped our most recent episode where we talked about the Ethereum culture, which is like it's a subculture very deep inside everyone. It's a thing where people feel like they're a party animal, and we talked about that. We talked about some Pat Williams drama, and we talked about the homeless issue that's been going on where like churches have been like taking people out, some have been opening their doors up, and it's a fun episode. I know I spent a little time homeless myself, so it's interesting. Also, I launched I shouldn't say launched. I announced my book. It has going to be out in a year. I will diving deep into American conspiracy culture, and I'm looking at it through the lens of conspiracies are folklore at this point.
Shout out to Ranchu, who's actually my brother. I'll go here to show some support tonight. Tom
He's got an excellent.
said humor is important in existence, especially.
Well, actually, I had this fun quote that I came across. I have to look it up. So I guess you're old enough. So Dr. Ruth, do you remember her by chance? She's the kind old lady that talks all about civics.
Oh yeah.
She's that lady. So her quote was, maybe I said it wrong. I apologize. But her quote was, when a professor teaches with a sense of humor, people walk away remembering. Now, what they remember is debatable. But yeah.
Well, we got a couple minutes here. The first that's not far. I've already got someone else in it, so I can bring it on. Probably.
Oh, that's no problem.
I think the show is still on sometimes. It seems like a commercial minutes that way.
Well, I know that we live in the world and information age for all awful things brought to us. It's also brought us, the Internet Archive where we can find episodes of anything, anywhere. Most of the world's publications. So So there's a will, there's a way. You can learn some fun lessons.
I feel like everything now is, we say YouTube, you can obviously find whatever, but there's a lot of stuff on YouTube that's pretty much shadow banned. Waiting for the podcast to come that way. Once I hit a few different topics, kind of ruffle too many feathers, and I might get another warning and an episode banned, and then I'm going to kick off. That is what it is.
Well, one can only know that adds to your credibility or your space that you're in. Well,
Once they start to hide your content, you must have hit the wrong nerves. You must be doing something correct.
so you had any fun episodes coming out? I know you just went from two episodes to one episode. Have you gone through some of your backlog?
Yeah, I'm pretty much caught up now, but again, I had the interview tonight. The guy ended up having to cancel. It's the second time that I've had to reschedule with him. And, not to sound like a prick, but he canceled on me a couple times. I'm not going to just continue to reschedule and like that again. So it's just like, sorry, dude, I'm not going to try and reschedule again for the third time.
Well, the effort drops. It does. I know we've had some, and I guess anyone who does it had some issues with that. I know. I had a situation with one gentleman he canceled last minute. I helped us finish it. He canceled last minute, and then so there's a time difference between where he's at and where I'm at, and I read it as Eastern Standard Time. Come to find out, it was definitely not Eastern Standard Time. And I just felt such a jerk. And I'm leaving something. I guess it's my time in the military. It just drives me crazy. But I'm late. I was spent 24 hours just like with anxiety about being late because I missed the show. But it's tough, man.
Yeah, it happens. I've had a lot of people, at least he's let me know each time. I've had people decide to show up. And I was just like, I always reach out to someone to remind them if they don't ever acknowledge me, then I'm just like, all right, this isn't going to happen, and I don't make any sense for it. I've had someone that's secretaries like scheduled everything with me that they didn't show up, so I emailed them like they never showed up to the scheduled interview. Oh, they didn't. That was the first thing they did is I haven't talked to them, I'm talking to their assistant or something. So it's just like,
so I had somebody reach out to us, and I'm pretty sure that person was recruited to be their secretary. Like, they were like, hey, this is my secretary. That's the vibe that I got from them. There was element of self-importance that was inside the email that really only comes from a certain type. This is all, you know. As long as it's a weird outfit, but I ended up searching the secretary's name, and she was a social media professional, I guess. I'm not sure what you call that. And she didn't have any social media platform. She wasn't on any social media platforms, and that's what made me think she was made up.
how are you a marketing manager if you don't have a social media?
That's what I'm saying. Because I consider, hey, she's doing this for maybe you could use it, you know what I mean? But couldn't find her. That just seems like one of those.
I keep getting emails from him. I won't say the name, but I keep getting these emails from his marketing company. I'm pretty sure they're trying to steal my emails.
Yes.
But they're saying my videos aren't good enough to be like streamed or whatever in my podcast. You know what? I don't need your help. Like, I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm doing it on my own. I don't need to have someone in there in control of my channels for me. Just to market me as like, I'm not getting access to my stuff.
Pretty much. I've worked in sales in the past, and I could probably tell you word for word almost what those emails say. Now, the real trick, and anybody listening who wants to use in sales, the real trick of getting somebody to respond to your email is to put in like a picture of a goat screaming. That way they remember the email like, hey, in case just so you don't forget. That's worked for me so many times. Any marketing question out there, go to the show.
I think, sorry, I'm on this. We go ahead and bring first guest on. Her name is Stephanie. She doesn't want to be on camera.
Okay.
Nice to see you. Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. Thank you for being on today.
Thank you. Thank you for the invite, or did I invite myself? I'm not sure.
I made it close to saying welcome to one of your shares experiences. So I appreciate you coming on here talking.
Sure, absolutely.
I think you're from Indiana.
Yeah.
Did you have that Bigfoot meeting on Saturday? That's what you're told.
I did, yeah. I started a Bigfoot group in Fort Wayne, Indiana. I just moved here about a year ago. And I grew from Prescott, Arizona, where I had a Bigfoot group. And so I started that about 2 years ago. And so when I moved, I handed it off to someone else in the group. But we had about, gosh, I want to say at the time, 200 people, maybe 300 people in our Prescott, Arizona Bigfoot group. And so when I came here, I started another one, and I think we have about 78 people right now. So yeah, it's just local folk who, may or may not believe in Bigfoot. So it's all good. Welcome, everyone.
Yeah, I actually went up to the meeting on Saturday and talked to people over there.
Oh, good. Oh, the library.
Yeah, the library.
Yeah. I missed that because I wasn't feeling well, but yeah, I thought I'd come on and talk about. I had an encounter as a child with Bigfoot, so I thought maybe that might interest you or not, and that's why I kind of started me on my path, I guess, when I got older.
Love to hear about it.
I do have a question.
Sure.
So how did you go about making the decision to start the Bigfoot flag, and then the decision to carry on after you moved?
Yeah, so prior to living in Arizona, I lived in Southern California, and there really isn't much of a Bigfoot type presence there. Definitely more UFOs because of Palm Springs and Palmdale. There's a lot of UFO sightings around there like that, but not so much Bigfoot. That's more Northern California or Central California. So since I'm from Missouri originally, and we moved to California when I was a teen. So my encounter happened in Missouri as a child, and so I actually didn't know what I saw, and not until I got older when I found out what a Bigfoot was, and I was like, oh, I think that's what I saw. So it kind of started me on kind of this exploration, and so in Prescott, there's definitely more of a because it's surrounded by the Prescott National Forest, and it's like the Prescott's kind of more central north Arizona, so there's a lot of forest around. So you had more people, I guess more believers in that area. So it was kind of just something I started not thinking it would even grow. But yeah, it grew because there's a lot of forest around there. It's I think it's the largest continuous ponderosa pine forest in the U.S.
And it looks absolutely beautiful. I'm looking at it right now.
Oh yeah, it's gorgeous. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, so when I was growing up in Missouri, we lived in this area called Big Bend, Missouri, and so this is I'm sure it's all built up now, but back in the 70s, we lived in this old house, and we were in the woods and Midwest woods, not mountains or anything like that, but so it was kind of that woods where your neighbors like a quarter mile away, you have to go through the woods, and so we were at our neighbor's house. I was probably about 8 years old, and I was there with my brother and my sisters, and we were playing with the neighbor's kids. And just to give you some context, our neighbors have the mountain lion as a pet in a chain link cage, and so we were kind of out there and more in a rural area, And so I remember getting upset about something with my siblings at the neighbor's house, and I was like, I'm gonna go tell, Mom what you guys are doing. And I know it was after school, so I think it was more in the late afternoon, but the sun was up. I mean, it's still, daylight. And so I remember walking through the woods to get back to the house, and I just kind of stopped because I just had this feeling of being watched, but not prey, just being watched. And so I stopped, and, my parents have always warned us, please be careful. There were, coyotes in the woods, or, but I didn't feel like prey that I was going to get hurt. I just felt like I was being watched. And so I stood there and started looking around, and I'm guessing because I'm looking, going back to childhood, I'm going to say 30 to 40 feet away, behind one of these, kind of thin trees. And so when it gets to be more towards the fall, a lot of the, obviously it gets to be more barren in the trees. And I saw a very, very tall, kind of lanky, lean, not stocky, very, very tall, kind of hairy creature, with like a leather face. It didn't have hair on its face. And later, when I had seen Star Wars, it reminded me of Chewbacca, but with a leather face. He was kind of tall, lanky, and it didn't have hair on his face. And I remember looking at it, and I remember thinking in my head, did my parents tell me about this and I'm not remembering? Like, did they tell me, hey, this looks in the woods, be careful? Like, I'm going through this Rolodex in my mind thinking, okay, what is this? And have they told me about this? It kind of was like I'm trying to figure out if I should be scared or not, but I didn't feel scared. And I remember just looking at it going, I don't know what this is. I don't think they've ever told me about this. And I had this scope in my mind, and I just, at that point, just kind of started. I went home and told my mom. She did not believe me. But when I got older, I never heard it. At that time, I never heard of Bigfoot. I didn't know what it was. When I got older and I, started hearing about Bigfoot and Sasquatch, I put two and two together, and I was like, oh, I think that's what I saw. And so later, when that show, Finding Bigfoot, came out, that's when I started getting my renewed interest in what I saw. And my mom started watching the show, and she said, wow, I think I believe you, like now, because now as an adult, I can talk to her and be like, yeah, no, I saw that. She's like, no, I believe you. Because she goes, I was watching that show, Finding Bigfoot, and they talked about tree knocking and howls, and she goes, we did hear those things around that house. I just didn't know what they were, I didn't know what it was. I just thought it was people in the woods, But she goes, no, and I do remember hearing that. And we did have I do remember one incident at the house, we had an outside door that went down to the basement, and then it would have, a door that goes up to the house. And I remember we had left one night, we went to my uncle's house and come back, and that outside basement door was broken into. And we had a puppy, we just gotten a puppy, I guess a week or 2 weeks before, and that puppy was missing. But no one had gone into the house, no one had walked upstairs and, went into the house. So it doesn't mean that was Bigfoot, but it was interesting. The only thing that was taken was the puppy. And you're kind of middle of nowhere, it's not like somebody would just hear a puppy yelping or anything like that, because you're kind of off the main road and you're kind of set back to the woods. So I don't know how would anybody hear a puppy yelping and decide to steal it. So again, I don't know if that was Bigfoot though. But so that was my experience.
I had some weird noises and stuff here and there, but I know my cousins have their practice Some of them had integrated metal cages.
Right.
That's such a strange circumstance.
It was there in Indiana.
Oh wow. Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting. But yeah, I've never had an experience after that. You know, we've got out to the woods and stuff, but I remember there, you know, people in Prescott that have sightings, you know, up by the lakes and stuff that were, you know, Goldwater Lake is one. Before it got really built up more, like back in the 80s, people would tell me that people would see, you know, Bigfoot. And Prescott had a lot of cattle ranches, so it has a really very long history of the Wild West, if you will. Like Wyatt Earp was, I think, the sheriff at one point. And so a lot of the cattle ranchers, the ranch hands, even today, would say, you know, would tell us, you know, about they would come, you know, Bigfoot coming down from the caves in Prescott and, you know, stealing a calf or something like that. You know, these ranches are, you know, thousands of acres that, you know, they're kind of in the middle of, you know, somewhere in the middle of Prescott National Forest, or, you know, part of the ranch could be. And there was one ranch, I think it was Yavapai Ranch, the ranch hands would see, you know, I guess Sasquatch Bigfoot come and steal, you know, cows and stuff, and they said they live up in the caves, and that's recent. So, yeah, so there's been a history of Bigfoot in the Prescott area for many years.
I've been up in that area a little bit, so it's definitely, I don't want to use the word squatchy,
Yeah.
but I could definitely see there being something up there.
Yeah, they have one of the hot spots there. Oh, sorry. I was going to say there's a hot spot there called Strawberry and Payson near Prescott. It's about an hour away, and it is up in the mountains, and that definitely is a hot spot. They get a lot of BFRL reports out of Payson. Our group actually went up and did a tent camping. We do camp outs, and they have a lot of elk up there. So they would see everyone in Payson, you know, kind of, well, I guess, knew about Bigfoot, and it was just part of the culture up there. And so it wasn't unusual to talk about Bigfoot. Victor saw the migration of the elk up there. And so we had went camping out there. We found a huge footprint. We jumped up. My younger son jumped the fence on the other side of this campground with elk were, and they walked down there with someone else from our group, and they had found a big footprint down there. And so we took photos. So we didn't have casting equipment, unfortunately, but it was just one print, but it was kind of in, it had rained before, so it was kind of, you know, muddy a bit, and, but it was only one print they found. It was kind of this muddy, rocky, more area, but yeah, so, but it definitely was one print, and it was pretty big, and it was pretty defined, so, and it's on another side of the fence, and you're actually not supposed to go over, but they had jumped the fence and went over just to look, so.
I'm curious, how does that?
Someone's asked what state that is.
That's Arizona. Arizona, yeah.
So I'm curious, like, so you have this encounter, you come to your realization, how many years later, when you saw alcohol, how does that affect you? Like, obviously, you're still going out and looking, like, when you're out in the woods, doing some outdoorsy things, are you always looking over your shoulder?
No, you know, honestly, I am more concerned about bears than I am about Bigfoot.
Oh, bears are terrible.
Yeah. Because, you know, in California, you know, we've got some big bears, you know, and even in SoCal, and, you know, we've been up camping in this area in SoCal called Big Bear Lake, and, you know, they've had sightings up there. and pretty common for years. People have told me of being in the Boy Scouts and up there, which is a pretty popular area, and having experiences and seeing things. And I mean, there's big bears up there. So when you're kind of going out there at night, and even in Prescott, there are bears out there too, black bears. But so I'm more concerned about bears, honestly, than I am about Bigfoot. So yeah, I don't have like any kind of PTSD from it or anything. I guess I didn't really have a scary encounter, so there's no like, I just remember dreaming about it for a long time after, and I think I just didn't know what it was, and I think it was just maybe my mind trying to process it. But as I did, when I got older, and I'm probably going to say, gosh, it had to be, I don't think I heard about Bigfoot, probably till my late teens, maybe early 20s. And then I was kind of like, I guess that's what I saw, but it's not until actually finding Bigfoot came on. And I was like, wow, this is really interesting, because it's at first watching it, it did kind of freak me out a little bit. I was like, wow, this is, but to hear other experiences, it was fascinating, honestly, because I didn't tell many people.
I like that show for listening to these people.
Yeah.
That they talk to that are out actually searching for it.
Yeah, I left the town hall, but yeah, searching I could. I could fast forward a little bit.
It's definitely made for TV.
Absolutely.
A lot of jump angles, weird cuts. We have a big festival out there. I'm in North Carolina. It's a pretty big state. It's the other side of the state, around about 5 hours where I'm at. And it draws a pretty big crowd. And Bigfoot it's one of those topics.
Yeah.
Where it's pretty uniquely American. It's not like it's a werewolf or swords originated in France. And it's been here. It's already been. And it's always cool seeing the crowd that's just fascinated by it. Plus, I love the Bigfoot memorabilia. The stickers are fantastic. I'm a big fan of the stickers. The cool shirts, the ones that say that I'm out there or something like that. Just big thumbs up for me there.
Yeah, I think what area fascinates me, and I've not been there yet, just because I've just moved back to the Midwest, is land between the lakes. I've heard a lot of interesting stories out there, so we're planning to possibly our Bigfoot group to take a trip down there and do some camping. But I don't know if you guys have heard stories out of there, land between the lakes, but I heard it's very interesting.
We actually just did an episode on yeah, it was just a couple episodes back. That's we did a whole Kentucky thing. That Kentucky, Tennessee area. The land for the lakes, so there's a real freaky one about a kid who excuse me, went on a camping trip with family friends and they got eaten. None of that was fun. Like, we try to make fun of this kind of stuff, but when you eat it, it's only there's only so many jokes you can think about that. But that one.
I've heard that's been just the guy the same guy I'm thinking of. There was never any reports on it, which that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Obviously, it did not have reports. It's a lot of stuff that came out there. That's my conspiracy inside. But I heard it was the same guy. I can't think what his name is. The whole family would somehow manage to survive some of this whole story with a bunch of crap.
It was largely based on a Reddit post, if I'm not mistaken. And Reddit is the most reliable source on the internet. So,
yeah.
So now, I'm sorry, your name is Susan, right?
Stephanie.
I'm sorry, Stephanie. I apologize. Your name's not on the screen for me here. So now, of the people that you talked to, obviously you've talked to more people up there than I've ever thought about. Are there any really cool stories that you've heard from people?
Yeah, it's funny. I think that, when people, it's interesting when people join your group and they're very hesitant to share because a lot of times they probably had an experience and they don't want to talk about it because they've never talked about it. And like I had that in Arizona, is people come just to kind of check it out and make sure like these aren't a bunch of weird you know. You just don't know what to expect, especially if you had an experience and you just don't know who to talk to. But I think once you kind of talk about your experience, like, hey, yeah, I did see this, and I completely believe you. And I think people are definitely more apt to open up and talk about their experiences. And so I in Prescott, there's been, there's a I don't forget the name now, but there's an old gold mining town. There's a lot of gold mining areas in Prescott, and there's one up on the mountain, and I'm forgetting the name now. But I've had people tell me anywhere from ghosts to UFOs to Bigfoot. But a really cool story. That's good. That's interesting. Well, I will tell you one my son had. It was not and this was when he was solo camping in the Prescott National Forest, and he used to go out for like 2 or 3 days and solo camp. And Prescott has between July and September, they have a monsoon season, and so the rains come in, and you can get flash floods. It's pretty dangerous. And so he is not a believer. He went out solo camping, and he got caught. And I was told him not to go because I knew it was going to rain the next day because we were in monsoon season. Well, the rains ended up coming early and that night. And so he got caught in a monsoon rain. And he was probably, I had driven him out about 3 miles out to the forest as much as I could on this fire road. And then he walked another 2 miles in. And so the rains came, and he had a satellite radio, thankfully, phone. And he had it with him, and he had called me, and I was trying to see about going to pick him up. At that point, the monsoon rains, it gets muddy really quick. It would probably take an emergency to go get him, and I did try to go get him. But I had picked him up the next morning, and he had just, went out to higher ground and pitched this little tent and just waited out the rain so I couldn't get to him. But I knew he was okay. This is a satellite radio. We didn't communicate. And so we had picked a spot where I would pick him back up the next morning. And when I picked him up, he was a little freaked. He's not one to get shaken. He's kind of the kid goes out and bushcrafts and the survival. He was 17 at the time, and he can go what's that, 20 miles and stuff. So, but he said that he was trying to cross this one road, and he got this wash. He was trying to get up higher ground, and he said he was this flash flood rain was coming through, and it's really dangerous. And he just said he had this sense of dread come over him. And he goes, I wasn't scared about the water because I knew I just needed to get to higher ground. He goes, but I had this sense like I am in danger. And he said, he had a flashlight, and he said, and I looked up, and he goes, and there were 2 huge eyes, illuminating. It was pitch black, and so it just scared him completely. And he was trying to get his light on it, but with the trees and stuff, he couldn't quite get. And he knew it wasn't an owl. It was pretty high up, and maybe it could have been, but I don't think an owl is speaking out at that time with the rains and stuff. I could be wrong, but I think for him it was just a sense of dread. And he's not saying that he had an experience. He's just, he's not claiming that, but he was just saying this is what happened, and he felt like, whoa, like I am in danger. I need to get out of here. I don't know what these eyes are, but that's not normal to illuminate like that, especially when I'm not shining my light on them and it's very dark. So he had bent down to climb up to the wash, and he looked up again and they were gone. So again, he's not saying that that was a Bigfoot. He didn't know what it was, but he's not a believer still, but he just couldn't explain it. But so other stories, I'm trying to think. I'm sorry, my mind was absent.
No, it's fine. Owls are notorious jerks.
Yeah.
But I did want to say that's got to be a great idea. So, as a mom.
Oh, I know. I tried, but he's still not like, I don't know what it was. You know, he's like that. I don't know. I said what you said. You felt
it rained. You told him not to go.
Yeah.
There's nothing like being dumb.
Yes.
It really makes you miss your mom sometimes.
Yes, it was a great appreciation for me. Yeah, no, that's true. That was a scary kind of night because I was worried. But
yeah, I mentioned it before today.
I was, yeah, but thankfully we had the satellite radio so I could stay in contact with him. And I knew he was in a safe place. He had gotten to a safe place, but because I was thinking, oh gosh, we're gonna have to call 911. And they're gonna have to like go out there and find him and stuff. But so that's just one experience. But honestly, with the gold mining and the town, again, the town escapes me, but there's so many. It's kind of known for being a ghost town. And so, but yeah, a lot of people have experienced UFOs out there. And people who are not believers, these are people that are like, I don't know, but this is what I saw, but I don't know what I saw, kind of thing.
Have you had any experiences since you've been in Indiana?
No, I haven't. Well, you know what? I stepped back. I actually did, but I don't know what I saw. It could have been. I don't know. But my younger son and I were driving across country from Arizona to Indiana, and we had hired beacons to transport all our housing and stuff. We were just driving our cars. So my younger son was following me, and we were coming up, I think it's the 69, and I was like, I need to go by Home Depot or something. So I got off, I think it was by Muncie. I still don't know the area that well. And so he went to go get gas, and he said, okay, I'll meet you in like 20 minutes, and I was trying to find the Lowe's at Home Depot, and I finally did. And so I got what I needed, and I drove around, and again, I didn't know the area that well. And I made a wrong turn, and I had went down this neighborhood area, and I pulled over, so I'm like, oh, I'm going the wrong way. So I pulled over, and I turned to my left, because I wanted to see if any cars coming, because I was going to make a U-turn off this residential area. And what I saw was like a really big bird, but it looked really big. It was kind of like a mile away. I mean, I could not have been the only person who saw this. It looked very pterodactyl. I don't know what I saw. I didn't see it clear enough, but it was huge. And I will say, in Prescott, we've got big hawks and eagles. We've seen those. I've seen those. And this one was huge. It was much, much bigger. And it looked like a pterodactyl, but I don't know. I don't know if it was or not. And so I just looked at it, wow, that's the size of a car. And it was just kind of fun. And again, other people had to see this because it was daylight. And so I just made a U-turn, and then I looked out again, and then I didn't see it. So that was it. So I don't know what that was.
I haven't heard anything about the birds. I did talk to someone last summer about one before because it was around one area. They still back in, I think, the 90s since the big bird flew over the road. They said it took over the lane. Like one typical lane is 12 foot. So it took up half of the road, half of the lane. It was possibly either half a lane that's only 6 foot wide and it's half the road that's 12 foot. So pretty big difference, so I wasn't real sure what that's talking about size.
Well, someone mentioned Thunderbird. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it sounds like
I don't know much
Adam
about
would
that.
say that.
Yeah, I don't know much about it, but.
So the big bird that I've been actually we did this in the Kentucky trilogy that we did was Bell Witch. There is a story. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that story at all. But it's like a poltergeist thing going on that haunts a specific family. and one of the ominous signs of the devil was afoot was a giant bird that flew over a gentleman and it blacked out the sun. And there's, yes, birds are freaky.
What is a bell witch? I've never heard of that before.
So in Kentucky, the story goes that there was a land dispute between two families. And this is back, and this is early 1800s America. And the lady put a curse on the gentleman who supposedly stole the land from them. And this witch haunted their house. Really hated the daughter and the mom. It was cool with the mom. But this witch would this witch would
I was gonna say you almost said to be.
I did it. I called myself. I'm thinking bell. I'm thinking witch. The words just came together. But yeah, so this witch was it would like have biblical arguments with some of the guests.
Wow.
It was making this girl throw up nails. And it is absolutely horrible. And it haunts them until the day. And it's actually a pretty fascinating story with all the burns behind all of it. And it's supposedly God. You know, it's the family, there's descendants that still think about this, and then it's small town in Kentucky. But of course, I'm giving Kentucky's probably the sequel I'm talking about out loud. It's horrific. They see it. And again, of course, it's got all the natural, all the Indian barrel, all that kind of stuff. So, that's a fun one. If you got some time, you want to spend 20 minutes on YouTube. I'd be a bell witch.
I'm a scared cat, so I'm in that direction.
That's probably a good idea.
I say with Bigfoot and UFOs, I don't go the other way. Dogman's not the only thing that I'm always like look at. Look into, I should say. But I've heard that the Dogman officials will be here too.
Don't trust Dogman.
Don't trust them.
There's
Share will play on words.
Now, actually, mystery junkie with the comment down here is Andrew Jackson ran the Bell Witch, which I find hilarious. So there was an incident where Andrew Jackson, one of America's most peculiar historical figures, allegedly came across the Bell Witch. He heard about the Bell Witch, went there, and so he brought like a witch. It's not an exorcist. It's a witch sayer or something like that. I don't know the exact terminology. There's supposed to speak off witches, and they tried to intimidate the Bell Witch spirit to leave the house, and they ended up shooting at it with silver bullets, and it supposedly just messed with Andrew Jackson's body, and they ended up running away from the whole situation.
Wow, that's crazy.
When I say there's a lot of interesting things, there's a lot of interesting things.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, just being in Indiana now, we're just below Michigan. I've heard a lot about the Michigan Dogman, which is, I guess, very popular in that area up in Michigan. There's a lot of sightings.
Not just in Michigan.
Yeah. Are they in Indiana too? I'm not sure if I've heard anything.
Back in 2007, I came face to face with a upright walking canine just a couple miles from where I live right now.
Really?
I live here in Indiana.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Details. I have not heard this.
Basically, I was leaving work and the guy in front of me swerves to miss something. And when I get up close, it's like this black, shadowy, I say shadow, but it was solid, big, tall, black mass that was walking in the middle of the road. And it was moving very weird. I just hit him in his arms. I had to swerve around the two. And he had walked aside, and it had to at least the number 7 apologist who says, I never saw the top of a walk by.
Oh, wow.
And tied up getting like close to trying not to take up too much time.
Yeah.
And I pulled up next to my coworker in the parking lot, and see that? Yeah, he's headed back, so follow me back, and we got back to the area. Big black dog laying across the road in the area. That didn't know, it wasn't there when we just drove by. The first thing I'm thinking of is walking past the vehicles on the road, not thinking of the opposite side difference, whatever. I'm a skeptic for a lot of things. For me, I assume it's like this animal. And I get out, and this dog just looks back. And it's either blowing out it's either blowing it and it grabs. So I freeze, and the thing stands up, but not like a dog goes, like it comes up on your legs. And it hunches back down, and it kind of goes off into the woods. And then that was the last I've ever seen. Obviously, there's a lot more to it, but that's just the more important parts of it. I've never seen a dog stand up like it didn't stand up like this. Like it leg dropped to the side like a person, but it didn't have the stereotypical like dog hands, dog thing. It looked like just a very big, almost like a wolf, like a German type of a dog was all black or something. But no, that's kind of why I did the podcast, because I never talked about it. I wanted to talk to other people about the stuff they see, and they kind of make myself not listen crazy or see some shit.
Yeah, absolutely. You almost have to talk about it with other people because you almost can't reconcile. You know what I mean? It's so unusual. And knowing that other people have had experience or seen things, I think it brings you like, okay, I am normal. This did happen, so I think it helps mentally.
I've said before, like I'm not an avid seeing things change your perspective, so it makes me a little bit more mindful of certain things. So
Yeah.
I don't think that every time someone sees something that they're seeing, it's obviously mistakes with this and that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I also don't think that everyone just makes stuff up as range either. Pretty dumb to assume, so I trust those.
Yeah, what I tell people is, when they ask me about it, because I'm pretty open about things, but now it's become part of my, I guess, I don't know, who I am, and it's just like, 95% of people, you get rid of 95% of the sightings for Bigfoot or Dogman, whoever, and it's, bear, it's someone's lying, it's someone's mistaken. What about the 5% who are really seeing something? You know what I'm saying? It's like, get rid of 95% of everything else that could be something else or it didn't happen. What about the 5%, that really did see something and weren't believers or had an experience in childhood or, that cop or whoever,
Yeah. I never knew what a dog man was until after that. I went home and tried to drew a picture and I got online and just what's a Michigan dog man? What is a Michigan dog man? And I started looking up stuff about it and I was like, oh, it did look like that. I'm 6'3" when it stood up here at the same eye to eye level. Everyone walking in the room first. So much bigger than what it was called. So I don't know if they're two separate things. The same thing, like it's hard to explain.
Yeah. I've heard of, so I work, I don't want to get out where I work, but I work in international aid and development. And so I was in the Middle East and Lebanon, and we would hear stories that people would tell us about in Afghanistan and stuff about like this black hound or the hound that people would see. Really interesting stuff. We were, even in Syria, I was working at that time with Syrian refugees. That's right after the Syrian Civil War, and people were kind of flooding out of the country into Jordan and Lebanon, trying to get into Western Europe. And, some of their stories of, I guess, like shape-shifting, or they would see this dark hound, or I'm trying to remember the name of it, but it's probably, I guess, more in like, I've heard even like military, U.S. soldiers who are stationed over there would have experience in seeing it. But it's called like a black hound, like a dark hound or something. I know I'm totally butchering this. Hellhound, yes, that's probably it. Yes, yes. It's pretty common over in the Middle East, in different countries that you would see hellhounds. So that's pretty interesting, you know. I don't think it's a dog man. I think it's something else. But it's very loud.
Supposed to be different.
Yeah, exactly.
I've heard people say they've seen big black dogs too that are running on all fours, or like a normal dog running, but it look good. I actually interviewed a lady. She said it almost looked like a zombie dog. She always said like a Resident Evil dog, like one of the adventure in Colorado. It's like, I don't. So the hellhounds I've heard are always like big, Great Danish looking monstrosity dogs.
Yeah. Well, Chihuahuas are unique because they're more vicious than the Albinos.
We used to go as a kid. We go out to this old area. It's supposed to be a haunted area. Hold up, keep that opening. And we never had any experiences out there or anything like that, as far as paranormal that I'm aware of. But on the way out there was a big black dog that we chased right before we got there. We'd always see it laying in this yard, so we knew it was someone's dog that we were looking for. It's the hellhound.
Yeah, that was a real hellhound, like you. Actually, I think it was actually chasing you.
Yeah, it was just someone's big head, big old black dog, and every time if I were driven by it, always run right and chase them.
That's called the annoying hound, I guess. That's a hellhound, that's an annoying hound.
So I'm curious about the hellhound. So my mind immediately went to the Carolina Island Scotland.
Oh yeah.
Houses, parks. Basketball.
Yeah.
I don't know why I have parks.
That helps your
Now, I'd be interested to know how far back that dates, because obviously that story, as great of an author as Sir really what it was, that was based on some ancient, not ancient, but the story that's passed down.
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a mastiff, right? It was a mastiff named Carlo. That's what it ended up being. But yeah, it was definitely based on a story, probably a hellhound, really. I remember reading that book many years ago, but I remember it being a mastiff and it was named Carlo. I don't know why. Just random facts right there.
It's the oldest Sherlock Holmes novel I've ever read. So.
Do you guys talk about other like conspiracy theories, or is it just paranormal things? Or things like that?
The whole show is pretty much one big conspiracy theory.
Is it? Are we
No, basically, I started the show off originally. It was going to be more like into conspiracies and stuff, when I was all sorts of things like that. And then it just turned more interesting. Basically, interviewing people with experiences. So I've got stuff from out that episode where it was actually called the Phantom Time Conspiracy. So that's supposed to be about how back in the Middle Ages, they were actually in a different year. They changed the calendars to whatever. Now it's coming out tomorrow. But we talk about all sorts of things.
Nice. Yeah, I'll tell you one conspiracy theory tonight. This is something when I was in Lebanon. We worked out in this place called the Call Valley, which is right next to the Syrian border. And we had a lot of people tell us that a lot of the locals there that lived in McCall Valley, it's probably about an hour and a half outside of Beirut. And they had told us, and in fact, the person who's my work colleague at the NGO I was working with at that time, and he was actually from Lebanon, and he confirmed it. They said that, and I don't know if this is true, but pretty much these are all locals. I believe local people, do you remember when they said, like, weapons of mass destruction? They said Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. Come to find out he didn't.
Yeah.
Well, they had said that he had used the weapons of mass destruction into the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon when they came for them. And that's where they went. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I was told by the locals there. So I thought that's an interesting conspiracy, or to them it's true. It's not a conspiracy. They said that actually did happen. So I don't know. I thought that was interesting.
I would lean heavily on that. That was a bit of a misunderstanding. Just because it's, just if we had an ambush change, they needed their new weapons.
Right.
They had to have it. You know what I mean? It's not like it's not like they went for Bush and they went for somebody else. That's my thoughts on that matter.
Yeah. Well, what they were saying is that they were telling Bush and Cheney that there was weapons of mass destruction, but when they went to go look for them, they weren't there or something on it, and then people in Call Valley were like, no, they moved them here, so that's where they went. That's why they couldn't find them. They moved them out of the country into Lebanon.
Yeah, that whole situation is such a. I'm a veteran. I've spent a tremendous amount of time looking into that. And, yeah, so it was a way back. The whole weapons of mass destruction thing went down, and it's so easy to look at how awful we were at getting intelligence and think there was a conspiracy. But the reality is they lied to us. They took shady information, and then they gave that shady information to somebody else. It was the exact same piece of paper or whatever document. So that now they had two confirmed pieces of information. It was actually the same document that we really did. Thousands and thousands of people, and generations of our country.
Absolutely. Well,
that was a profiteer.
I don't think the government. As soon as they say something, I don't believe it. It's like, that's okay. UFOs, well now it's, UFOs coming out more, with David Garage, his testimony. But it's just, it's hard to believe the government for anything really. Any government, I'll be honest with you, in a lot of countries, when you have to work with a government or a ministry, especially if it's like a post-communist country or like a developing country, it's extremely difficult. It's just, I can't even tell you. But, yeah, even our own government.
They're actually looking at that right now, actually.
I'm sure they're listening to us.
They are. They might not be hearing it, but they're listening.
Yeah.
They're always listening, especially in this show at this point. They got to pull them off and on.
Oh, I'm sure. You got Brandon's number.
When I talked about specific topics, I started having internet issues.
Really?
Yeah.
I believe it.
I've heard noises in my headset, which sounded like clicking voices. No one else heard them, but I can hear it.
Wow.
It's definitely something else.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you guys so much for having me on your show. I appreciate it. It's really nice to talk with you.
Appreciate you coming on and talking with me.
Good to meet you there. Thanks for listening to us.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right, well, have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
You gotta bring Rye on here. How you doing?
Hey guys, I'm doing great. You have to tell me if my mic is okay. I had to make some. I was doing an interview on Skype and had to do a lot of adjustments to it, so I don't know if that's good for streaming. Excellent.
You're coming live with your line too.
Perfect.
Hi, Rich. By the way,
Hey, Rich. I'm Ryan, host of the new podcast of the new show, Codex of Curiosities.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans in Indiana. Turn $5 into $150 instantly when you place your first wager at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using code WIN150. Then place a $5 wager on any sport, you'll receive $150 in bonus bets, regardless of your wager's outcome. And if you think the fun stops there, the king of sportsbooks has plenty of surprises in store. Check out daily promotions, same-game parlays, live bets, and so much more. No matter your team or your sport, BetMGM is for you. Download the app in Indiana today and get $150 in bonus bets instantly from your first wager, only at BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Indiana only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Excellence is stopping.
EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring substitute teachers, support staff, and more in your local school districts. Make a difference in your community while earning great pay. Apply today at edustaff.org. That's edustaff.org.
Excellence is stopping.
Have you found the keys to unlock your next trip? On a Trafalgar tour, you unlock more than just the world. We give you the keys to discover real connections and one-of-a-kind experiences. It all starts with expert itineraries where everything is taken care of. With Trafalgar, your money goes further, and so do you. Unlock your best self. Discover more at Trafalgar.com/unlock. That's TRAFALGAR.com/unlock.
I was curious, like the episode came out, like our interview. Each of like the Swapcast came out last week, and the segue you guys announced that we weren't doing a podcast, and I was like, well, should I release this episode?
Of course. We're still pumping them. We're still promoting them. We're just, hey Tom. Oh, I should actually turn that on so I can actually see the comments. There we go. Yeah, we just both have different ideas, and nothing. It wasn't like a bad break or anything like that. We just, we're going to finish up the Lost Frequency. We have a couple more episodes still there, and then just branching off of the same tree.
I think it's easier for me to work by myself than having to work with somebody else. Just because I can schedule how I need to schedule. I don't have to work with someone else's time.
I totally agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and Tom was great actually. It was my schedule that was always kind of fluctuating and changing, and so he adapted to that. So it was good that way. But I do realize though there's a lot more freedom in scheduling when it's just you as well. So, which is good. And there's, and the amount of effort you put in time is, you don't have to weigh, I put in this, you did that, or you did this kind of thing. It's just, it's all on me now. So that's good.
That's a good adventure. My two co-hosts are brothers, and they live together. And they can't even get on the same page. It's a lot of fun to juggle on that. It works for us. We've known each other for so long that if it didn't work, we have to work with each other. So
fantastic. That is fantastic.
So
go ask for it. Ask it. Yeah.
So when is that? Is that your solo project? You mentioned the Lost Frequency. I'm not familiar, so I apologize.
No worries. Yeah.
That's the running game for your new show.
Yeah, the one. Hang on. I'm trying to. The one right here. That's my new show. The Lost Frequency podcast is the one that's going to come to an end here right away. It pretty much is. It's just running its course till about, I think the last episode is going to drop on YouTube on February 18th. And sorry about the dogs in the background. That's one thing is I record on my rooftop here in Mexico. So every now and then we get some street dogs barking. And now it's Codega's Codex of Curiosities. So Codex, of course, is a full book full of curiosities, but Codega is the key. Codega, and I'll give a little brief explanation. Codega was a occupation in Venice, and what this person did is they carried a lantern around and they guided people from point A to point B, protecting them from thieves, demons, ghosts, other entities, and along the way they would tell the stories. And so I just going to be continuing that tradition on YouTube here.
That's a fun origin story. I like that one. I enjoy words. I hate to go to complex words, and I love fun words. So that's got a good story to it.
Yeah, that's and you know, like it is. I'm going to leave the Codega in there, but for the most part, I'm going to shorten it just to the Codex of Curiosities. Mystery Junkie. It definitely is a tongue twister. So that's why I'm like, I'll just shorten it to the Codex of Curiosities, and you know, the Codega is the one who's going to be is the guide along there, and it is a tongue twister.
I had to look up what Codega meant the other day.
I do have a video in my on my Facebook group where I kind of I put a little bit into that. And I kind of delve into it and say what the Codega is, and then on my intros to all my podcasts now, it's going to be saying what it is. So whenever first one drops, which I think will be on Tuesday. It's the first Tuesday after the 18th, which is 18th, so on Sunday, so 19th, 20th. So February 20th will be my first episode drop, and then it's going to see the great intro.
2 days before my birthday.
Oh, there we go. 2 days. So your birthday's on the 22nd.
Yeah.
My sister's is too. Yeah. So 40. Welcome to the 40s. I'm almost on my way up soon.
It's creeping up on me. I don't feel like I'm 40, but sometimes it's like I'm freaking 80.
I hear you. There's days where I'm like, damn, you know, I slept funny and I hurt my back. Like seriously, like you know, when I was younger, I was playing rugby and I could go through so much crap, and then now it's just I slept funny. That's terrible. A terrible statement.
The last time we talked, you guys were wearing t-shirts. I was a little bit jealous because we were like 20 degrees. You guys were like 86. What's it down?
So of course I'm in Celsius. So it's 21 degrees Celsius, which is probably the same temperature. Let's see. Does anybody can do a conversion really fast? We're gonna try.
I have no idea. I'm American. I don't know Celsius.
I know. So 21 Celsius in Fahrenheit.
It's a made measurement.
70. So it's 70 degrees right now. It's 70 degrees. Yeah,
it's multiplied by 9 or something. I don't know.
It's so ridiculous. And then you have to add. Then you have to add like 32 or something ridiculous. It's like times it by 1.6 and add 32.
I'm not sure how we ended up. Honestly, I don't know the metric or what. I don't know if that's just a metric across the board Celsius, but like how we ended up there, I don't know how we did that. Like I understand our feet versus meters. Like I know what a foot looks like. I don't know what a meter is.
3.3 feet. 3 point. So unfortunately, Canada is stuck in the middle. Because the U.S. is such a big neighbor of ours and a big trade partner, we kind of, even though we're Celsius Fahrenheit, we're meters, we're feet. It's ridiculous. So, and I was just discussing, sorry about that. I was just discussing this with someone recently, and it's like, if you ask me my height, I'm going to tell you in feet and inches. I have no idea what it is in centimeters. If you ask me my weight, it's going to be in pounds. I don't know what I weigh in kilos. Now, if you ask me the distance to go, to drive to another city, I'm going to tell you in kilometers. Now, if you're asking temperature, outside temperature, always Celsius. Inside the house temperature, it can be Celsius or Fahrenheit. Now, used to work in construction, so hot water heating. I did a lot of hot water heating with boilers and whatnot. All Fahrenheit. We don't deal with Celsius. Swimming pool temperatures or hot tub temperatures Fahrenheit. I don't know what they're supposed to be in Celsius. It's crazy. We're just this mixed match kind of a country full of measurements.
You said you're in Canada.
Well, I was. I'm originally from Canada. Yeah, 2 years now here in Mexico.
Well, that's a little drop.
It's a long drive, yeah. And I will tell you how long it is in kilometers, not miles. Yeah, it's crazy like that. And actually, sitting right here on this rooftop, I'm not sure if I mentioned this to you, Brandon. It was probably like 4 months ago. I was on the phone talking with a friend, and it's kind of strange because every now and then you get a feeling, and I'm like, I need to keep my eyes to the sky. So I was sitting on this rooftop, all the lights off, talking with a friend, and I'm looking out. The ocean is 2 miles. I'm gonna guess. No, not even. I'll say it's like 1 mile away. I don't know. I'll say it's a kilometer. So the ocean's about a kilometer away. And coming in over there was this light. Nothing too drastic, you know. And I was like, could be a plane. Could be something else. And it started getting brighter and brighter. And it could be a plane. But then I'm gonna do this little thing. It split off, and it split off like this. And it came back in. It kind of was in an almond shape, you know, kind of like this. And it came back together. So it split off. If I was judging, I would say probably, 300 feet. It flew away about 300 feet. It was just symmetrical, perfect, and used it, came back together. And after it did that, after a couple seconds, it just disappeared. And there was nothing there anymore. And of course, I'm talking. This is the second time I've been on the phone when I've had a UFO sighting, and I'm talking with my friend, telling him everything I'm seeing, and I'm like, it's gone now. And about 30 seconds later, in that exact spot where it disappeared, was a shooting star. Was it a shooting star? I don't know, but it was like instant like this, and that is all I saw. It was pretty cool actually seeing that here. It just had this feeling to keep my eyes to the sky specifically in that one direction. Very strange.
It is weird because the night that I interviewed with Eric Uncomfortable, it was all I'm thinking of after that we talked about something like a flare. And then the night that we interviewed for our Swapcast with Lost Frequencies, I had mentioned that in my front yard I saw that thing that I called was Skynet, or not Skynet, but Starlink. Yeah. But it wasn't Starlink like my whole family saw with me. I was trying to record it, like you can see it on my video, but when I send it to someone else, you can't see it on the video. It's pretty weird that you can see it on mine, but when you send it, you don't see it. That is strange. That is, I don't know, very, very strange. I don't know if that's the quality being so downgraded. It's still hard to see, even when I record it on my phone, but you can still see it. But like even with me trying to brighten it up, when I send it to someone, it's just looks black.
Like I do know, like if you're sending via, I'm not going to say WhatsApp, but if you're sending via Facebook, it always reduces the quality, and that might be an issue there. I know when I was in Chihuahua, northern Mexico, when I saw that UFO during the day, I tried recording with my phone. I only had a Samsung Galaxy S3 at that time, and there was, I couldn't. There was nothing. It was just nothing is coming up on the phone at all. And so what do? I call my wife to tell her exactly what I'm seeing as I'm seeing it. And it was strange. I'm in the middle of a parking lot watching these UFOs, and there was 3, and no one else, and everyone else is just going about their day, and it was really crazy, really crazy.
I think I've seen enough reptilians that are just all masked.
I would say it's insectoid.
I don't know.
It's no, Red and Black is the blood. It's the whole purpose of the movie. I'm not arguing that. I'm going gray.
Yeah, I think I've always thought praying mantises look like typical gray alien heads. Some of the insectoids I've seen praying mantises, I've always been creeped out by that. They're like the one bug that I'll not mess with. Like if they're on the side of my house, like you're good dude, I ain't messing with you. It's your house now because I don't want your down there. Doing something in my sleep.
I would definitely say, yeah, and that's specifically the one that I want to see would be a praying mantis type of alien. So gray is so typical, everyone's seen it. Reptilian, maybe a little scary, but yeah, maybe they're just all here, they're just wearing masks. And insectoid, though, I find that fascinating.
Here's the thing with reptiles. I'm a big mammal supporter, and I occasionally throw rocks at lizards just to remind them of the place. So I don't want to get a problem with that.
Yeah, I threw rocks at your underlings.
Yeah. Passing my penis.
Yes.
You know, get that
Don't
rocks
talk.
out there all day.
So
Yeah, when you talk about kicker, oh yeah, go ahead.
are they actually aliens or are they from here?
Or they both? Or they both?
Have they always been?
Well, I'm always a word kind of guy, play on words. In the English language, what do we actually call them? We call them ETs, which is extraterrestrial. So what does terrestrial mean? It means of the Earth. Does it mean of another planet? Does it mean of Mars or anything? It means of the Earth. So extra. They're extras on this Earth. So I find that fascinating. Play on words, Camera keeps I keep kind of like.
We got a little blur there. It's fine, man.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Let's go on the Mexican, whatever college that presented the aliens to where you at? Look at your eyes.
They look like a bunch of paper mache kind of thing. They look too fake, which could mean that they're real because they look so fake. And again, what are we judging it on? It's like I'm judging it on Hollywood. Could these be legit? I don't know. It could be. Any app NFTs.
We can't say that word.
Yeah, I would say I'm not a globe, but I'm not fully on board with that. I'm somewhere in between. I think the globe that is being presented is not legit. I think there's more. There's more land. I think there's definitely more land. Could it be a much larger globe? I'm more on that one, or maybe Hollow Earth. That's always a possibility. But flat Earth, this is what pisses me off so much, is when people argue and they're like, oh, flat Earth is so stupid. They always show this is a square. They show a square map. Like, oh yeah, look, you're gonna fall off. Like, no, that is not it. It's it could be on the back of a giant turtle. It's the circular, it has the wall. There could be lands on the other side of it. What it actually is, I don't know. I do know though that NASA's full of shit and they're lying to us. That's that one. Yeah, not another. What is it? Not another. What is that acronym stands for something else? It was kind of funny. We just actually had, the Lost Frequency had Sean Hibbler on. I don't know if you guys know who Sean Hibbler is. He's made early day. He's made some amazing flat Earth documentaries. On the level or next level. He gets what's it called? He makes a great point. So. I'll just leave it for that, because I don't know. I truly don't know. That's about it. I just don't know.
I'm pretty. I won't even entertain that. That side of the right there. I am a spiritual supporter, and I'm upset that we have to talk about that. But I will say, if we are going to do the alternative theory, Mr. Junkie chimed in the chat, I am for giant turtle theory.
Giant turtle theory. Yeah,
I love the idea of a good derby animal being in charge of everything.
I had David Wise on one of my first interviews. I used to think flat Earth was a joke. Then you start going down the rabbit hole and some of the things that they present. It does make you question. And I've always had my own curiosity about why Antarctica is so often just like, we can't agree on anything in the fucking world. For some reason, every country signs off on not letting anyone go to Antarctica. Why is that? I don't know. I don't know if it's because there's just big ice walls that fucking just practically ice wall. I don't know. Whatever it could be. But I want to know what's in Antarctica. I don't think it's just ice and penguins or whatever else out there. I think there's something else with Antarctica. There once one flat Earth, so that was the extra land, the land beyond the ice.
I think we can all. Sorry, Rich. Go ahead.
Here's the thing about what you said. There are people who make those points. If you don't want to believe you're a flat, don't go down to the geographic. There are some very convincing people out there that will make people question everything. But when it comes to the Antarctica thing, the reason I think most of the superpowers can agree it's for science only is because there's nothing that we can gain from it financially. If it's, disputed island or something like that, where there's some value to it, yes, that's a little bit different than just the giant ice block. That's my thoughts on those matters.
Yes, I think we can all agree, whether you're a flat Earth or globe or whatever, that Antarctica is sus. It's suspicious as to why they're just not letting us go down there. And it's, to the point that military intervention, we try going down, which is really crazy. It's like, that means that we are prisoners. If you're not allowed to go someplace, doesn't matter. This is a much larger prison. What? We should never be restricted to go there. Like, they should definitely assign a waiver if it is what they say. If it's just this, if it's all just total ice, and if you're gonna die, because of it, they're like, yeah, we're not gonna rescue you. You should sign something say, yeah, I give away my, I don't expect any rescues, and see you later. And if you come back, they come back.
They don't do that though for like the northern hemisphere. They don't do it for like Greenland. They don't do it for like the North Pole. For whatever reason, they only do it for the continent of Antarctica. Why is that? Like Greenland is supposed to be all ice too, but for some reason, I'm pretty sure you go to Greenland, they don't have it like the gold ranking in there.
Yeah, and everybody, like all the major powers, agree on this one treaty. There's no issues. It's like I said, they can't get along with everything, but they all come to agreement. We don't want anyone going to Antarctica.
Well, there have been some disputes down there. I know that there's a story that we're working on about the only murder that's ever happened down there, and that had to go through quite a few hurdles because it's like so. It was like a Scottish citizen, but it happened on an American base. But then it was technically on like a Russian side of things where it happened. The doctor, I don't remember the exact thing. My co-host is developing the story, but that whole thing was it's a fun story. I think maybe the podcast Red Web, I think they might have touched on it on an episode. I have to go back and find my notes. But the only thing that makes me less worried about Antarctica is I can go get a job. And I'm a jackass. So I had the opportunity to go out there and work as a firefighter 10-ish years ago. The pay was shit. The pay was absolute garbage compared to other federal contracts that are out there. 4 months, 5 months, 6 months at a time. Yeah, pay was garbage, and they would run me. That's the only thing there. I can understand why.
You would have expected the pay to be pretty good, so like isolation pay and
We'll think for a short-ish term contract, it was okay.
Okay.
But when you compare it to like guys who are going like Afghanistan, it was a change. So.
The Nazi base. I knew that Hitler had stuff down there and stuff, but I didn't. I'm going to do an episode at some point. I have to find someone that's very well researched on Antarctica. I'm going to have to find him and talk about it. Just because I've been asked by multiple people to do an episode about Antarctica, the whole Appleberg thing, everything. There's so many different things. Like obviously, there's different theories of what's out there. It's like I have no idea what it is, but it's always been something that's making me question stuff. Just like The other thing I've always wanted to talk about was the Bigfoot. I still to this day, even as a kid, I didn't believe I ever been to the moon. I don't know why I never have.
I totally believed we went to the moon. But more and more, I'm like, yeah, no. Like, we didn't go with the shower curtain kind of thing hanging off. Like, that, where is the crater? That is the biggest thing, is where is the crater? The propulsion engine, when they landed, it should have created a crater and flew away, but it didn't. There was no crater.
It was like a FaceTime phone call.
And how did they get the pictures? This is another thing, is how did they get the pictures so fast to publish them in the newspaper before they actually came back? I think they had digital cameras and sent them wirelessly. That's a little sus. Like, and then they lost the technology. Like, why are we trying to? Yeah,
I read somewhere that they destroyed the technology on purpose. They didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands.
So actually, I've got to jump off here. So the moon landing, the timing of all that is very curious. So we have JFK, right? We also have Nixon in the background. And this is where we really start seeing the emergence of mass media as a communications, as a medium of communication, right? So we have. Are you familiar with President Taft? By any chance, anyone? Okay. President Taft.
I'm Canadian.
No, that's cool. So he was a this is nothing against his large people. He was a 300-pound tall asset. And if you put him up against JFK, there's no way he's ever getting close to it. Because think about how many people engaged the way Nixon was during that election. So made for TV is a real thing. So having them shoot, some scenes here or there in the desert, underwater, whatever it is, makes a lot of sense to me. Now, it maybe the way I like the different things. I'm a big Buzz Aldrin fan, but did we also lie about the pictures? So
I feel like they had to get to the moon, quote unquote, for the Soviets. And if I remember correctly, didn't Kennedy say by the end of the decade or whatever, we're going to go to the moon and some shit? And meaningly, the summer of 1969, I think it was, we went to the moon. Yeah, like, we only had like a few more months to get there before the shit didn't happen. So it was awful for me. We went to the moon. We only went there a few different more times, and for some reason, we just stopped going and destroyed all the technology.
There's definitely some convenient things that have happened with it.
Even as a kid, I said that why were there no stars in the background? How did we get to the moon, and how long did it take them? And like, how did they launch it off of the moon? They covered less gravity, so they didn't have to have that much propulsion to leave. It was like, but they weren't floating. Like the dust on the ground wasn't moving when they stepped. There was no gravity, where the dust kind of just floated a little bit. And there's just so many questions that you can look at when they're out there. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like if they had to have a rocket to get off Earth, but they didn't have to have a rocket to get back into space to escape the gravity.
That's what I can't.
It is. There's a lot to that. Like I don't think we actually went to the moon. We may have went to the moon now, but I don't think we went the same time.
I believe we went to the moon almost another time. I don't believe that it was broadcast. I believe that we possibly have gone to the moon, but
the magic of it.
So before I hop off here, Brandon, thanks for having me. Ryan, I'd love to get in contact.
For sure.
We'll connect there. If you want to learn about a different JFK conspiracy, look at how he and Rob work behind the scenes to make the crisis as big as it was. If you haven't done that, there's some great information there about political. So But anyways, thank you so much for having me. Enjoy your time.
Yeah, it was great meeting you. Great meeting you, Rich. Take care.
Let everyone know where they can find you guys at.
Yeah, so we are the founding War Fathers. We have very limited social media. You can find us on Facebook. Find my link here somewhere in the chat. I made a couple comments on these other let know. But yeah, we're on Apple, Spotify, and on Amazon Music. Just type in Founding War Fathers, you'll see us. We talk about cryptids, we do some interviews, we talk about some conspiracies, we talk about history, we talk about some modern things. It's a fun show. I enjoy it. I do it with my best friends. And I comes out every Monday or Tuesday, depending on when we get around to do it together. So, again, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, thanks for being on here.
Awesome. Yeah,
There may be a couple other people that were coming on, but they never showed up.
Okay, and you're gonna laugh at this, Brandon. The interview didn't even happen. The interview that I was supposed to have, it didn't happen. And I got the blur on, and I keep like blurring myself, and I'm like, I'm just gonna switch that. It kind of looks good because I don't like the wall, the power lines running into the background, but it is what it is. But yeah, so I was supposed to do that interview, and it's gonna happen tomorrow because his mic wasn't working. And he likes to talk. He's a very talkative person, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm like, I gotta go. And half hour later, I'm like, I'm going to.
I've had issues with people time to time. I had one straight up goes to me and he was wanting to talk about scripted encounters. He sent me a whole bunch of information, sent photos and everything. I was like, oh, okay. And then sometimes the day of the interview, I just sent a message. Didn't respond. Never read my messages. So listen, he's never actually clicked. You basically see what someone looks at it like, yep. He's never. So I was like, I've seen him on groups posting, so I was like, he didn't die.
Yeah, I think that's what I was assuming, like, okay, Bigfoot stole him.
But Andy was supposed to be talking to me, like, during the time of the interview, I see him commenting on certain posts, almost comment on there, so you can be on here, but you can't talk to me. The one that reached out to me first.
Yeah. It's happened a couple times with us where we have a couple of issues where they just still show up, and I started. I send out a PDF kind of thing to all my upcoming guests, and I tell them, like, listen, you can't make it. Okay, I understand, but please give me a little bit of a heads up. Well, thanks, Rich. Thanks again, guys. Here's one of our show links. Perfect. Sorry, just reading the comments. But yeah, so I say that, and then also say there as well to my future guests, I said, would you, let me know if you were okay to be called on short notice in case someone pulls a no-show. Just in case that I could, bump them up, and some of them have said okay to that, so I think that's decent.
Tomorrow I have an interview. I've been wanting to go down this rabbit hole for a while. And anyone out there listening, if you follow the podcast, it's about a couple months. My back was diving into the Rothschilds. So, if I come up missing,
Exactly. There's just a bunch of scheduled podcasts, and there's no more vlogs, no more talking or anything, and Brandon's gone.
Podcast will still go on for a couple months. I've got all this stuff already uploaded, so you might have like a couple more months of content. But once that one gets dropped, it's like, where did he get up here? You guys know what happens.
Speaking of Bigfoot, I actually have a theory that came to me a couple of weeks ago when I was listening to a couple of other podcasts like PRT and just a couple other podcasts. One of the things that always seems to happen with Bigfoot is if Bigfoot follows or is Bigfoot near someone's property, what happens is the slapping of houses. Okay, so this seems to be something that is very common. If Bigfoot's on your property, he's slapping your house. And I had my next guest, Ernie, he on philosopher because he talks about face to face with a Bigfoot, which was communicating with him like almost sign language, and he says it kind of like very Native Americanish kind of communication, like pointing, you be equal, which that kind of tied in with my theory that perhaps this house slapping is, and I don't know if you've heard of County Coup, or County Coup. Have you heard of that before?
I've heard of it, but I don't know what it means.
Okay, so what it is a native brave from one tribe would go Count Coup on another tribe, like one that they're warring with. But what it was, you're not going there to kill or hurt anybody. You're going to show them that you're the better warrior, that you can sneak into their camp, do something, and get out without being caught or even noticed. So, maybe they'll leave something there to show that they were there, or take something of theirs. And that is to show that to your enemy that you have one up them. You are better than them. You are, you're the better warrior, and you just beat them. That is what I believe this house slapping is actually. It's kind of like this house slap, and whenever people go out to go look, there's nothing in sight. There's nothing. So it's them kind of showing you that I'm the better warrior. I'm the stealthier warrior. I'm in and I'm out, and you can't catch me. And it's kind of like of course, like a warning, but it's showing you that I'm the better one. And it just kind of fits into the narrative, in my opinion.
I can see that. I've heard people on other podcasts too. They've said stuff like Bigfoot, it almost sounds like it tries to communicate with them. And even primates, even gorilla, they have ways of communicating. They like whatever it is that one that they do your sign language.
Yeah. Yes.
So if they can teach primate the great game how to communicate, these things are of that nature, wouldn't they be able to communicate? But it makes sense.
Of course, especially if they. And I'm kind of in no camp. We're going to say I'm in no camp because I know there's two camps. There's the woo camp and then there's the flesh and blood. I would say I don't know because I truly don't know. I'm leaning more to the woo side because I've heard so many stories of stuff that's happened, but I don't know. But, if they've been interacting with native tribes for years prior, and now they're a little more scared of man, with all our technological advancements, whether it be guns and whatnot. But would they have not had to have a way to communicate? Sign language, pointing. Pointing is probably one of the oldest forms of communication. Is like, me hungry, I can't hear you. If I do that, I don't care what language I'm doing that in. To someone who doesn't speak English, or someone, maybe they speak Cantonese or something. If I'm like, if I do that, it means I can't hear you. I'm hungry. We have these hand signals, and they're universal. So perhaps, they had a way of communicating with the native tribes, and it's just been passed down generation to generation.
When it comes to cryptids, I'm kind of like you. I don't know what to believe. Yeah, a lot of them I'm skeptical about just because I don't know if something like this can exist. Like even my own, I don't think how's it scientifically possible for no offense? How's it scientifically possible for a mammal, which a lot of offense on a cryptid?
Yeah, I have no idea what Mothman is. I think it's some sort of alien, actually, to be honest, but I don't know.
There's so many different, I don't want to sound like great, but there's so many different opinions from so-called experts in this field that they all want to spout off all this stuff. I was like, you guys haven't even actually seen anything, have any proof they're just spitting out of it. Yeah, based on all fact, and they want to argue, especially Reddit. You get on Reddit, that's just that's a cesspool.
Yeah,
Reddit is nothing but arguing constantly about what's a cryptid, what's not the crypto. You guys are arguing about stuff that you don't even know exists. You've never seen it.
It's true. It totally is true. You know, like the experts are using eyewitness accounts to try to, and they formulate their opinion on that, but still they end up coming up to their own opinion as well. And some of them exclude opinions because it doesn't fit their narrative or their conscious bias, confirmation bias. Oh my gosh, there we go, confirmation bias. And it's crazy. It's crazy. You know, in reality, I don't think any of us can be experts. You know, we can be well versed and perhaps even a witness. But until your best friend is Harry and the Hendersons, you don't know. We don't know.
So that's how I feel about it too. Like the most recent one, they were arguing about Wendigos are not cryptids, they're spirit. So it's like, are we really gonna start splitting hairs?
It's true. It is true. I do believe the Wendigo has some sort of spiritual aspect to it, like definitely. But what else? I still think we dump it into the cryptid category, and it's kind of funny because I have like a selection of thumbnails that I use for shows and whatnot, and I have a Wendigo picture which I have in my file of like cryptids. So I guess I kind of dubbed it encrypted myself.
And then the fiction anymore of a Wendigo, like there's talking about hell crawlers here. To go back to the original depictions with the Native American tribes first said about Wendigos, they were more like they weren't deer-headed, rotty corpse-looking thing. They were more like they ate their lips off. They were more like almost, I don't want to call them zombies, but they were almost really skinny, insatiable hunger. Had longer hair, like Linky. So when people are talking about seeing hell crawlers and everything, I've often wondered, like, maybe they're not any different than what the original Wendigos were. Maybe the things that the Wendigos are based off of the same things that we're seeing now. Because even in modern times, you had the Dover demon males in the 1960s. It almost looked like an alien, but it's again as a Linky little, like long arm, crawling looking thing on the ground on the side of the road highway. And it was crawling. I'm pretty sure they said the Dover demon had like this pale skin, bulbous head. Like, to me, it's almost the same descriptions.
So do you believe that they're actually coming from Wendigos, but that's at a different growth?
But Rich had plans. They did an episode on Hopping Bill Goldberg, so we didn't get into that because I had a group of people, ladies that came on here to talk. But so maybe the next time I can have them come on, we'll talk about the Hopping Bill Goldberg. But the whole Kentucky Goblin thing, I've often wondered. They're also not similar to crawlers, and they all run from cases. See, like a lot of activity with these crawlers and other sightings, you see them in the woods where there's usually some sort of community. So I wonder if they're not some sort of
And that makes sense. That makes sense because they do. And I think someone said that earlier too. Bryce was saying that they're also from Earth. Yeah, I think so because that's definitely something that they look like. You know, it definitely looks like gold from Lord of the Rings. You know, kind of thing where it's just lack of sunlight.
My third interview, I interviewed somebody named Brandon, and he was from Southern Indiana, and he said, well, he was right by the Kentucky border, and he was talking about hunting Bigfoot, like selling certain Bigfoot, livestock, all that. He said he was family were all walking through a cemetery. They see some sort of golem-type looking creature. Instead of golem, that's like a Kentucky goblin. He didn't know what that was. And I was more interested in hearing about that, not so much about the Bigfoot stuff, because you don't really hear very many Kentucky goblin encounters. But he said it was just in this cemetery, just kind of his whole family's just kind of crawling around as well. I don't remember if he said there was one.
That's crazy. We did have an interview again with the Lost Frequency where they talked about these little green aliens actually, so it would be kind of like a goblin kind of thing with metal teeth. Have you ever heard of that? Like anything with metal teeth, little green kind of alien or creatures
No, I haven't heard anything about the teeth. I know it's the flatwood monster or something, or it was almost like alien, but it's like a floating. It had like this mechanical armor on. It had like this big, not a helmet, more like something around it. Really? Yeah, I think it's called the flatwood monster. I'm not 100% sure.
That almost sounds like the creatures down in Peru, where they're saying that are flying around and the face peelers. Yeah, something like that.
I've been hearing a lot of things about the face peeler, but then I read something the other day. So it's actually just about the something called can't think of the term.
The mafia, the narcos,
those things, whatever. Can't think of it. Have a great word. But yeah, basically the crime lords smuggling in cocaine and everything.
I'd say narcos. The narcos. It could be. So they're just kind of, but some of the things that are happening are pretty supernatural sounding, almost in a way. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What else? What else is new and exciting?
Yeah, he said.
Yeah, cartel.
I had a complete blank brain fart. I was like, trying to think of something.
And I should have known that. Being here in Mexico, this cartel. I'm pretty good where I live. It's kind of away from all that, but that's a big thing here.
Yeah. No, but there's just a lot of weird things, especially even the puckwudgies. They're little humanoid looking things.
How big are the puckwudgies? Are they like duendes, or are they like? How tall are those puckwudgies? I've heard of this term before, but I don't know.
I don't know the exact height. I don't know if the listening does, but I think they're like less than 2 feet.
Okay, this sounds similar then to possibly Aleutians here in Mexico, and it's kind of funny because there's so many similarities between these things. Like let's say like a leprechaun and an Aleuche. An Aleuche is about 2 feet. They're usually naked-looking little cherub kind of thing, like they're a kid, but like punchy and whatnot. And they are said to be elementals, but also could be homunculuses, where they're created by 9 nights of bloodletting onto them, like with using blood and corn to create these things out of clay. And then you put your intentions on them, and then after 9 nights, they come to life, and they're to protect your land and your family. That's kind of like the goal of these things here in Mexico. And let me tell you, everybody, I don't say everybody, but we'll say a lot of people have stories of Aleutians. Like even my brother-in-law tells me stories about Aleutians. My father-in-law, he has some land, and the guy that works on it, he's the one who told me that he's seen them. It's crazy.
I don't. Like I said before, I got a just around here but where I live, there's been a state park about an hour away, and there's been a lot of sightings there. And we always picture puckwudgies. Okay, so I'm curious to go there. So I've been there before, but I didn't know the history of it until recently. So I'm curious to go back to see it.
I think that would be fantastic. I think that would be super interesting.
There's a place that's the old battlefield we had to do the reenactment out there. When I was in high school, we always called it Hobbit Land. Well, the reason it was called Hobbit Land so much more, they saw little humans running around out there. I was like, now that I'm thinking about it, I was like, we call them hobbits in high school. I was like, wonder if more than actually puckwudgies.
Really interesting. Yeah, exactly. They call it hobbits because you're that's what you know. So you're making this, you're making a characterization by something that you kind of know, even though it's on a movie.
Interesting, yeah, because that was right around Lord of the Rings time when I graduated.
Is that? Oh wow!
I graduated in 2002, so it's been 22 years. It's craziness.
That is crazy. I can't believe Lord of the Rings was over 20 years ago. I was actually living in New Zealand. I was lived there for a year, and yeah, I forget which one was coming out, but at that time, interesting.
I'll chase a puck with you if I catch one. I'm off hunting. See what happens.
It's good.
I've been wanting to go and do a lot of different things. I've actually thought about going out and filming stuff, like making little, not so much documentaries, but making like little videos and stuff just to include film. That takes more time and effort. I'm already struggling to find the time to do podcasting and still work a full job and be a full-time dad and stuff.
Right. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'm totally in the same boat.
For anyone out there that's still watching and listening, it's not an easy gig. Everyone really just turn on the camera and you start talking. This was completely unplanned. This was a spur of a moment. So anyone watching this, I appreciate it because this was not anything I had planned out. Hopefully, if I start doing this more often, I'll have them on a schedule so more people know last minute.
I can totally relate. Like, I had 2 weeks to set up this whole new podcast, and then start scheduling and everything. It was a lot of work. Well, it is a lot of work, and I've got everything where I want it to be. So now I got to work on the scheduling, and yeah, it is. You know, you're scheduling, trying to work around your own schedule, work around their schedule, and then how much more content can you do? I want to do this as well. I want to do this, and it's a lot of work. It is, and then we have to edit, and but hey, it's the name of the game. It is what it is.
Again, next time I'm going to try and be a little bit more proactive. I posted a bunch of different things. I don't think anyone ever goes
Facebook, yeah, a lot of things get lost in Facebook now. You know, it's just like gone. And
I put it on Instagram. I put it on X. I put it on whatever the Instagram things called.
I have no idea. I barely use Instagram.
I was going to call it Reels, but it's not Reels. But
yeah, what is Reels? Is Reels Facebook? So I would assume Instagram is Reels as well, but wouldn't it just kind of carry over because they're the same?
Threads. Threads is like a different.
Oh, yeah.
There's like I post things like there's nothing. I think it just gets lost in the void.
And then, yeah, when you do on Facebook and you do when you at everyone, you piss them all off. And anybody who's ever added me, like the at everyone, I always like unfollow that group. I'm like, I never want to be done that again. And then there's me just doing it recently for the Lost Freaks 2 podcast group, Facebook group. I've been adding everyone, so I'm like, I'm ending this anyhow. We're ending this Facebook group anyhow, so I'll piss people off. But hey, everybody, come check out my YouTube channel.
I don't do a whole lot of promoting as it is, or it's just kind of grassroots. And I think my Facebook group that I made in the summer got like 50 people, but I don't try to add people. I don't market it. I don't do anything with it.
Yeah, it's Facebook. The Facebook group, I really don't think does much. It's just kind of like interaction. That's all it is with the existing people who are there. That's it.
YouTube's been growing on its own, the listener base and everything. I see all the statistics from that has grown quite a bit. For some reason, on Saturday, I don't know what happened, but I had almost like 600 downloads in one day, which is
nice. Yeah, that is awesome.
It's a decent amount for one day, more than normal. Like if I release a new episode, it's usually about 400. I didn't release anything. I had like 600 downloads in one day. I'm like, what the hell? Well, not on Saturday, but something happened on Saturday. We started looking at the podcast, and then like the next day it just dropped back down to about 100.
It's so strange why it does that. We had done one with Daryl Denton when he was telling us about his Bigfoot encounters, and then also seeing a dog man come through a portal. And you know, the live itself was good, but it was like a week later, all of a sudden on the weekend, it just took off. It was like, how did this happen? And then it died off. And then the next weekend, again, it did the same thing. So maybe watch next weekend, you might actually get like another like splurge of downloads again. It was really strange.
the YouTube views on certain videos, I get a lot on dog man stuff, so I think a lot of listeners enjoy the dog man stuff.
Yes.
It's hard to find people that actually want to talk about dog man encounters.
Agreed. I'm trying to get Martin Groves. I want to get Martin Groves on to talk about his encounters. That one was Dogman, Bigfoot, kind of a little bit of everything. Crazy.
I want to talk to Martin. I've said it before, and it's not that I don't believe his story, but I do have questions about it. And I would love just to pick his brain because I've seen something that someone says the market is a trap because there was no police reports. Like, well, again, that goes back to the LBL thing earlier we talked about with the original guy that came out with the LBL. Said he survived the whole family being massacred. There were no reports about that either. But if they don't want information out there, they're not going to access reports. Like, there's a way of making information out there.
Well, also is kind of, are you going to fill out a police report? You know, are you going to be thought of like, is this crazy? Like the one guy that I had interviewed coming up on the Lost Frequency there, he was he wasn't police, but he was campus police. And they were like, yeah, we should, you know, they actually said, okay, we're going to write this up. And they were laughed at and told, don't do that. You know, and that's the kind of attitude. Whereas I think now things are becoming more and more accepted. But yeah, I don't bat an eye if they're like, you know, there's like, oh, there's no police report. Okay, yeah, I can understand that. I can totally understand that. Maybe now there's a better chance of there being actual police report because this is becoming more and more mainstream. I don't want to say mainstream. I hate that, but it's becoming more and more commonplace.
Yeah. I think when they were talking about with Mark's story, those the guys in the firemen or whatever it was that got killed. This is their memory.
I see what you're saying. Yes. Okay. Awesome.
I learned a valuable lesson too. I'm not a great author, so I get some feedback. I get some very low ratings on Amazon lately.
Oh shit! I'm actually in the process of writing semi-fiction, non-fiction book. So, well, mini ebooks actually is what I'm trying to bring out, a series of mini ebooks that are based on. I have the craziest of craziest dreams, and I swear to God that they're real, just happening in another life, another dimension, past life, something in the future, something in the past, all the above, and so it's kind of like loosely based on my life. And there's like the dream aspect, which I say is real in the book, kind of thing. So I started it. I put it on you know, it's catching, picking up a lot of dust because the podcast kind of stole all my time. But I want to get back to that as well.
I mean, I won't call them Karens, but they bought it, so I got like a little bit of that percentage.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Fair enough. They don't have to like it, but I got your 2 cents.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's another rabbit hole in itself. How much money you don't actually make from stuff.
I have done in the past some Kindle Direct publishing. Yeah. You don't really make much money at all.
As someone, I got it. Called a grifter not long ago because like, oh, you're making all this money on the podcast. Like, you realize that I've spent more money than I've ever made on this podcast. It's like I didn't even like monetize until like 2 months ago, and I'm barely breaking even. So for over a year, I was basically spending like $70 a month just to do a podcast.
It is. It's expensive. I am trying to make a podcast as cheap as possible, but you know, it's without making it look cheap. If that's the way to do it, you know, it's kind of you got to put money in. You have to. Yeah, I just bought a new webcam because mine was terrible. And I'm like, you know what? If I want to try to put out at least a half decent product, I gotta have at least a half decent webcam as well.
That's what I've done. I actually just went Saturday and upgraded some cables. I didn't realize that I was going to spend $100 on two cables. Wow. For a 2-foot and a 6-foot. The ones I bought were cheaper, and I kept hearing it clicking in my headset. It was like, all right, so I looked up the best ones that they have for recording, like audio or whatever. And yeah, Smoke Valley brand or some copy brand.
Okay, I've not heard of that.
And they're cold plated. So
okay.
So far, it's supposed to be the best signal enhancing cables that they have according to the reviews. We'll see.
Got the Cadillac cables.
Yeah. Being a band person, I knew you want higher end stuff, but I didn't really think much about the cables in general. I'm tired of hearing it. Almost like a hi-hat constantly. Like, when I talk with you guys, I kept hearing it, I just ignore it because I couldn't figure out what it was. It's not doing it now, so I think I fixed the problem.
Well, that was a good investment then.
Well, I planned on kind of wrapping this up about this time, so.
Perfect. Yeah, I was just about to say I'm beat. I got to get up early, and I'm good to go. Do you mind if I post my link to my channel in the chat?
Go ahead, let everyone know where they can find you.
Yeah. Hopefully it comes through. So, Codex of Curiosities. It's my new channel. I don't have any of this new content yet. It's being made as we speak. I'm still Tom and I are both kind of like we split, but we're both still releasing the exact same content of the Lost Frequency on each of our own channels. Yeah. So, you'll see a couple more shows from there coming up. But I should be releasing, like I said, it'll probably be on the 20th. Yeah, I said the 20th. I'll be dropping my first audio episode, but the video will be coming out on the Thursday, which will be the 25th. I think that'll be the 25th. I'm horrible. 22nd. It'll be on your birthday. Yeah, I'll be dropping it on your birthday. Yeah, so February 22nd, I'll be dropping the video. Audio is going to be coming out on Tuesdays, and that will be. And if you like Dogman, of course, I'm having Matt Emch on. He's done the circuit a lot, but I'm not going to be actually going much into his Dogman because he's done that with so many other people. So I've decided to go a different route with him and stay posted for that. Yeah. Looking forward to it. Awesome. Thanks so much, Brandon.
Yeah. Have a good night. Thanks for calling.
You too. Thanks, man. There we go.
Well, everyone, if you're still watching, appreciate you guys for sticking around. I might do this more often. Everyone else would like to reach you. I might try to pick a specific day, maybe a Tuesday or something. Your third day and designated a live stream night. You guys can let me know if you enjoyed it. If anyone wants to be on an episode of 10 Foil Tells, you can reach out to me. Send an email to 10foiltellspodcast@gmail.com or go to 10foiltells.com. Contact button. Whatever works. Again, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for watching. And to get links to feedback, if you'd like more live stream episodes, if you want to come on the live stream, give me a holler. Get something figured out. I want to say thanks again to everyone for sticking around and watching. Good night, everyone. Remember, truth lies in the stories we share, the connections we make. Stay curious, stay open-minded. Thank you all for joining us on this journey, and until next time, keep questioning, keep seeking, keep exploring the unknown. Good night, everyone.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans in Indiana. Turn $5 into $150 instantly when you place your first wager at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using code WIN150. Then place a $5 wager on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets, regardless of your wager's outcome. And if you think the fun stops there, the king of sportsbooks has plenty of surprises in store. Check out daily promotions, same game parlays, live bets, and so much more. No matter your team or your sport, BetMGM is for you. Download the app in Indiana today and get $150 in bonus bets instantly from your first wager. Only at BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Indiana only. New customer offers. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Interest of excellence in staffing.
EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring substitute teachers, support staff, and more in your local school districts. Make a difference in your community while earning great pay. Apply today at edustaff.org. That's edustaff.org.
Interest of excellence in staffing.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans in Indiana. Turn $5 into $150 instantly when you place your first wager at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using code WIN150. Then place a $5 wager on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets, regardless of your wager's outcome. And if you think the fun stops there, the king of sportsbooks has plenty of surprises in store. Check out daily promotions, same game parlays, live bets, and so much more. No matter your team or your sport, BetMGM is for you. Download the app in Indiana today and get $150 in bonus bets instantly from your first wager. Only at BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Indiana only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Indiana Wesleyan University provides accessible education for every chapter of life. Traditional students learn, live, and lead the way through rich community on IWU's beautiful 350-acre campus in Marion, Indiana. Adult learners choose the flexibility of 100% online classes in over 150 programs with support from professors who are experts in their field of study and deeply care for student success in academics and spiritual formation. Discover the way ahead at IWU. Visit discovertheway.com to learn how.
And I just turned around and I passed out of there. I was done. I wasn't dealing with that.
The hypocrisy of the cult is one of the things that turns me away the quickest.
When I turned my headlights on, it turned and looked at us. And one of the things I remember the most were the eyes were glowing red. I see an orb of light. It is just circling these steps like it is waiting for me. And he begins to tell them that he saw a UFO. They're basically like, what are you talking about? That's 7 foot up on a tree. Peeking around it. And that's where I saw the top of the muzzle, the nose, and the eyes. As soon as I made eye contact with this thing, it felt like death.
Welcome back to Tin Foil Tales. I'm your host, Frank Wright. On tonight's episode, we're going to be joined by my guest, Boyd. Boyd has researched a lot about the red-haired giants and even some of the little people that's been talked about throughout history. Some of the biblical terms like the Nephilim and how it all kind of ties together with these creatures throughout history. Boyd has done a lot of extensive research into that, so he's going to come on here tonight and talk about the book he's wrote and everything he's kind of come across with his studies for these giant creatures. So before we bring Boyd on, if you've ever had an encounter or experience you want to share, reach out to tinfoiltelspodcast@gmail.com and we'll be together for a future episode. If you'd like to help the podcast, continue to share it around. You can like or review everywhere that you listen to the podcast at. It helps with the exposure. More exposure, needs new listeners needs new encounters, new stories, needs new episodes for everyone else to listen to. Make sure to follow us on social media, whichever one you prefer. I'm sure I'm on there. You can follow and talk down there if you want to. I get our website out now, so make sure to check out tinfoiltales.com. Get all the episodes on there as well. We're going to go ahead now and bring Floyd on. You guys enjoy the episode. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. I'd like to take this time tonight to welcome my guest onto the show, Floyd. Thanks for coming on and talking with me.
Hey, Brandon, thank you very much for having me on, and thanks to your audience for tuning in. I think we're going to have maybe a fun and intriguing conversation in the area of giants, and if you want to go down some other rabbit holes, perhaps we can do that.
Definitely always good to explore some rabbit holes, at least on this show.
Right.
But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to talking with you. The giant topic is something that I've been wanting to dive into since I started the podcast, so here we are almost a year and a half later, but ready to finally tackle one.
Yeah, it's a fascinating topic. It's one of those topics that is cross-cultural, and it's talked about in most cultures throughout the world. It's talked about in the Bible, ancient Sumerian civilization, going back 5,000 years, talked about giants. The Egyptians talked about giants. In South America, there's been tales and legends of giants, so we should have plenty to talk about.
Sounds very, very interesting. Before we get started, I do have a couple questions.
Sure.
What made you want to look at the giants of all the things out there? Like, what piqued your interest?
That's a great question. I heard a presentation by another researcher named Jim Vieira. This was probably about 7 or 8 years ago, and he's done a lot of research into the area of giant skeleton discoveries in North America. And I watched a presentation of his, and I was really intrigued because he kept referencing these old newspaper articles here in America that went back from mid-1800s all the way into the 1970s that talked about these discoveries of giant skeletons, some of them 7 feet tall, 8 feet, 9 feet, even some articles that reference giants 15, 16 feet tall. And I thought, this is wild. Like, is this real? And he kept showing these different newspaper articles, and in some of those articles, institutions such as the Smithsonian was referenced, and there was always mention that, the Smithsonian or some other organization would come in and examine the bones, and then they just disappeared. So it was that presentation that really piqued my interest, and I thought, in Jim's finding all these newspaper articles on these weird discoveries, I should be able to just do a little research. I could come up with some of these, and I can look into this. So that's what I did. I put together a folder and subscribed to a bunch of old newspaper databases. It didn't take me long to accumulate quite a number of these anomalous articles on these discoveries.
Yeah, I've seen, I don't remember if it's the same guy, but there was a show out there where he was searching for these giants.
Yes, it was Jim Vieira, and he has a brother as well. And they're both stonemasons, and they did a show on the History Channel. And I don't quite remember the name, if it was In Search of the Giants or something along that line.
Yeah, I remember it was something like that. This last couple of years, they had maybe 1 or 2 seasons.
Yeah, very interesting. I wish they would have been able to produce some more seasons of that. But that was, yes, very interesting show.
The giant lore, I've heard from, obviously, you can go back, you've already mentioned it, but like, it's not just an American thing, that's a whole white thing. Like, there's always been the stories of giants. So.
Yes, in most of your culture, then, many of us are familiar with the stories told in the Bible, particularly of David and Goliath. And Goliath was a descendant of the Nephilim. And the Nephilim is a Proto-Hebrew word meaning fallen ones. And Goliath, and he also had brothers too. So in fact, when David killed him with Slingstone, later on, David and his mighty men fought some of Goliath's brothers, and they were giants. And in fact, the Bible references one of those giants as having a double row of teeth and 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot. So there are a number of references in the Bible, in the canonized version of the Bible, but there's also a tremendous amount of information in some of the books of the Bible that are not canonized that were left out, particularly the book of Enoch.
The book of Enoch has a lot of information in there that I feel like I don't know why that was kept out of the Bible unless it was deemed talk about too much weird stuff for them, I guess, to fit into the Bible. So I don't know what books were in the Bible, what books weren't in the Bible.
Yeah, that's a really good really good question that you posed, Brandon. And what's interesting is the more I started digging into the giants in the Bible, I found out that many of the early church fathers actually subscribed to the book of Enoch. In the canonized Bible, in Genesis, the book of Enoch is referenced in there. And Enoch was the great-grandfather of Noah. And so, for the context of the book of Enoch, if you look in Genesis, Genesis 6:4, it says, and I'm just paraphrasing this, it says there were giants in the earth in those days and thereafter, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, they bore them children, and they had mighty men of renown. And so, in this weird passage of the sons of God coming into the daughters of men. And so you have to ask yourself, well, who were the sons of God? And if you really look into the Bible and you look at references of sons of God in the Old Testament, it goes back, if you go to Job, it talks about how the sons of God showed themselves. So they went before the throne of the Lord, and Satan was with the sons of God. And so you look at that passage and you go, well, those aren't humans that are going before the throne of the Lord, right? With Satan, those have to be angelic beings. And also in Job, it talks about the laying of the foundation of the earth and how the sons of God shouted for joy when God did that. Well, humankind hadn't been created then. So who were the sons of God? The sons of God were the angels. And the book of Enoch goes very extensively into the whole backstory of that Genesis 6 and talking about who were the sons of God. And the book of Enoch says they were a group known as the Watchers. There were a group of 200 of them. They were angels, and their job was to watch over humankind and to protect us. But this particular group of angels, they became infatuated with the women of the earth and attracted to the women of the earth. And they swore an oath to have sexual union with the women of the earth. In fact, the book of Enoch even gets specific and names some of the leaders of this group of 200, Azazel being one of the leaders of this group. And they came to a place, they came down to a place called Mount Hermon, which is in Syria, and Mount Hermon means Mount of Desolation. And these angelic beings, they came down and they took them wives, as it says in Genesis 6, and they had sexual union with human women. And this produced the Nephilim, the giants. Nephilim means fallen ones. And the book of Enoch talks about not only did these fallen angels intermix their seed with the humankind, but they also taught them the forbidden arts, the forbidden sciences that God did not feel we were ready to have. And those are known as the sacred sciences, or the 7 sacred sciences. And they're talked a lot about in secret societies, such as the Freemasons and the Rosicrucians and other secret societies that claim to have knowledge that goes all the way back to this particular time when these extraterrestrial beings, if you want to call them that, they weren't from the earth, came and intermixed with our seed. And then the book of Enoch says that obviously God was not happy with that, and he brought the great deluge, the great flood, to wipe out the earth, to wipe out the race of giants that were intermixing with humankind and destroying the earth. The Book of Enoch talks about how they were fighting amongst themselves, they were killing humans, they were drinking blood. Some people believe that's where the origins of the first vampires came from, was from references to the Nephilim, because they would drink blood. And also it appears they were doing some genetic experimentation on the earth. In the Book of Enoch, it talks about how they were corrupting plant and animal life. And so God brought the flood to wipe them out, but it didn't kill all the giants. It killed most of them, but not all. And that's why I think it said in Genesis 6, it said, there were giants in the earth in those days and thereafter. And I believe when it said and thereafter, it means that there were some that were left that survived the flood. And of course, those bloodlines became diluted, as the years went by, and that's why we have references of stories like Goliath in the Bible. He was a descendant of the giants, and even though he was huge, he was probably 9 or 10 feet tall. He was one of the smaller ones. And then we have like King Og of Bashan, another giant mentioned in the Bible. He had a 13-foot long bed that was framed in iron. And Moses and his armies killed off King Og. But there's a number of references in the Bible, if you know where to look. But I believe the Book of Enoch is the whole backstory for Genesis 6. And also, too, there are other books, non-canonized books, the books of Jasher and a number of other books that also talk about the fallen angels, the angels that came down to the earth and they intermixed their seed.
Just not to go off on a completely different topic, but what do you think the reasoning would be for why they don't want to include those stories in the Bible? You think there's some sort of reasoning behind it, like they choose why they didn't want that in there? The whole thing that's in there, it seems strange that they wouldn't mention that. They wouldn't want that to be considered part of the actual canonized version of the Bible.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, and it's interesting, Brandon, because I did discover that even though it was left out of the canonized versions of the Bible, that many early church fathers believed in that whole, the whole story of Genesis 6 is, that these fallen angels came down and they interbred. And in fact, in the Ethiopian church, the Book of Enoch is considered canon, and they kept it in their Bibles. And also, too, the Book of Enoch, copies of those were found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm sure you've probably heard of those before, some of the most ancient biblical texts. The Book of Enoch was included in there, but I think even prior to the discovery of the Book of Enoch in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which was in the 40s, way earlier than that, there was a British adventurer who went, I believe, to Ethiopia, and he did find some copies of the Book of Enoch and brought them to England. I think this was back in the 1800s, I believe.
I haven't really read the Bible or I've watched them and listened to stuff, things about it. But for years, it always seemed like the Book of Enoch is always referenced when it comes to all sorts of different things. Because even with, you mentioned like space aliens, people interpret that as they were in the Bible, they're in the Book of Enoch. People say that one, things like Sasquatch and these other weird cryptid type things.
Yes.
For the Book of Enoch, there's so many different things that continue to go back to the Book of Enoch.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, there's a lot of really strange and interesting things in that book.
That seems to be the one thing that I should probably actually sit down and read would be that one, just because it seems to reference so many different things that we kind of dive into on this show. So.
Yeah, I would really encourage you, yes, definitely check out the Book of Enoch. And there's a number of other really interesting books, too. I think the Book of Jasher is another really good one that talks about, the fallen angels. Well, and going back, so we have these biblical accounts in that many people are familiar with, but also too, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, I mean, it's cross-cultural. You know, all these different cultures have mention of giants, and I mean, we're even going back to ancient Sumerian texts, the clay tablets. Have you heard of the Anunnaki?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, and so the ancient Sumerians, they believe that the Anunnaki, they said they came from the heavens, and they depicted the Anunnaki in their clay tablets as giants, and you'll see depictions of these beings sitting on thrones as kings, and they will have a servant standing before their throne, and the king, the Anunnaki, sitting on the throne is just as tall as the person that's standing up before their throne. So if that individual that was sitting down, if they stood straight up, they would be twice the size of their servant. So, some people say, oh, well, that's just symbolic. They just wanted to depict the royalty, as bigger because they were, more important. However, I mean, could it also be possible that they depicted them how they saw them, and that they were giants?
Yeah, that's a good point. Now, didn't some of the depictions also look like they had like wings too in the background?
I think there are probably
What's going on, pal? How you living, baby?
That have that. There are depictions of the Anunnaki that look like they're.
I'm doing well, thank God. I'm just gonna try to experiment by streaming in here on one of these devices. I know it's dark. Apologies for that. I can't do anything about that because this device isn't very good. But it hopefully will spur a little bit of debate and allow people to know that we're in here streaming, and to let them know that additionally, do you follow basketball? I understand. Well, Harry Potter Obama Silent 10 Inu is doing a March Madness bracket. Do you know what a March Madness bracket is? It's free. So basically, yeah, it's free. It's through ESPN. I'll send you a link. You'll be able to fill it out in 3 hours. And what it is yeah, so basically the teams aren't set. They'll be set in about 3 hours. They still have a couple more games to play before the overall bracket is set up, so that there are 68 teams. You can either choose all the games, or there's just a button that says choose for me. And you just do choose for me, and then you'll be all set. But you'll be entered, and then you get bragging rights if you win. I'm going to send you the invite right now. Yeah, so we've got a bunch of people who are who I know from either Twitter or Telegram. Okay, that's sweet. Absolutely, I'll do that. Absolutely. Is it okay if it's like a little, if it says Harry Potter Obama Side 10 Eno, or do I have to remove that? Sure, I should ask you. Absolutely. Though you said you were thinking about that someday, right? Like making it a token or making a token? Right, okay. Absolutely. All right, I pinned it, so you've got the links now. There's a men's link and a women's link. So if you're familiar with basketball, both men and women play. And so in about 3 hours, you'll see there's like a countdown for it. In fact, I'll show you right now with my phone what it looks like. should be seeing my screen in a second. So it's the ESPN app, and all you do, there's a men's tournament challenge and a women's tournament. Oh, absolutely. You're right, they won't know what it is. But it is a big thing that people do in the United States quite often. So yeah, I'll explain it a little bit. Oh, my pleasure. Thanks. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yes. Yep. But I wanted to do it in yours as well. Not too bad. It's been raining. Right, you said you're coming back in May? Very cool. Where are you now? Oh, hell yeah. Like Cleveland? So like Erie? New York. So you're near Erie? Can you see it? Yeah. Nice. How's Cleveland? Right. Yeah, I got you. What? Why is that? Absolutely. I love the GIF that you put out of Kramer with the thumbs up. That's hilarious. Which one? I think you're right. But yeah, it's a good show. Must see TV. I've heard it's good. Yes, sir. Absolutely, you'll be back soon enough. Word, you're making money while the sun shines. Making hay while the sun shines, as they say. Do you own Harry Potter? It hit all-time highs last week. It's worth like 14 cents. I don't know about that. It's 134 million. Dog, I'm telling you, now's the time to buy if you can. We just hit an APH and they're leveling on. No. No, we just hit an all-time high at like 26 cents, but now we have to 13 cents. We have basically, we went up to 26 cents and now we're half that at 13 cents. Correct. I understand. Right. Right. It is. It's an ROI, return on investment. Dude, I understand. You got some of it. Dude, you got some. That's good. It's okay. That's life in the high-flying world of crypto. It's all about return on investment. It's all about multiples. X's. How many times did you turn your money over?
It is, and from my experience, usually when there's some kind of reward or when they with the sense in these cases, feel like
I've been gifted some.
living in this area or they're from the neighborhood,
It's a little.
but it's very easy to get these big
I'm not worried about it. They know that I'm a leader in the coin, and that if it blows up, I'll be taken care of. He's doing well. He just got back from East Denver, and I'm doing Trivia Tuesdays for the community, and I'll be, so every Tuesday night, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, I'll be doing trivia on Twitter Spaces. So people are excited about that. And so he's going to co-host with me. So it'll be like Tuesday, I'll know more. Basically, I'll be able to talk to him directly. Well, to be honest with you, I put that in your wheelhouse, meaning I'm the one who put you guys together and said it was on you guys. I mean, Apollo. Yeah, he messaged you back, I believe. At all? Okay. So he's a busy person. Why don't you message him again? You mean you only message one person one time and then that's it? Well, and that potentially may be why he didn't want to do an interview because he lost. But you got to strike while the iron's hot. I mean, like a week after. Did you message him after the fight? Yep. All right, cool. Sounds good, man.
But at the time, we were in pre-production. The cases were
Juice. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/BLOG. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Jody. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get these nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help with your hungry today. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit. No sugar added. No outrageous food search. And no artificial sweeteners. Available in famous size bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience. It smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Air control with coverage you can count on. Temperature for lightly to go for targeted areas. Or hold for a long, continuous spray. Ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, feature fillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of medicine. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about your worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches, pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT. After 9/11, the Total Towers Foundation promised to make sure we never forget. Since then, it's been supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Cook, who was killed in Iraq. He'll put behind a pregnant fiance who gave birth to a son. Never forget. Total Towers paid off the mortgage on their own. America's heroes need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Total Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Looking for practical biblical principles for everyday living? Want to gain a better understanding of the Bible? Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during your day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
On a journey through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of this book. Although you didn't necessarily this way think that he was going to be the
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
natural hair with the same simple one-day treatment that I received from Advanced Hair Restoration. Get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair
neighbor you can call anytime, and we'll be there because we've been here all along. Mr. Rooter Plumbing, a neighborly company. Visit MrRooter.com today.
American Visual Windows, SoCal's choice for energy efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisualWindows.com. Taking out the political trash, one hack at a time. Taking a dumpster in the afternoon at 3:30 on KFI. KFI AM 644 everywhere live on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. This is the death of baby Jane Doe, number 45. Sandy from Medina County Sheriff's Homicide Case number 191407365. The Henry number is 2014-47. I sat with him at the department's homicide unit in the city of San Bernardino. Detective, thanks for your time. Thank you. So let's start. Baby Jane Doe, that's got to be a little more disturbing. I mean, baby Jane Doe, that's, anything dealing with children, missing children, in this particular case, baby Jane Doe, ended up being found deceased. That's correct. Well, basically on October 1st of 2014, workers at the Max Disposal, which is a junkyard at the high district of the Willisburg area, they were sorting through trash. The trash truck arrives, they dump the trash in a certain area, and the trash then goes up the conveyor belt, and the workers, employees, separate the recyclers from the trash. While sorting trash in the conveyor belt, they came across the newborn child. Wow. Have you spoken to anybody that company, or is that company still around? No. That company is still around, and everyone there has already been spoken to. It's just, I've heard about this in other cases. I remember a case in Orange County where prostitutes were disposed of this way. It seems to be, could this be a nefarious activity? This was a situation where a mother had a pregnancy and the experience child was. That's what we're trying to figure out. Regardless of what the situation was, we need to find out why the child was deceased from the conveyor belt and the dog was placed their child into a trash can. As far as the reasons of how or why, it's based upon an investigation. So, were you able to get with the route that this particular data may get a part of? Yes. Based upon the trash was dumped at the facility, they were able to connect it with the actual truck that dumped in that area, and then route that truck was to the Xperia area. Okay, so then if you focus on the Xperia area, then when did you get this case? Because I know sometimes you get these cases and they've already been looked at by the detectives. How long have you had this case? I got this case approximately 6 months ago. 6 months ago. Okay, so tell us a little bit about some of the partners you made as far as you say Xperia is where the route originated. Was it a residential route? Industrial route? It was a residential route. And then how do you focus here on that? Well, basically, one of the reported investigators at the time went out and did direct contact, referenced the area, the residences, which that trash truck, the trash, helped identify, locating people that looked like they, just had a child, or someone that said, hey, we had a neighbor, she was pregnant, and now she's not pregnant, never seen the child, anything that was terrible. Was the, I don't know if this is a little too in the weeds, but can you tell whether it was a baby that was placed in one of those residential deals with the wheels on it, or was it another thing? Did they pick up Like I said, all the trash is dumped in one pile. It goes in the conveyor belt. And as you can imagine, the child's in the back of the trash truck is constantly getting compacted and trash getting mixed in and around the child. Was on the list for Detective Eric Logas with the St. Louis Sheriff's Department about Amy Jane Doe. So, what else can you tell us about the trial? Ethnicity, what was the condition of it was an Hispanic female child. The condition about it, she was interviewed, obviously. It appears to be from the trash cabinet, not from some other person. At this time, I think it's going to get that information from the trash cabinet. Trash. So the compaction of actually the compaction things. Yeah, no, this one. So any idea of how long have they been deceased? That is something that there's a lot of talks about. I guess the county coroner's office, they came to the conclusion of approximate time. And that's something I'm going to go myself right now. Sure. Talking about the future. Understandable. The thought that you're honest, you've done cases before. What type of a person does something like this? Honestly, psychiatry stuff. Yeah, but you know what? Homicide detectives, they have a unique sense. Kind of unique sense of people who psych people for a living. So, what kind of person is this? Well, there's different circumstances that just happen. If a deceased person, who's not going to have a child, discards a child in the trash can, that's still trying to hide parents or the loved one that they were pregnant and throw the child in the trash. There's different reasons why people do things that I don't understand. Nevertheless, they do. To learn more about this case matters, go to KFIAM640.com, keyword unsolved. And if you have a tip or story idea, grab yourself and you dial pound 250 and say the keyword unsolved. Go with Detective Logas with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. But first, this is KFIAM640. News update. Costco is cracking down on non-members accessing members only services. The retail giant is limiting access to its food courts to Costco card holders. I guess that's so hard to say. Food courts to Costco card holders only. A food truck owner in Long Beach has been stabbed by a person who allegedly attacked and robbed a woman. The food truck owner ended up in the hospital with a collapsed lung and internal bleeding. And police say 2 adults have been found dead this weekend in a home in Port Hueneme. Police were originally responding to the call to a shots fired call to the home. We're going to take a look at the 4 or 5 next. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. And excited of what is getting in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings has given new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Link Forest Stop 5 South Mountain and Forest Drive. 2 vehicles that are off the right shoulder. Stop and go from the 405. Game flag in the sky. Helps get you there faster. Unmarked meter. Your electric bill is rigged. The electric companies have been raising prices while they make record profits. The answer used to be solar, but now the electric companies take the excess power you generate during the day and sell it back to you at night for top dollar. The final insult is they can black out your Eliminate blackouts. Escape corporate greed. Go solar now. This is Leo Smith, found in service channels of our technician presenting a copy of the company store here at True Exchange. House. They popped up and said yes. We might have examples of the tree. You see, there's a lot of they couldn't reach the right limits. We got around the ladder off this truck. 10 minutes, we presented 4 pounds of freshly picked beans. Specifically being tried freshly picked. They get all shipped here. Thanks to the natural limits of the the kids don't have to be there. The service channels come in between DC and kids are free. And I break this stuff. Let me introduce you to Zelman's Interior. It's a tiny little capsule of swamp big on the outside, partially sealed around the inside, and clinically tested against the toughest fingers to go in your windows. It's not just a bin. Comes with your mouth is supplemented coating, and then you swallow the capsule with fresh, clean breath and lasts for hours, biting into the muscle nerves. And it doesn't just cover up your breath, it cleans your breath and it's steamed. It fights bad breath in your mouth and your down to your gut and really hurts to work. Guarantee we know you never use. It's free shipping, 3 packs, trust me, you're gonna want it. And I've known the folks behind Zelman's for 30 years. I'm proud to see it. Go to Zelman's.com, Zelmins.com, 15% off when you use the code KFI, Zelman, Zelmins.com, 15% off when you use the code KFI, Zelman, Zelmins.com. Sometimes you don't realize something was bothering you until it's gone. That's how we're going to feel after we're gone. We make junk disappear. All you have to do is call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Since the pandemic, California home values have skyrocketed. Do you have lots of equity in your home but have been turned down for a home equity line of credit? Try giving the Loan Exchange a call. At the Loan Exchange, we can't guarantee we'll fund you, but we will try our hardest to find a solution for you. Whether your issue is related to your credit score or qualifying your income, our experienced loan technicians will turn over every rock to give you the funds you need to pay off credit card debt, make an investment, or just have a source of cash in case of future emergencies. So if you want a loan illegal on a conveyor belt. Detective Eric Lopez with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Homicide Unit says the baby was dumped, abandoned, without a trace. Detective, given the anonymity and the condition of the baby, I suppose it's like finding the proverbial needle in haystacks. Where does one start when investigating this? Do you have any leads? Well, at the time, the child was on the conveyor belt. Once the child was located by the workers, they began to stop the conveyor belt back to the supervisor. Deputies responded and basically froze that crime scene so nothing moved or was touched around that child. Investigators went out there and went through the trash of that child and looked for envelopes, addresses, your mail that your bills in front of your house. They had several addresses which also confirmed the route that truck took during that period of time. And then they contacted those addresses looking for leads. Then, when you look back at that, I think there's also something that's probably we were in high school. And do you go to nearby high schools? Do you do that as well? Yeah, the investigators back then went back to the Spirit in high school district and interviewed numerous teenage females, also checked their attendance records to see if anyone was absent for an extended period of time during that time frame. And for obvious reasons, these are talking to females, the students there, who helped me leave, and that's things to say, yes, my friend was pregnant, and, this is one thing she did, or she's not pregnant anymore. That's someone knows something, or you're not, obviously not going to talk with that student. You just, but based upon interviewing them, you can and the sad thing about that, obviously, nothing came out. Something from that approach. But, it could also have been a woman, absolutely a different age woman with an unwanted pregnancy, or it could have been a relative or a friend of 17 over. So, yeah, I think that's what it is. It's sort of what happens next. Now, where do you go from here? Basically, from here, we have some things that we're trying to do, technologies, I guess you could say, the homicide, things that we can.
What a fast lunch. Hold on one second, I can't hear you. Guys, turn me up. Oh, dog, it's. Go ahead, can you hear me?
years, you talk about new technology. Are you hopeful you'll be able to solve these things? I am. And I'm continuing to work it. I'm not going to stop. And let's hope that we can make that conclusion. If you're identified and find out why. So there's several different reasons why. Not that they're good reasons, but why something done. And I'll let you get it identified. I want to take this opportunity to remind people about safe surrender. Absolutely. If you have
What up, Kim? How are you? What's new?
And they would take the child to questions at fire departments, to police departments, outside the law enforcement, or first responder agencies. Absolutely. The key
What?
to questions is that's it's a better one. Absolutely. Detective, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Good luck. That's going to do it. For more on this and other cases, go to our website, kfiam640.com. Keyword unsolved. Unsolved with Steve Gregory is a production of the KFI News Department from iHeartMedia Los Angeles. Robin Bertolucci, Program Director, Chris Lowe, News Director. The program is produced by Steve Gregory and Jacob Gonzalez. Visual producers, Andrew Long.
What do you want, Kim? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. What do you want? Dude, I can't hear you. What do you want? I can hear you better. Yeah, what's going on? What do you need? There you go. That's a lot better. What's up? Say something? What do you want me to say? I'm doing something. I'm about to share my. I'm about to share. Yo, dog. I'm about to share my screen in here.
Hostages were in the home at AR-15 style assault weapon during the attacks. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says it's up to Israeli people to decide if they'll have new elections and leadership.
He is the Prime Minister of Israel. We respect the sovereignty of the Israeli people.
Kirby was referring to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu following Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's speech calling for new elections in Israel. Schumer also criticized Netanyahu's approach to the war in Gaza. Kirby said President Biden recognizes Schumer was speaking for many Americans concerned about how the war is going. He says President Biden and Netanyahu have known each other for 40 years, and while they don't always agree, they do talk. And it appears Vladimir Putin has been re-elected as president of Russia. Early returns from Russia show Putin has nearly 88% of the votes. Putin is up against three candidates from parties who have not criticized his rule or his invasion of Ukraine. In 2021, parties signed into law a change to Russia's constitution, allowing him to run for 2 more 6-year terms. That means Putin can be president until 2036. Putin has already run the country for more than 2 decades. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is asking how much more do Americans have to see before they reject Donald Trump for president?
Praising Hitler, praising the Russians, honestly, condemning our soldiers for medicine or dying in war. You wouldn't allow in your house, much less in the White House.
Pelosi's comments come after Trump, during a rally in Ohio, said it would be a bloodbath for U.S. auto industry and the country if he's not elected president in November. Right now, taking a look at KFI traffic, people are scratching their heads on the 5 in Laguna Hills.
In that construction zone, it's already been slowing because of that. Now, credit for whoever takes there is pretty slow from the 405 southwest 5. In downtown Los Angeles, westbound 10 right forward, between 110, there's a crash as all lanes closed. A serious crash with an overturned vehicle. Things are backed up through downtown Los Angeles, sending traffic looking over. It's not like they're to get through. You can't transition southbound 110 to eastbound 10. That southbound 110 very heavy from the 5 freeway. You Signal Hill, the 405 northbound for a Cherry and crash right lane backing up from Palo Verde. Southbound 405 the Cherry off-ramp crash with 4-lane lanes staying pushing wreckage over the right shoulder. That's got traffic messed up from Edwin. KFI was going to get you there faster. I'm Randy Fulton. Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet for the most reliable internet speeds. 3 bits Wi-Fi for enhanced security and privacy. And the free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line with nationwide 5G included. All while saving big. For the big speed, big reliability, and big savings you want, get Spectrum One. Just $49.99 a month for 12 months. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers. Only service on medical and medical restrictions apply.
Southland weather for KFI, lows tonight in the 40s and 50s. Tomorrow we're going to see highs. They're going to be in the mid to upper 70s at the beaches. Also inland for Metro LAFC. Upper 70s around 80 for those working in the valleys. 70s for those commuting in the IE. Only 50s and 60s up for the high deserts. The rest of the work week will have 70s in most regions. Some 80-degree spots though throughout the Southland. Right now Irvine is 66, Santa Ana 67, West Covina 68, Palmdale 67 degrees. Weekly local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Caravella.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
team furthest to the west in the number one seed is Houston. Everything else is East Coast or Midwest and Yukon, Connecticut, and North Carolina. Houston, like I said, Purdue, and Indiana. So those are your number one seeds. Interesting that. Also, St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I didn't realize how many people in the U.S. claim to be Irish.
What up, Jack? How you doing, baby?
And Target says most of its retail stores is rolling out limitations for shoppers starting this weekend.
Jack, how are you?
The self-checkout will now be limited to 10 items or less. We'll take a look at what's happening on the 10 next. Until you experience it here yourself. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now.
Sweeten your business purchases with American Express Blue Business Cash, the card that makes everyday expenses extra rewarding. You'll earn 2% cash back on your first $50K in purchases per year, and then 1% after that, so you can treat your bottom line and give your business a helpful boost. Swipe after swipe. Terms apply. Learn more at AmericanExpress.com/BlueBusinessCash. Amex Blue Business Cash. Built for business by American Express.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball.
Take a look. Chris Robinson right next to Kobe Bryant shooting the threes. Funniest man in the world. Telling jokes. And take a look at Kobe Bryant.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/BLAW. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-MIFID.
Ladies and gentlemen, today black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get a piece of nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help you conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit. No sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. Advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and acts incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can count on. Cut the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, feature fillable sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months ago. Moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of your eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about your worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT. After 9/11, the Top of the Towers Foundation promised to make sure we never forget. Since then, it's been supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Hope, who was killed in Iraq. Hope left behind a pregnant fiancée who gave birth to a son who would never meet. Top of the Towers paid
Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during the day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app. With the Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. Got clear runway and the weather's fine, but we're just gonna surf up your while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick, so I suggest you sit back, keep the tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details. Attention parents. Is your child struggling with reading? Watch their confidence soar as they jump a whole grade level in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It's simple and fun for kids. Engaging lessons with catchy songs and games keep them hooked. It's easy for you. No teaching experience needed. Just 15 minutes a day. Guaranteed results. See at least one grade level improvement or your money back. Get your first month for just $1 and free access to Hooked on Math and Hooked on Spellings. Visit HookedOnPhonics.com now. That's HookedOnPhonics.com.
I wish that I made more money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Baby Ridge always takes care of that support. Designed for women's unique retirement plans, flexibility draws plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even when your account balance is zero. Baby Ridge is helping build a better financial future for you. Retire your income and account balance using multi-plans. Start saving now at GameBridge.io. Visit GameBridge.io/retirement. Career grants, or call fiscal year service plans and other important information.
The story of Comic Sans, movie exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr's life. One day, my life is going to be part of a scope. However, they probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you love sports and scandal, then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jay Harris, each week for Playing Dirty Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer Dan. From current scandals like MMA champ Cain Velasquez armed car chase to restoring shockers and the biggest little league cheat, Playing Dirty Sports Scandals doesn't shy away from dark details, always acts and punishment. Never miss the dirty. Listen to Playing Dirty Sports Scandals on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or casually like targets. That's why we talk about science at work, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day.
So it's super restricted. Which ends up being pass up. Well, everybody knows guys can naturally lose weight. Right. Well, she is frustrated. Right. So I go, we'll see. I think it's supposed to be like a 1,200 calorie diet. I don't even know if it's 1,200 calories. Because you kind of get to that point where after you're through the first few days, your body sort of flips and then it goes down. So that's great. I'm only while I get stories on St. Patrick's Day about physical drinking. Yeah. And I just, I'm dying. There's a guy, I'm going to give you the rest of the story here in a second. There's a guy who's developed an Irish tequila, which if you know anything about alcohol, all your tequila has to come from Mexico. So how did he get away with an Irish tequila? The answer, he imported there's no Devi AM 640. We have everywhere. Reading up and everybody goes live. Devi 24-hour newsroom. Well, as you heard, KFI's own Chris Merrill, today is St. Patrick's Day in the United States, named for the patron saint of Ireland. March 17th is the day St. Patrick is believed to have died around 490 AD. For most Americans, St. Patrick is famous for driving the snakes out of Ireland. Boston held its first St. Patrick's Day parade in 1737, followed by New York City in 1762. Chicago marks the holiday by dyeing the river green. Officials of the LAPD say they disagree with recent stories about the use of less lethal force. LA Police Commissioner Vice President Rothschild is asked Chief Choi if he agreed with the characterization by the LA Times that less lethal weapons lead to deadly shootings. I absolutely disagree. I think our less lethal munitions, is a de-escalation tool. A recent report looked at how effective less lethal weapons are at subduing people. The police commissioner requested a report after the fatal shooting of a man last month who was holding a plastic fork. The officers were told he had a deadly weapon. Gurvis told Chief Choi she too disagreed with the way the Times reported the story. Steve Gregory, KFI News. This report is brought to you by Semper Solaris. The White House is urging the Senate to pass a bill that would force the sale of TikTok. The measure has passed in the House with support from lawmakers of both parties. It took 3 days to pass a sale and then a ban on TikTok. And we haven't passed data privacy. We haven't passed laws to ban foreign interference. The act actually was foreign interference in my district, but in my district was Facebook. Democratic Congressman Ron Khanna voting against the TikTok bill because he says it does little to actually address Americans' concerns. TikTok is owned by a Chinese parent company called ByteDance, and supporters of the bill say it will protect the data of TikTok's more than 150 million users in the U.S. from Chinese Communist Party influence. The 40-hour work week has been standard in the United States for more than 8 decades, but now some members of Congress want to give hourly workers an extra day off. Independent Senator Bernie Sanders has introduced a bill that would shorten the work week to 32 hours. That would be very nice. Totally for it. Right now, taking a look at KFI traffic. We got more trouble. It's in downtown on the 101. Snow broke down vehicle and there was component vehicles and emergency crews cut out to deal with that. The 2 right lanes. Things are out of the roadway right now, but back things up on the 4 backed up from the 10 and then it stays up for a month and then back over. The westbound 10, that 4-110, that crash had all lanes closed. It still does. Might be quite some time there. Things are backed up through downtown Los Angeles. Southbound 110 very heavy from the 5-2 because of it. And trouble at Signal Hill, the 405, northbound Fort Cherry on the right lane. And now this thing's backed up from Woodruff. The 405 both ways, very heavy between Madera Heights and West LA. Southbound 405 Napa Valley, all the way to Westbrook. Very tough drive. KFI was not much getting there faster. I'm Randy Phillip.
Home decorating, it's a big thing. I'm coming from mid-century twisted sheet with a terracotta gallery wall and actually nice. Free one-day delivery and home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on brand.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied
restrictions, eligibility, and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/BWAL. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, come on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get these nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for a long, continuous spray. Ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Hands on AM 640, the news. What it means, why it matters. AM 640 more stimulating talk. Chris Merrill. All right, I gotta get to this. There's this dude, Colin O'Fallon. O'Fallon, not Colin O'Fallon. Colin O'Fallon. See if I'm reading this correctly. It was actually ABC 7 had. No. Oh, it is O'Fallon. O-F-A-O-L-A-I-N. O'Fallon. Okay. So this dude decides, I want to make an Irish tequila. The problem is, like, champagne has to come from the Champagne region of France, otherwise it's just really called bubbly sparkling wine or something, bubbly wine. Tequila has to come from Mexico. So he wants an Irish tequila. How do you pull that off? You import the water. And so, with a wild idea, calls off the farm at Sacred Well. That single well. So the water from the sacred well that he's talking about was on an Irish soldier who died in fighting in Mexico. And as he's dying, he asks for last rite from the priest and says, bless me with this holy water. I happen to carry it with me, which I found out during the program tonight was his comment. I didn't realize he carried vials of holy water was coming, but I'm fascinated by this. So he says, yeah, I'll bless you. So now you've got some source of holy water with a connection to Mexico. And this guy's like, It took me 1 year to find that well, because there's over 2,000 bloody wells in Ireland. We found a well, and we had source out water. We take it 5,202 miles all the way down to Mexico to make the first and only tequila in the world that unites Ireland and Mexico. All right, that's fun. The other thing I want to point out is when he says well, he doesn't mean just somebody's well out behind their house. He means a spring. But you couldn't say Irish Spring because that was everything. These are all the program camps were used to shift to Mexico. And land names. Raul, translate. Read this. Closer. Keep my cup of tea and I say, hey guys, let's try something new here. The bottle of chocolate syrup on the first to retail or carry. And that is enticing because my wife is half Irish. So
thing is, we actually have one of the best tequilas in the world, and we get it to lips, and it's over. So I'm really, really proud of that, and we're so honored to be a part of that.
Cool. Love that. Like I said, on other websites, they take sacred Irish mull water. I'll give it a shot. Yes, I would. Hey, I think it makes sense, because let me tell you, my sister is part Irish. Her name is Sinead. Like, Sinead Cortez? No, she's a camel. Oh, okay. Love to be in your house. Yeah, she's a camel, so. Guys fighting for breakfast? It makes sense. He wants like a breakfast burrito, the other one wants like a charms. Believe it or not, she is a lot more Mexican than I am. Is that right? Oh, that's great. I love McDonald's. She'll be like, let's make some beans. Chicken McDonald's is Irish. See, it all ties together, man. Yeah. So wait a minute. Your sister is half Irish? Part Irish, part. We don't know the exact way, but her dad is camel. My half sister. Okay. Right. Sorry, what color's her hair? She's kind of like dark hair. She definitely has Irish features. What does that mean? Freckles or something? Yeah, I mean, she. Okay. Don't tell her that because she doesn't like them. She better not buy them. Is that what you No, she's not. She's not skin. She's not. Okay. Dark Mexican. I got you. I'm with you. Very good. So you give it a shot, right? I mean, who's gonna say no to trying? That's what I'm telling you, I'm in. Let's do it. I'm totally. All right, let's do it. All right, the rules, the rule makers, the rule breakers in Southern California, LA law. And let's start with the story that has been covering all day long today. That is the pipe fight. The pipe fight. So it's the Pike Outlets, Long Beach, turns into absolute mayhem. This is from ABC 7. Two females lunging at each other. Starting off on it. That's great. That's like telling a story saying two females. Two girls. Two females. I'm ready for the next report. Females. Two females lunging at each other, throwing punches while this massive crowd surrounds them. Oh, yeah. Cops force their way in, arresting the two females, one of them visibly bleeding. Police say one is an adult, the other a child. No. Two females fighting, one is an adult, the other a child. Alright, so we got one 40-year-old beating up a 7-year-old? Maybe now I saw the video, maybe 16, 17. Yeah, that's what I thought. That the adult is probably in the late teens, early 20s. Yeah, I mean, from a distance, they looked kind of young, the two of them. Yeah. I honestly thought they were both in high school. Right. But did not, when you say one adult, one child, doesn't that always makes me feel like, okay, we have a 40-year-old being up on a 7. 18 and a 17. Right. How about one adult, one mind? Right? Yes. Okay, Mario captured the melee on his phone. Have a weekend outing with his daughter. I'm ready, man. And then within the next maybe 10 minutes, another fight will down right here. Witnesses told me they knew something was going to go down this evening based on posts from social media.
Yo, what up, Captain? How you living? What's new, Captain Entertainment? Yo, dog. Do you know what Harry Potter Vomasonic 10 Inu is? Captain. You're good. Do you know what Harry Potter Vomasonic 10 Inu is? It's a cryptocurrency. Are you on iOS or Android device? So you can see me right now? Excellent. All right. Well, do you know what cryptocurrency is?
I don't really trust it, to be honest.
I understand. You like communities, though, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Excellent. Well, we've got a video telegram going on right now. You want to join us? Excellent. You don't have to be on camera. I'll send you the link. Just a moment. What's your name? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Hey, I just followed you with one of my accounts. Can you hear me? Hey, I just followed you with one of my accounts. Can you hear me?
You mean on Twitter?
Yeah, on Twitter. I just followed you with an account. It's backupxvideo005. Can you follow that person and I'll send you the link?
Yeah, sure. But hold on, Jenny, can you send the link again?
I will, but you need to follow me back. Your tweets are protected. So I just followed you with my account, backupxvideo005.
So, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Do you know anyone who can voice act?
Sure, I know a bunch of people.
Okay. So when I'm thinking of making an animated series, right?
Okay.
It's basically my version of Sonic the Hedgehog, but I don't really talk about it too much more to people. Really.
That's okay. I want to hear about it. But what you got to do, I just followed you with one of my accounts. The account name is backupxvideo005. Can you go to your backup? You see it? Follow me back so I can send you the link.
What was the name again? Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good. Backup X video. X video 005.
Alright. I got it.
Excellent. Follow me back. My follow is pending for you. Okay, cool. I can send you a message now. Here we go. If you go to this, do you know what Telegram is? Do you know what Telegram is?
No, actually.
That's okay. It's a communication app like WhatsApp or one of those. So I just sent you the link. All you do is click it. You install the app, and it's a video sharing app. So right now we're watching sports, and I've got a bunch of people in a video chat. And you can come here and you don't have to show your face if you don't want to, but you can come and speak, and there are a bunch of people here who could be voice actors for you. Now talk to me about that, Captain Entertainment.
Okay, so There's this it's guy on my profile picture. His name is Kieran the Hedgehog.
Oh, cool. So you like hedgehogs?
Not really.
Okay.
He's just my main guy.
Okay. So is he brown?
Yeah, he's brown.
Okay. So he's this guy, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
And his friends, you know, it just sounds weird. That's why I don't like talking about it. It sounds not creative. It just some lazy and just not standable for people.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah, it might to you, but but people might look at it as this doesn't look like that.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, internet always good.
So here's what you want to do. Do you see that I sent you a link?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
So you click that and it should download.
Yeah, I'm trying, but crap.
Jim blurted, "Sir, your seminar rockets were amazing. You call them seminar rockets, but most of us call them Dean Sandwiches. Try Dean Sandwiches. Way fresher than detergent alone."
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com.
What up, Spring is dead? How are you? Spring is dead. How are you? Can you hear me? Ooh, wow. I'm having trouble hearing you. Can you say that again? Okay, I'm glad you can hear me. I can barely hear you. It's my device. I'm try to pull everything up. Very cool. Do you know what Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email is? Just a moment. I'm going to come to this one with a better device. Just one moment. I want to talk to you. Spring is dead. Oh, we got Ass Munch in here too. We've got Spring is here and Ass Munch. Spring is here and Ass Munch. Spring is here and Ass Munch. Spring is dead, I should say. Ass Munch. Now I can hear you. Sorry about that. Hi. What up? How are you guys? Excellent. Good to hear. Living the dream, baby. No, I'm not cruising for a bruising. I haven't done anything wrong. Do you know what March Madness is? Oh, hell yeah. Do you know what March Madness is? Yeah. All right. Spring is dead. How about you? What about women's sports? What about women's sports? You're no fun. Hell yeah, they're amazing. Are you? I was gonna say, I was gonna really feel sad for you. Oh, no. Okay, I found my invite. If you wanna join, you're right. Sorry about that. If you wanna join, I'm gonna send the link. It's an ESPN link. I know, and I get it. You don't like sports. There is an option though. I mean, it's just for bragging rights, but there's an option for it to auto pick for you, so you don't have to do anything. You just press auto pick, and it'll pick the best teams for you. You get bragging rights. We're gonna post you in our Telegram for a week. Absolutely. You don't have to tell anyone how you won. You can say that because we don't know. You can just tell everyone that it happened naturally. You just had a hunch. You can win $20,000. Federal Reserve notes, dog, fiat. Both. You can win both. Oh, you can win both. You'd have to have a really good bracket to win the $20,000, but you can. Yeah, you have to win the whole tournament, though. You should still do it. Well, the easiest way to do it is to register for this, and you can win it. I put the link in the Telegram. It's very easy. All you have to do is click it, and then either choose your own teams or allow it to choose the best teams for you. Same with you, Spring is Dead. There's a men's bracket and a women's bracket. I want to see how you do. I want to know what kind of picking fortune that you have. Spring is Dead. Don't get too excited. What do I get? I don't get anything. I just want people to join. Oh, I don't get anyway. I'm just doing it because we did fantasy football in the fall. It's a good thing to do for a community, and we wanted to do more community events within Parabellum Santa. So we're doing Tuesday trivia. We're doing March Madness, which is this. We did fantasy football. We did a Super Bowl party. We watched UFC 299. We did an Oscars party, and we're gonna do hold on, some other things too. I forget what. But basically, we're doing more events. So one of the things that we're doing is this, not football, basketball tournament. We've seen a lot of really good results from our coin. We had all-time highs last week, so we want to continue that momentum with, and the way we do that is consistent Twitter spaces and fun events. So that's why we're doing it. But if you're like, do I get a kickback from this or a referral code or anything like that? No, there's nothing like that. All right, that sounds good. That's half of 0 is 0. But I'm down for that. No, you don't have to. You can just put your email address. Yep, there's a men's one and a women's one. The men's one you can pick. No, you're supposed to do both. And I get what you're saying. It's not only men can do the men one and only women can do the women one. It's a men's tournament and a women's tournament, meaning the people playing in the tournament are men and the people playing in the tournament are women. But men and women are both picking winners of that tournament. Dude, you're amazing. You're both amazing. You're going to really have fun, and here's why. There are 64 basketball games that take place over the course of the next 2 weeks or so, and they happen all the time, 24/7, basically. So you're able to go into a Telegram whenever you want and watch these games and see if your picks were accurate. And maybe they are, maybe they're not. I can tell you, a lot of times the people who win are the people who have no idea about sports. They either pick mascots, or they pick what school they like more, or they just pick randomly, and they do really well. And the people who are experts in the sport are like the ones who make the wrong picks. Perfect. That's a great choice. Perfect. You know what's up then, and then you're good. You're locked in. Now you can't do the women's one yet for another like 2 hours or something. And if you're like, why can you do the men's one and not the women's one? They do the selection show. There's a television show where they do all the choices of all the teams, and the men's one is on at like in the evening, and the women's one is on at night. So you have to wait till the women's one is official. So it's in a couple hours or so. So in a couple hours, and I can remind you as well, you're going to want to do the same thing that you just did for the men, for the women, and it's a big deal. And then what you're able to do is go to the Telegram. Like, for instance, I go to whatever Telegram has the most amount of people in it in a given, I don't want to say in a given, like at a given moment. So right now, this one has more than any of the others. So what I can do is, let me see if I can look it up. Is the name of this Telegram Bitcoin Ass Pigeon? Cool. Okay, so then I'm going to share my screen in it. So what would happen is if there was a game going on, which we'll watch the selection show. Bitcoin Ass Pigeon. I'm typing it in. I'm not getting the result. Let's see why. Yeah, right. I can do it. It's /invite, right? I saw you did the other day. Oh, cool. Thank you, Screen is dead. Okay. So then I'm copying it, and I'm going to send it to my other account, and it's going to be baller. Absolutely baller. Do you guys ever have people who share their screens in the Telegram PC? Oh, yeah. Okay, there you go. I do it. Excellent. I think it is a very cool feature that Telegram offers. And in my opinion, more apps should offer the same type, because it's almost seamless. It's a very nice system. All right, I sent myself a message. Let's get this. So are you guys siblings? That's tight. You guys have a really great relationship. Well, I didn't know it was like that, but frankly, I wouldn't put it past people these days. You literally, is that true? Is that something that you really do? All right. Like, unprotected? Y'all are crazy. Are you serious about this? Oh, there you go. All right. Well, the bracket has only been made available for the last 30 minutes. So there are 7 other people who have created accounts and a bunch of people more who will, but you haven't been able to create a bracket until just like 30 minutes ago. I don't think so. Yeah, you have to wait a little bit of time. Hey, that's okay. Honestly, I get it. Okay, so then, you probably would get this, what I'm doing. So I'm an advocate for women, I feel, in quite a few different ways. One in particular is the areola. No. Well, one in particular is the areola. I don't think that a woman should lose her social media account if she accidentally has a nip slip because a man doesn't. I feel it is de facto discrimination when a woman. There you go, man. I appreciate it. Word Mockingbird. That's tight. Good for you. What caused this desire to be such a feminist? All right. Okay, I am gonna get this. Just a moment. I have to leave. I'll be right back. Give me 30 seconds. Oh, I forgot. I'm still here. So I'm not even gone. Just a moment. There you go. I'm back, babies. Alright. I'm back. And I'm not just back, but I'm back with a vengeance. I'm glad I'm back as well. And there might even be more in the future. You never know. I'm crazy like that. Hell yeah, baby. All right. I, hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. I could have been anywhere in the world, but I'm here with you. Right. I know what it is. Hell yeah, I can dig that. That's my deal. You know what's up. I'm not afraid of it either. I embrace it. I lean into that life. That's my thing, dog. Dude, she was the cover model of Sports Illustrated last year. Can't beat that. Martha Stewart. But this lady could do it too. Oh yeah, she did it. How old is Roller Girl? Wait. What do you say? No way. Where's JoJo? Damn, where's this girl? Where is this girl? Yeah. Oh, all right. And how do you know Roller Girl? Roller Girl. Yeah. How do you know her? What happened? What did she do? I know her though. That doesn't seem like her character. Are you serious? I was gonna say she's like the one. She's like the one Canadian. Why don't you like your sting instead? Didn't know that. Spring steps and what? There you go. He's verbally abusive to her. I feel sorry for her. should be good enough. Her boyfriend is verbally abusive to her, and that's not cool. I haven't known her that long. She was supposed to interview me. Oh, good, you tried. Hold on. Spring is dead. Okay, first off, ass munch. That's some amazing vape work. Secondly, spring is dead. You make me feel so much better to know that you've talked to her about it. Oh, it's ridiculous. So she was supposed to interview me on a podcast, and we had arrangements. And this podcast was supposed to be on. It was supposed to be like on Wednesday, and she gave me the ability to stream in her podcast Telegram, and so I was streaming in the podcast Telegram, and that's when is his name Jared? Okay, he comes in. That's okay. Well, he comes in and he's like, he literally is like, I'm just trying to be nice to him, but he just seems really put off. And then she comes in, and for an hour, he just berates her. And I was waiting for her to do this podcast. Like, we were supposed to do it at like 7 p.m. And so I was there at 6 p.m. streaming, like she knew I was going to be doing. And oh my word, it just was like, he was just so mean to her. And at the end, I mean, it was just obvious. She's just kind of like a bad woman. And at the end, she's like, she tells another person, a mutual contact we have, I'm sure you know who he is, Apollo, and tells him that she can't do the interview tonight because there's something wrong with her child. When it was obvious, I was just there for an hour hearing you get verbally abused. And it was an awkward position because it was like, I don't want to just hop into their relationship. I don't know these people, but I do know that people shouldn't be treating other people that way. And also, this person's supposed to be interviewing me. I don't want to start that off really awkwardly by saying, hey, this is how you need to run your relationship either. But now knowing what I know, it's really unfortunate. And she's head over heels for a guy she has never met. That's the craziest thing. And she can't see it. Oh, totally. You're absolutely right. She's made it into her own fantasy where she has created. I mean, look, she made a thing that I think is really cool. That okay, maybe you could find love on the internet and meet the person and live with them and see if it works. Okay, that's cool if you want to start your life that way. But it doesn't seem like they both have the same interest. It's all on her. She made this huge video and of what they're gonna do and how they're gonna live their life. And it's like, then she talks to him and he's like, "You're such a bitch." Like, why would you just tell her that? Like, literally, those are his welcoming words. And I'm just like, okay. And I just wondered, what did he do to hook her so badly? They'd never met. That's what I heard. And she gave it away. Oh. Yeah, I've known some. Oh my god. She could do so much better. Like, no, I understand. But yeah, it's just an unfortunate set of events that has taken place there. And honestly, I will say this about her. She said something to me, I think that was very wise. And it still sticks with me. So I'm very glad that I had a friendship with her for the very short period that we did. And I've tried since then. After the podcast debacle, I said, hey, is everything okay? Because they booted me from the VC. And, well, Jared did, because he's an admin. She was all about it. She thought my project was really, really interesting. And from what Apollo said, Jared got jealous that, because she said to me, I wish I could get Jared to do this, which was just like stream his life. And I think at least what Apollo said, that Jared was jealous and then didn't want me around. Anyways, what she told me though was very wise and very helpful to me. She said to me, you know, Rabbi, you are like, I mean, in not so many words, she's like, you are a modern day diarist. If you know what a diarist is, it's someone who writes a diary or who would write a diary every single day in the past. And she was like, you know, I read about this guy who basically wrote a diary and a journal entry every 5 minutes or something for 20 years of his life. When he had to go to the bathroom, when he had to stretch, all of that stuff. And she's like, you know, you do the same thing, but you're doing it on camera. And that was I just thought brilliant of her. And so I was really excited to have this person as a friend because it's like, oh, wow, if that's the kind of insight I can get from this person, she's absolutely right. That was brilliant. But, you know, Jared never wanted us to talk again, so that was it. But I'll never forget that. That was a brilliant insight that she had. Honestly, I've known a lot of people to be in relationships, and at least recently, I've never known anybody so blind and who is such a giver in a relationship with such a taker. Oh, definitely. All day, every day. God, we'd be live streaming it. It'd be like two bros making billions. Well, Apollo did, so that was cool. But it wasn't the same. Meaning, I had just met with Apollo. Apollo and I met in real life. I don't know if you guys know that. He came and visited me at my house in Irvine. We had pizza in the park. It was amazing, and we live streamed the whole thing. And essentially, so he asked me all his questions then. And so for him to then do a podcast, he already knew the answers. And usually with a podcast, you want the guests to surprise you with their answers, or a lot of times. But so basically, I told Apollo what happened. I said, "Look, I was in this podcast VC, and Jared got in there and started saying all kinds of mean stuff." And just to the world, like not even to me, just to everybody. He's like, stupid bitch, Why the fuck would she want to do something like this? Blah, 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 blah. She's such a slut. She's so dumb. Just all these negative things. Then she comes in, and then he says them all to her. He boots me out of their VC. I go to Apollo and say, hey, are we doing a podcast? And Apollo's like, let me check and see what happened. And basically, he said, apparently, Jared got jealous of you, and instead of Roller Girl doing the podcast, I'm going to do it. So we did it, which is fine. Dude, Apollo's one of the nicest people I've ever met in Web3. Hey, do you wanna know something that I've done that I think is really helpful to the world? What? Do you want to know something that I've created that I think is really helpful to the world? I created a calendar. I just posted it in the Telegram. I created a calendar that removes the need for leap years and leap days. Additionally, every week is 10 days long, and additionally, every month is 40 days, and there are 10 months except for the last month, which is a 5 1/4 day holiday period, like Festivus from Seinfeld. Excellent, and so does the world. So basically, every week you would get a 3-day weekend. And so here's how your day goes. You work 3 days, you're off 1 day. You work 3 days, and then you're off 3 days. That's your work week. Excellent. And here's the beautiful thing. You no longer have to worry whether January has 31 days and February has 28 or 29 days. You know, when you're budgeting, that causes a lot of issues, especially for like companies, but also individuals. Like, all right, well, we have to budget 28 days worth of supplies versus 31 days of supplies. That extra 3 days is a major challenge sometimes. Yo, do you know what Bohemian Grove is? Yeah, you're from Northern California. You should know all about this shit. Have you? In June? Okay. There you go, Ashman. Have you seen the video of Bohemian Grove that was released this year? There was a video that was released. Somebody snuck in there this year and took all kinds of photographs and video of like broke into the cabins, and so you get to see. But we're watching it right now. It is spooky. She pees on the altar. I did see some kind of kebab. I don't know if I could identify you from the angle. The lighting was a little off, but I did see some kind of kebab, and it looked like the Secretary of Commerce. Something like, maybe it was of transportation. Was it Buttigieg? There you go. Have you been to Bohemian Grove? Is it all men? Yeah, I heard that. Well, not that. I heard that they have those kind of people. How did they pay? No, come on. You didn't work there. Oh man, I was gonna have a million questions for you. You were gonna be here all night answering questions. I was gonna ask you about your pay stub. I was gonna ask you about the diameter of the kebab. I was gonna ask you what politicians it was, all kinds of stuff. But you're from Northern California, right? So people, go here from up there. Spring is dead. Do you know what Bohemian Grove is? Bohemian Grove? Oh, okay. So it's this all-male club in Northern California that has a retreat every June where all of the world executives go and politicians. Basically, they choose presidents there, and it's only men who go. It's not that, but there are rumors of that. Dude, ask much. Do people ever tell you you're like one of the horniest people that they've ever met? Okay, well that's what I mean. That you say weird stuff more than most people. Your sister doesn't do that. Is she really your sister? Spring is dead. You guys are really siblings? You guys are really siblings? So you're from Northern California too? Okay. I mean, did you spend any time in Northern California? Oh, okay. So then you're familiar with this. You can see this video, right? Oh, okay. But Ask Munch does? Yeah, Ask Munch. You should tell her. I mean, that's like an important thing. Wow. So how did that happen? Just one day you're like, hey, you want to do it? And you weren't drunk or anything? All right, dog, to each their own. Oh, it happened when you guys were kids? How old? Do your parents know? Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Your parents aren't siblings. Yeah, but like, yeah. So your parents are siblings? Wow, so you guys keep it very close. Yeah. All right. Well, it's good for y'all. Wow. No, I don't have any siblings. That's correct. No, that's not my thing. Yeah, that's right. I don't know if I can tell that story right now. We'll have to talk about that another time. I got a box for a few moments. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, let me see if I can do it. I gotta find a place I can do that. Just one. I can't hear you guys right now, so apologies. I'm working on my speaker on this device.
They spent less than $300,000 in 2019 on lobbying efforts, but more than $20 million in the years since, according to a review by Federal Lobbying Disclosure. The company's lobbying nearly doubled from 2022 to 2023, with discussion around legislation to potentially ban TikTok or sever its ties, gain momentum on Capitol Hill. In other words, they were making lucrative donations to politicians. And all of a sudden, they stepped up their game when there was talk about there being a ban. So the politicians seem to be benefiting from this as well. You don't say. Biden still decided. And you would think that such a bipartisan deal, right, that had well over 300, almost split equally between Republicans and Democrats being the House, would find the votes in the Senate to pass. Biden said, yeah, this should be a good process right now. Rand Paul says, slow down. Oh, I got a lot of donations coming in on this stuff. Judge Schumer says, wait a minute now, we got to put this into a committee. I got a lot of donations coming in on this stuff. House Democrats, by the way, who voted against the measure, including California Representatives Robert Garcia and Sidney, help me out with the name here. And was it Cameron or Dove? I said it right. He's as close as he's going to get. Yes. That's the letter. Kim Lager. Garcia argued before the vote that TikTok should not be treated differently from other social media platforms because misinformation was rampant on all such platforms. Saying some of us just don't want the president giving which apps we can put on our phones or which websites that we can visit. Imagine who says this about a Democratic president, but it's a precedent for a president. Suppose you had something come forth in the future, like suppose we had a president who claimed that there was a lot of Chinese influence over another. Suppose that would have happened, regardless of party affiliation, and suppose that president then wanted to ban that out. Would we be giving authority to the president to choose which app we would use? Suppose that happened. Like, I don't know. He changed it. Yeah, especially with that. Yeah. Just says that we don't go to TikTok. You don't say. We might have a president that wants to do that. Governor Dove said before the vote that banning TikTok was a band-aid solution. So there's some new California representatives. Couldn't even be done by the time the election was around. Vaccination talk with Mike Kemp about that today, Republican Wisconsin. And here's what he had to say about it. Could it be done in time? If this passes the Senate, signed off by the president, they'd have 6 months to do it.
It absolutely could. It would be in the financial interest of Binance's investors to effectuate a forced sale. I think the user experience on the app would improve, and you wouldn't have this concern over being propagandized, the opaque algorithm influencing what information you see that would go away. So I imagine.
Yeah, that's definitely a concern by the user. Listen, when I see a bunch of scantily clad 20-somethings dancing like cats to Korean pop music, I definitely think they're concerned about being propagandized. So thank goodness we're able to put that in the stars. Speaking of could we sell it off? No way could you put together a sale of $50 billion property in 6 months or less. Would you? But you have to have your call. We'll take a look at trouble with your next.
I'm decorating. It's a good thing. I'm going for mid-century twisted shit with a terrible gallery roll and nice. Free one-day delivery on home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on brand.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Madness is here. America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook.draftkings.com/BetBall. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV. There are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Auto show rebates now available. Beat the rush. Get the full selection inventory of ones with auto. Don't miss the Jeep Celebration event. Lease 2024 Jeep Compass Latitude Lux 4x4. Blind spot monitoring, remote start, cross-path detection, heated seats and steering for just $359 a month. Ones with auto mart or buy with Tree 7.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get past the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice toppings offers snacking. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit. No sugar, no high-fructose fruit punch, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family size bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This is a radio ad for Dixon. A prescription medicine for people 6 months ago. Moderate to severe eczema is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could cause eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how the Dixon can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and feet. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-EMERGENCY.
This summer season, involve your sun care in the new Banana Boat 360 coverage. Advanced controls. It's a new way to spray in all new bottle oils and all new mist experience. It smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control with coverage you can count on. Temperature lightly to cover targeted areas. Or hold for long, continuous weather. Featuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, features our sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Banana Boat 360 Mist. No on your targets or Amazon.
Providing for your families in tomorrow. What happens when you live for healthcare? Nursing healthcare ministry is considering offering their sample today. As a member of the nation's prescriptions, sign up with your convenience without any time limit. Join a Christian community that supports each other through resources, offering peace and knowledge to prioritize ministry. Enrollment in your CHN. No cost for any repairs, study-related care, and compensation $2,000 for time
$16.95. Apply online at cnxl.com/001. That number again, 714-462-1695. Join us for the first bottleneck giveaway of the season. Be here Saturday, March 30th at 6:10 p.m. versus the Cardinals. The first 40,000 fans in attendance receive a Freddie Freeman bobblehead presented by Michael Derrick. For tickets and information, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Portions of the following program are pre-recorded.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a need, keep a need, expel a need, or hedge your movement towards. That's why I'm talking science and learning, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I do and we all day long. I'm a Dr. Lee After Dark.
Dr. Wendy Walsh. Tonight at 7 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Yes, no. So, it is, and that's funny because I don't want to call them him. Look at Wonders. I live in other songs, but I don't follow them, you know what I mean? Yeah. Actually, had to look up some TikTok slang this week in order to stay fooled. Here's what I found out. My dreams have come true. Our producer Kayla is not here, but I've been communicating with her. She is, the last week's birthday. Kayla's one of those people that's like, it's a good birthday. So anyway, she is, Kayla's in Millennium, right? And she's in Vegas, and let's see. Yeah, here it is. I sent her a message. I said, Gen Z says you're being shooky. You know what that means? What? You're being shooky. Yeah, shooky is when millennials are trying to. It's kind of like basic. It's like millennials being basic. Basic means you're just trying to emulate everyone else. So shooky is some CHUGY. It's a TikTok. It means something that is off-trend, mostly aimed at millennial styles and trends. This according to BuzzBuzz.com. It's similar to calling someone basic, things that make someone chuggy, according to the Chug Life Instagram. Would include anything that says girl boss, Harry Potter merchandise, Ugg slippers, going to Disney as an adult. Posing in front of a wall mural for an Instagram picture. Those lip balms, that sort of thing. So basically all the stuff that was, I'm so trendy as a millennial is now chic. It's, yes. So I told Keelan she was being tricky with her Vegas triggers. I've talked about this before, these different terms in TikTok that drive me crazy. I'm the youngest generation and I'm discovering things, and you're so lucky I found these things because without you, you never know it existed. Like quiet quitting. Thank goodness I discovered quiet quitting, and I can bring to your attention what's happening. Quiet quitting is when you kind of stop doing stuff at work, like you don't even work anymore, like you're not even trying, but you're still going to work to collect a paycheck. Speedy, that's called mailing it in. We've been doing that for centuries. It's that girl voice every time I forget the name of you. You guys gave me like a girl voice behind the scenes? No, we gave it to you on air. You just can't remember. It was like Kristen or something. I love that. Here's another one. It's the TikTok trend. TikTok. It's the Hergel Durgle. I'm just gonna Hergel Durgle today. Hergel Durgle. What? I'm gonna Hergel Durgle. Except that's a term that's actually been around since 1825. Hergel Durgle is basically lying around in bed being a slut. To lie in bed or lounge about when one should be up and about. It's the Hergel
and they can't do anything, the finance can't do anything without China's permission, or China doesn't have control over what finance does and can't sell without China's permission. We need to make up our minds over who's in charge of what. Alright, forget TikTok, but I'm talking about TikTok today. The drama this week was interesting, and it was on X. We are exporting SoCal crazy to our neighboring states. Help me understand. Stan. I have to have more of the language tutoring. Stans. What the hell you call it this week? That's next. The story that they put me in witness protection is ahead. Chris Merrill. KFI AM 640 live everywhere. Yeah, anyway. Nothing gets past us. We are on it. KMST HD2. Los Angeles, live everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app.
De-escalating weapons. I'm Heather Brooker, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Officials with the LAPD say they disagree with recent stories about the use of less lethal force.
LA Police Commission Vice President Rothschild has asked Chief Troy if he agreed with the characterization by the LA Times that less lethal weapons lead to deadly shootings.
Absolutely disagree. I think college hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Injured Palestinians say nowhere in Gaza is safe. Let's take a look at your drive this afternoon. Right now, we're going to crash into 10 in downtown LA.
Westbound right before the Club 10. The Grand has closed all lanes. Been closed for some time. Engine continuing to back up from Central and the southbound 110. Everything you drive from Dodger Stadium. Get through downtown. In Pasadena, the 210 westbound in Fair Oaks. Crash in the right lane. You back up from San Antonio because of that. The following roads real slow both ways between Royal Heights and Sandy Springs. And the westbound 105 off and on maybe from the 605 to Alameda. KFI the Sky helps getting there faster. I'm Randy Flow. Dental implants. That's what you need when your teeth sadly fail you when they fall out. Hurt when your teeth embarrass you. Hinder your ability to eat, talk, socialize, kiss, get a promotion, or make you feel sick. Thousands of people like you are choosing dental implants from DentalImplantsGPS.com. Dental Implants GPS Full Mouth Dental Implants. Trusted by over 350 local dentists who refer their patients to the elite specialist team at DentalImplantsGPS.com. Call 800-849-6700 when researching the right provider. Doctors' expertise is critical. Price, time of treatment, location are secondary to trusting the right team to provide a lifelong smile. Getting you off the expensive hamster wheel of dental fixes. GPS offers the highest level of specialists, several locations, and competitive pricing. Right now, radio listeners take advantage of special pricing from DentalImplantsGPS.com. Call 800-849-6700. That's 800-849-6700.
Sounds like weather from KFI. Partly cloudy tonight with temperatures in the low 50s in Metro LA and OC. Highs in the mid-60s on Sunday. Cloudy and cool with lows in the upper 40s at the beaches, with lows in the upper 30s in Riverside, the IE, and the Antelope Valley. Right now, it's 66 in Costa Mesa, 68 in Anaheim, 66 in Compton, 71 in Sherman Oaks. We live local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. Where we like to talk about what's happening
That is okay, period. I would be thrilled if you choose to do so, period. It will be really fun, I think, period.
Yes. Well, I'm a Scorpio and I'm an only child. That means nothing. It means everything. I'm also an only child, so. Well, did you hear her just scream, I'm a white girl? I totally did. But I'm also an only child, so when I was growing up, my birthday was celebrated all month. My mom, my family, we just celebrated. And I also realized I'm not a child anymore.
Neither is Hannah, though. She's like center of the millennial generation. She just can't wait for everybody. It's her birthday. When does the baby shots? So I was talking about TikTok. But TikTok didn't bring the drama like X did this week. So I don't know what is it with Stan? Is this like from the Eminem song, the Hyperfan Stan? Is that what it is? It's not like somebody who's from Kazakhstan or whatever, so it's like Stan and Stan. Okay, right? So I was trying to, because people were like understanding about this and standing. And I got it because it's all about Nicki Minaj. So there's a super fan, Nicki Minaj super fan. And we see this like a Swiftie. Does Minaj fans have a name?
Like their fame?
Yeah.
I think they do, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at
Sorry, maybe that doesn't have one. Anyway. So there's this argument kicks off on X. Barbs. What is it?
Barbs.
Barbs?
B-A-R-B-S.
How did they?
Barbs.
Like Barbie.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You know, I don't see the immediate connection either.
No, I don't have it. She's connected herself to a movie. Okay. Good for her. So, I like Nicki Minaj. Let me clarify this now. I like Nicki Minaj. So, it starts online. March 2nd, what is that? A little over 2 weeks ago, right? Disagreements on one of Minaj's most recent albums, and a couple of Twitter users, a 17-year-old in Arizona was going out with an 18-year-old from Southern California. And, yeah, in LA. So, they started going at it, and you know how it is, it escalates very quickly, and you don't know, you're stupid, no, you're stupid, no, you're stupid. So, it gets pretty ugly pretty fast. The 17-year-old and the 18-year-olds start fighting, and the 17-year-old then posted their videos in his front yard. And said, here I am, come find me. So, the 18-year-old Californian replied with a screenshot of an Apple Maps route to the address in Arizona, in Scottsdale. It said, see you soon. Two things come to mind. One, who's gonna drive to Scottsdale to fight with an internet troll? And two, is Apple Maps cleared out? By the way, doing Apple Maps? I don't know how to keep up. This is a Bing thing. It's kind of like the Bing. But I don't like the Bing Maps. I use the Google Maps. I'm so confused by this thing. So here's the 18-year-old
What up, Bitcoin Obama, you little pimp? Yo, it's Rabbi Rothschild here. Why don't you come into the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 e-new Telegram? Once when? Dog, just come into the Telegram right now. Well, okay, can I ask you a question? Do you know what college basketball is? Do you know what college basketball is? Okay, so there is a game in the United States. You can win $125,000, and it's free to play. And all of the Scrotos are playing it. All the people in Harry Potter Obama 10 email, and I want you to join as well. What's NYC? Is it your project? Yo, dog, why aren't you in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email? Come back to Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email. No one cares about your project. How much do they have to give you? 2 ETH? They have to give you 2 ETH to come back. Okay. Well, you're cute. I like that. Why don't you follow me on Twitter? Hell yeah. Dude, do you have an iOS device or an Android device? Okay. Hey, hold on 1 second. Oh, dog. SPX 6900. Hold on 1 second. Hey, Obama Sonic, do you know what SPX 6900 is? Hey, what's going on SPX 6900? We got Bull, Harry, and Guinness. How are you? Can you hear me? I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, live on YouTube. I do it because I want world peace. And I really like the SPX 6900 community. People are really nice here. We do a lot of cross-pollination. And pleasure to meet you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. How are you both? No, that's live. I'm a busy man. What do you want me to do? I need my rest. Absolutely. Yes, I do. I've been live streaming my life live on YouTube for 3 years. 24/7, 365. Both. You're live on 5 different YouTube streams right now. Did you know that? Well, I'm at Rabbi Rothschild, which has over 1,000 subscribers. But that one's not live right now. If you type in Rabbi Rothschild, just like my name here, into YouTube, and filter by live, you'll see all 5 of my streams going right now. What up, NGINX? How are you, baby? What's new in your world? That's all right. So, I'm not only live on 5 different YouTubes, I'm live on 5 different Twitters. In addition to that, I'm live on a Twitter space. In addition to that, I'm live on a video Twitter space that I'm hosting. In addition to that, I'm live on 7 different Instagrams. I'm live on 5 different Kicks, 5 different Rumbles, 5 different Caffeines, 5 different FC2s, 5 different DLives, 5 different UNows, not U2, UNows, which is like an Asian site, 5 different Africa.tv, which is like a South Korean site. I'm live everywhere, baby. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history, and data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, than water, than air, than energy. It's the most important thing that we have. I live on savings. I'm a certified project management professional. So I have contracts with six-figure contracts with Fortune 500 organizations, and I have had the ability to work remotely, and then I also live on savings. Absolutely. It's a real-life Truman Show. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show? Absolutely. So that's what it is. It's a real-life version of that. Yeah, so you should see 5 different angles, or pretty close to it. Some of them the camera might have gone down or something, but you should see a bunch of them. Yeah, so it's a big deal. Basically, whenever you want, 24 hours a day, you can connect with me, just like this. It's like an open mic. Ask me whatever you want. If you need help, I can help you. If you have questions, I can help you. Whatever it is. Do you know what March Madness is from the NCAA tournament? Okay, so just a moment. I'm gonna send you a link. 2 links actually. Do you know Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu? Okay, so we have in the United States, every year, there's a really big basketball tournament. It's the biggest tournament of any tournament that we have. The Super Bowl gets the most amount for any one event, but for any multiple events, the March Madness gets the most. And so that means over the course of the next month, there will be over 100 basketball games that we're going to stream in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email Telegram. And a bunch of people are making predictions on who's going to win. Now you're going to say, Rabbi, I don't know who's going to win. I'm not from the United States. I don't follow basketball. That's totally fine. So what they have is the ability for you to just pick the best teams. And you press it, it's one button, and you're done. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to join this right now, and I'm going to send you the link. And what you want to do is there are 2 links towards the bottom, one for men, one for women. You fill it out. You have a chance to win $125,000. Oh, and then, hey, absolutely, I will. You got it. How much am I going to give you, Schiller? You're hilarious. Schiller, I'm the only person who has less money on here than you do. Schiller, if I get you to fill one out, I'll be a legend. Not that I already am not. But that's the ultimate goal, is to get you to fill one out. To get a Nigerian to fill one out, that's the goal. All right. Schiller, I'm sending it to you right now. It's really easy. And if you're like, okay, I don't know what to do, Rabbi, there's a button that says autofill, and it'll fill it out for you. So you can win $125,000, so that's pretty cool. So I just sent you the link to Bitcoin Obama, and we're friends now. Hey, Bo, do you know who Bitcoin Obama is? Oh, no, he's like within Bitcoin. He's a character. He's He's somebody who goes to a lot of Twitter spaces. He's like let me ask. Bitcoin Obama, are you an SPX 6900? Who gives the prize? Disney? The Walt Disney Company? Doug, you think that Disney, one of the biggest companies in the world, is going to want to contact you about this? No, they just want you to fill out the bracket. That's it. If you win, you get $125,000. Hey, we got Leek in here. Leek, how are you? Dude, Bitcoin Obama, let Leek come up and speak. Leek, how are you? That's okay. Dude, I want your coin to do well. Dude, I'm going to buy so much of your coin someday. Is it listed? Are you going to rug the coin? Are you going to rug the coin? What up, Leek? Oh, there's no doubt. I have no doubt he's going to rug it. Leek, how are you? Leek, can you hear us? Bitcoin Obama, invite Leek up to speak. What up, Leek? How are you, baby? I'm kicking ass, taking names. Oh, dude, we've got another person here. We've got Sproto Gremlin. Sproto Gremlin, come on up. How are you? I'm doing well. Do you know what March Madness is?
Sports scandals, the newest podcast.
This cheese, every California is privileged enough to have fire cheese. So that's nice. Look at the rest of the stories. It's next if since we're going to live everywhere, and we're bringing up there's space when we do that. And the workers live before you do.
Ride-hailing service Waymo One has started offering driverless vehicles in LA. You might start seeing the driverless cars on some streets in LA. The company has expanded its service in a 63 square mile area stretching from Santa Monica and Venice to downtown LA. The cars have been running in LA on a trial basis since October, and company officials say about 15,000 rides have been provided since. The rides will start off free, but people will eventually have to pay, and there's already
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/payroll. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for the Dixit. I'm coming back. Prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema. Not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can't see how the medicine can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Allergic reactions can occur to the skin. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision. It's a pain or a parasitic infection. Don't treat yourself afterwards without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about your eczema. Visit Dixon.com or call 1-844-DIXIT.
thousand people on the wait list. LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn says the robo-taxis are untested and people in LA shouldn't be tax guinea pigs. Chris Allen, KFI News. The 40-hour work week has been standard in the U.S. for more than 8 decades. Now some members of Congress want to give hourly workers an extra day off. Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders has introduced a bill that would shorten the work week to 32 hours. Target says most of its retail stores are rolling out limitations for shoppers looking to use self-checkout. Target says shoppers using self-checkout will now be limited to 10 items or less. The company plans to open more traditional staffed checkouts across its stores to handle the increase in shoppers. Let's take a look at the drive right now. We got that crash on the 10 in downtown LA.
Westbound the 101 in Nevada, very heavy drive from 405 to Cedar Boulevard. East and westbound slow between Van Nuys Boulevard and 170, kind of sluggish in both directions. In Laguna Hills at 5 southbound Lake Forest, the crash in a construction zone has cleared away, but the construction zone is still there. These are pretty heavy from the 405 to the southbound 5. KFI was slowing up to get in there faster, no ready full. This week's marketers report. We look at the value of local influencers in uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your
restrictions unless I'm the one restricting like Ukraine. No restrictions otherwise. SpaceX is building a network of hundreds of spy satellites under a classified contract with U.S. intelligence. That according to 5 sources familiar with the program. Reuters did their homework on this, and they got backup sources for the backup sources. This demonstrates they say deepening ties between billionaire entrepreneur Elon Musk's space company and national security agencies. I'm a bit concerned. I'm concerned because Elon Musk is volatile. Can I say that? That's a nice way of saying he's lonelier than a Jew. Can I say that? He's volatile. So what happens when he has control over your data? What happens when he has control over your backyard? We're so concerned about TikTok and the Chinese Communist Party influencing the way that you dance like a cat to K-pop music. And yet we go, but Elon Musk seems totally normal. But if we just hand him the keys to a giant, what do they call this? It's a network that has a term for it. That's a name I forgot what it's called. It's like the SpaceX spy name.
Starshield.
Is that it? It doesn't.
I think that's it.
Starshield. Yes, there it is. Starshield. SpaceX is Starshield. Which sounds Starshield looks like a network of satellites, like a net in the sky that's keeping an eye on everything. It almost reminds me of there's a net. It's a net in the sky that watches all the people as we move toward AI. I can't think of it. Boy, I'm having some real brain lapses tonight. I just can't. It's just a net in the sky, development of the machines. I don't know what that would call that. And then one person who's in charge of it ends up getting too much power. It's not bringing it up. For some reason, I'm just not able to put that together.
It's like an automated defense network.
Like a network, yeah, in the sky of nets. So, the robots protecting us. Star Trek. That's not it either.
I'll be honest, my little nerdy heart was hoping there would be some kind of Star Trek clip in there somewhere, but this is just
Yeah, I'm not crazy about this, but on the other hand, listen, SpaceX is probably the most advanced of any of the companies that are going forward with any sort of space stuff. They're ahead of Blue Origin, they're ahead of the others, right? So it does make sense that we would be wondering that this would be the pioneers, they're the big dogs on the block right now. It just happens that Elon Musk is in charge. But if we're passing legislation that says that China can't have any input in ByteDance, because ByteDance is the parent company of TikTok, and TikTok is not based in China, but rather Los Angeles, but we're concerned about the Chinese Communist Party spying on us. Don't you think that we could probably pass some sort of legislation that mandates a separation of Musk and state? I feel like that could be done. But meanwhile, this is kind of fun. We are putting out what they're calling a message in a bottle. This is wonderful. It's from the Good News Network, and every now and again it's fun to check out the Good News Network. So, NASA is launching the Europa Clipper spacecraft. Okay, that's going to launch in October. So the Clipper, I don't even know what the Clipper's the Europa is going to do what? They're going to go to investigate. Does this replace Voyager, which I think has finally disappeared into space and never be found again? We lost contact with it.
I watched the documentary and I'm like,
DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game, enter $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility, deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/belong. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV. And get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low you can't be getting by actions. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Auto show rebates now available. Beat the rush and get the full selection of inventory in Brunswick Auto. Don't miss the Jeep Celebration event. Lease the 2024 Jeep Compass Latitude Lux 4x4. Blind spot monitoring, remote start, cross-path detection, heated seats, and steering for just $359 a month. Brunswick Auto Mart, car buying with truly simple. 36 months after 9 sweet deals and angles. Project required 10,000 miles per year. Complete all incentives off President Bernie.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get tasty ingredients of real 100% fruit juice throughout the comfort of everything. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit. No sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juicy juices. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This is a radio ad for you listen to. Prescription medicine for people 6 months and under. Modern severe eczema is not well controlled with topical prescription therapy. But since this is radio, you can't see the fix it music. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from pain, but you can see how your Pixin can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, visual changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control with coverage you can count on. Deliver lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, get your fill of sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
When a service member or first responder dies or is catastrophically injured on line of duty, who's there for them? Families left behind. Who's helping our homeless veterans and our nation to never forget 9/11? The Toronto Towers Foundation. More than 95 cents of every dollar donated to Toronto Towers goes to its programs. Never forget the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. Donate $11 a month to Toronto Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
This should take good care of that diabetes. I know, but you don't scare me. Your blood tests hurt. I'm trying Numbstat. What's Numbstat? Numbstat's a prep pad that can help you avoid Numbstat pain and fever. Just rub it on for 60 seconds first.
Our name says it all. Numbstat. Anesthetic. That's that. N-U-M-S-T-A-T. Available at Walgreens.
Numbstat really worked.
So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. A lot. Keys are always missing. I'm not great with names.
moves and my signature catchphrase is, "It's around here somewhere." That's why I get my haircut at Great Lakes. Their skilled friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Our media can help you reach your goals and find more customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how our media can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy. And we really don't have those. Back when you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
I know that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expand and encourage your movement towards. That's why I'm talking science and love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think every all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh. Tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. She's going to tell us how to have better sex and relationships. And that's why I love her. I heard the story, Heather had the story about Bernie introduced the 32-hour work week.
Yes.
And I've talked to a few people about this. That's stupid. It's never a tax. Do you dislike the idea? No, I like the idea. But it's never a tax. A lot of studies have come out. Places in Europe have been studying this. American companies have been studying it. They find that their productivity is not going down. It's just that their employers are happy. Well, their employees are happy. So you got happier employees and the same amount of work being done. Now, why do they pay for 40? I run this with my father. Why would I pay for 40 hours when you can do it in 32? I don't know. Same reason you're doing it right now. You're paying for 40 hours when it could be done in 32. Well, are you paying 40 hours for 32 hours of work? Well, that is what you're doing right now. It's just that I'm there. And I'm pissing you. So, what if you only made me come in for 32 hours? I did the same amount of work, and then I didn't hate you every day next year. So I get another
What up, Pac-Man Blashy Plant? He isn't all good for you, baby. I'm glad. Give me an amazing show right now. Hook it up is what I'm trying to say. Somebody hook it up. Game over. Tonight.
This is disgusting. Because you're supposed to have a poor movie. That's not professional. You don't break away from this though. I swear to God, finished. And the money was nearly run out. I'm going in to identify the problems. I'll find out if the market's there. What do you pay for that?
I'm gonna push this.
contact with students and build tools and
I don't know, neighborhood was showing promenade area downtown, some businesses at the Pike
going
closed
into the
early
room
because of the
and
crowds.
shouting.
And Vladimir Putin has been reelected as president of Russia. Early returns from Russia show Putin has nearly 88% of the votes. Putin is up against three candidates from parties who have not criticized his rule or his invasion of Ukraine. In 2021, Putin signed into law a change to Russia's constitution, allowing him to run for 2 more 6-year terms. That means he can be president until 2036. He has already run the country for more than 2 decades. The White House is urging the Senate to pass a bill that would force the sale of TikTok. The measure has passed the House with support from lawmakers in both parties.
3 days to pass, and we're getting a sale and then a ban on TikTok. I mean, that's data privacy. We have to pass laws and for interference. Yeah, for us for interference.
Democratic Congressman Rick Perry voted against the bill because he says it does little to actually address Americans' concerns. TikTok is owned by a Chinese parent company, ByteDance, and supporters of the bill say it would protect the data of TikTok's more than 150 million users in the U.S. from Chinese Communist Party influence. Today is Selection Sunday for the NCAA men's basketball tournament. The field of 68 will be revealed by the Sunshine Committee, or has been already revealed. You can check out that information on K5, 6:40 a.m. Let's take a look at your drive right now. We've got a virtual 405 in Beaver City.
She loves her children more than I would ask her, what can you do next? She told me what my school, I looked around and I said, what am I supposed to do? Let these boys just be comfortable with a mediocre life. She said, no. I decided to use all the connections that I have in New York. We'll be able to make it.
Did he say that it's been falling out of my sleep? Like it's because he meets Mary's man, bigger and bigger. Let's do the drug test. Look it up. Keep your shit moving special. Online and in search.
She would let
And they quickly got into the position.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the
America's appetite for growth is rising. Certainly by the early 1970s, cocaine started to become more and more popular. Cocaine was seen as a perfect drug for because that's what cocaine became very popular in the 1970s. It was a sensation.
Griselda and Alberto had connections. They're plug and break they're able to get an escort and give them a serious advance. Finding ways to
it's an easy number to remember. Back then, it was
Southland weather from K5 clear skies tonight and lows near 40s across Metro LA and OC. Highs will be in the mid-70s on Monday. Lows will reach the upper 40s at the beaches tonight and in the low 40s in Riverside and the area. Wind 40s in the Antelope Valley. Right now it's 65 in North Ridge, 63 in Santana, 63 in Brayton, 63 in Orange. The local live for K5 24 on the newsroom.
You can make these big visas or models, they start stuffing. The basic procedure is that the young women would either sit down and come together, pick up the dog, have them sewn in the areas of the garment, quietly take the drugs to a certain place,
exchange for money, put the money back into those exchange, and calculate Facebook and move back to home. And it's just a back and forth flow from Colombia to New York, money from New York.
Yes. If you go to my show, Jamie said you make sure that they get through. Was okay. Not my therapist, I'm a psychology professor and constant check.
That really met the books. I spoke again from Colombia into the United States.
Later in the show, I have the agenda starts with 5 segments. And you might be new here. I hate to use the word brilliant, but part of Griselda belongs with brilliant because was that he really knew how to very few people are going to meet their soulmate with ties, drugs, and within their hearts in their 80s or 90s. But he had actually produced and manufactured an actual tangible product that they sold. Even the most legitimate market, humans are going to find themselves having created monogamy. So I am going to be talking to some more people. I want to talk about the Kate Middleton controversy that seems to not end with this message forum, but what we should be aware of. Also, I've never devised a social relationship question around a lot of therapists. Anyone who doesn't look like a drug smuggler becomes a drug smuggler. You can just tease out desperately people in wheelchairs taking cocaine for security, push-ups. And then let's get into some self-advice. You know, there are some things out there that you can tend to depend on that will improve your mental health. But science says works, and it doesn't work. It's not good for conversations. Finally, at the end of the show, let's talk about workplace relationships. You've heard about that trend. She's an actress. She was really like way more skating to where the thing you're going to talk about. What if you're in a coworker? Then your colleague was here with an eye. He just wanted more and more, and that's what he did. But the rest of them did for home. But first, the state needed cocaine taking less than place. If you are new to the single scene, let me tell you. But in the early 19th century, they said that Blanco and husbands obviously the greatest challenge seemingly predicted distribution, including things like dating websites.
They're making money.
Social media.
They're quickly learning how the cocaine business in America. Wholesale price was probably $50,000, $60,000, and they were probably bringing in 10, 12 kilos. It was for a day. Extremely profitable.
In some ways, they're amazing because they've expanded the dating marketplace. For certain minorities, this has been really, really good news. And if you're a racial minority, sexual orientation minority, a gender minority, skills that are required but are also in the area. Sometimes the difference between a person that you're interested in, successful, legitimate leader, and the one that goes into more nefarious types of industry is just one or two colleagues are going to shift you in a different way to speak about the means justify the end. And in her mind, the means completely justify cisgender heterosexual beings. Cis means to combat the perceived they have invested long in alteration based homosexual. And here's what so let's go back to the definition of psychologists would say is a natural species. We are together. We roam the planet. We try to almost 35 to 40 people. Most of them are related to us. We rarely encounter one that's a stranger, usually a person related with someone who comes to our very small town. And in our entire lifespan, we probably never learned this. So, eventuals investigate means 3 where a new potential date is a purpose away. And there could be thousands and thousands of potential dates. So it makes the search harder because human beings suffer from something called paradox. And what it means is the more choices are presented, the less likely you are to make a choice. The rate increases. And if you do make a choice, you value it less.
So dating apps overwhelm your brain with choice, and people will fill their message boxes with 5 or 10 or 20 matches that they're chatting with every once in a while.
He was one of those agents that was in charge of.
They're not even motivated to make them interested and go on a date. Then in 1973 is the 18th Lucky Breakers. Instead of a woman named Maria Steele reaches out to the and this is information about the center line. Every baby ever had in our history was vetted by somebody. So this idea of meeting some stranger is wrought with all kinds of anxiety, and it allows people to become complete frauds. The next segment of course I want to talk about how people lie. He says that as people to look like current, and then you're saying that things are trapping. So we've got an oversupply of successful women, and these successful women, this is successful women, lots of education, making lots of money, but biology hasn't changed much, and us women are not a lot of getting education and building careers, and then there's this competition for mates in our 30s. If I could say that to help navigate this dating landscape, there are 3 rules. One is intelligent and DEA used to develop stated with like a great vocations of choice. Including a match with 150 people tall, and then with this estimated worthwhile attraction to others instead of having the intelligence to choose from. Secondly, we need to focus people make a mistake of endless texting. Whether not even texting with human or texting with their fantasies.
A dozen or so clicks. Slowly working its way into the ranks to one person.
And also, on April 30th, 1975, federal prosecutors in Guinness said that the text 30-day Rachel and Leo romances in the cars now. And here's ghosting can be emotionally mature, and ghosting. People in dating apps are human too. What if you have a business meeting with a new client next week, and there's that person right in the room? And also, Kate Middleton and those edited photos. Are any photos real anymore? How can we tell if someone's photos on a dating app are real or not? I've got some tips. You're listening to the Dr. Wendy Wells Show.
Police in Jacksonville, Florida, are responding to an active shooter situation. Police say 3 people have been shot and taken to the hospital, and everyone's been asked to shelter in place. Look, Ukraine has been re-elected as president of Russia, but returns from Russia showed that there's nearly 88% of the votes. And Target says most pizza retail stores are rolling out limitations for shoppers looking at self-checkout. They say shoppers using self-checkout will now be limited to 10 items. Satellite weather from Friday clears past 9 below the upper 40s across metro LA and OC. Highs will be in the mid-70s on the weather is brought to you by State Orange Channel 5.
There's no social media. You're not going to be caught on surveillance times a day. You're not going to be sneaking looking now before stuff's up. Really had an easy time securing it. It's all bad.
She knows someone's going to put something to show her how to do themselves, but she also thinks that maybe there was they made all these announcements for them. And no one makes these
and just maybe using her to take the rap out of what they had done.
Using their private jets to help secretly return the
maybe working there. South of Miami, they 60s span. And what happened was they were and it definitely led to the deterioration. Things really start between yourself and her toe. She recognizes that he's stealing from her. And this is somebody that she's scared of. Yes, people are but it's her information. It's her across the face of her hospital. Now she's got a man taking advantage of her again. And that doesn't suck. Even if the tipping point for was when Roberto goes to Colombia with his girlfriend ex-dating wasting organs. They built it back and back and really pissed her off, frankly. She didn't need it. She didn't need it at all. She just didn't care. So to have her as partners. Co-founder breakups are extremely reasons. 35% of startups actually fail because of co-founders. Sometimes it's trust issues, sometimes it's power and money and status issues, sometimes it's about skills.